And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand.
Welcome. You're watching Ask Profit. This is NDTV Profit, and this show gets all your stock-related queries answered. I'm Mahima Vachajani, and with me is Soumit Sarkar. Before we start answering all those stock-related queries, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing at the moment. The Nifty right now is trading almost at its day's high point. 400 points of an uptick is what we're seeing on the Nifty, up 1.7%. So second day consecutively in a row where we're seeing good day for the markets coming in. Hope this holds up well. Let's try to pull up the heat map and see as to what counters are contributing to that gain. You have Shriram Finance topping that chart, up 5%, followed by which is also up 4%. Adani Enterprises also seeing gains of about 3.7%. Bajaj Finance, Titan, Grasim, Ultratech, M&M, all of these counters recovering from last week's fall. So good gains coming in. Just two counters in the red right now. You have Tech Mahindra, which is down 0.8%, and Max Health, which is down just by about 0.1%. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to what the sectoral trends are shaping up like. You have Nifty Realty today finally in the green, up 3% followed by Nifty Auto, which is also kind of taken a knock in the past couple of days, is up 2% as well. Nifty Metal, Gold and Silver yet again have seen a bounce back today, up 2.5% as well. Your Nifty Media, Nifty PSU Bank, Nifty Defense, all of these counters gaining in that range of 2%. The least gaining sector today is Nifty IT, but importantly all sectors in the green. Let's quickly try to pull up the advanced decline ratio, because even the broader end of spectrum is looking strong. The mid cap 150 is up 2.4%, the small cap 250 is up 2.7%, and that is advanced decline ratio kind of indicates that you just have around 147 declines right now, as compared to around 2,300 odd advances. Quickly, the BSE 500 before we start taking your stock related queries. You have your PCBL, Saman Capital, Godfrey Phillips, as well as Deepak Fertilizers and Rain Industries all gaining on the gaining side, and on the losing side you have Aether, Metropolis, Alkyl Amines, as well as Supreme Petrochem gaining in that, losing in that range of 1 to 4%. But with that, let me also welcome in Vaishali Parekh, Vice President Technical Research at Prabhudas Leeladhar, and Khushi Mistry will be also joining us, who's a part of the team of Bonanza Portfolio, research analyst at Bonanza Portfolio. Welcome to both of you, ladies. I'll start by taking the first question, which is coming from Sanjay, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about HDFC Bank. Wants to know as to what is the kind of upside potential that you can expect from this particular counter coming in. Vaishali, your view on the charts. He's holding 25 shares at the levels of 745.
Hi, very good morning. So I think right now we would take it as a bounce back coming in, and this can go towards 820. So that is the view right now. 720 acts as a very good support for now, and 820 would be the resistance for now.
Next query is coming in from Prem from Dubai, and he's holding 100 shares of Hindustan Aeronautics, bought at a price of 1,960. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this counter or sell. Kushi, any view on this? Vaishali, any view on this?
So I would say, well, not in a hurry because market is really just started giving a bounce. We do not know whether we have bottomed out in the market or no. But these stocks now already at a lower end of an oversold. I would say no, don't trade right now. If you're trading, then you have to keep your stop losses. But I think this is the time from here on to start value buying stocks. So I think even in a worst scenario, Hindustan Aeronautics can go towards 3,300. So it's already in an oversold zone, and 3,300 would act as a good support. But once we see the stock moving above 4,200, 4,300 levels, this will give higher targets. So trading is difficult because market is volatile. I would say accumulate these good quality stocks.
Okay, all right. The next query that is coming in from Soumya is writing us from Chennai asking about Eternal. She says she's bought it at the levels of 210, wants to know if she can hold or exit. From a short-term perspective, what is the target that you're expecting on the charts? Vaishali, today it's run up a tad bit, of course, off from its day's high point, but up 1.7%.
So I would say yes, it's come above the resistance part. I mean, yes, we saw the near-term resistance is at around 243. It did make an attempt. So if it continues to sustain about 243, I think you can look for a target of 260 and keep a stop loss of 235.
It's from Arvind from Mumbai, and it's on Castrol India. He wants to know whether can he continue to, should he buy Castrol at current levels for the next 2 to 3 years? Khushi, any view on Castrol?
So taking a view on Castrol India, so if his horizon is to buy around 2 to 3 years, yes, definitely he may buy for 2 to 3 years. Buying is suggested to do at a dips, so he can average out his buying price if he is currently holding it. And if he is entering as a fresh position, he should enter at a dips position, because if we will see due to the current scenario of the Brent crude oil, many volatility has been experienced in the stock in the recent sessions. So entry would be recommended at dips.
So that's the view on Castrol India. But moving on to the next query, which is on VST Industries. Rohit has bought it at the levels of 258. He's holding 400 odd shares. Wants to know if he can average at the current levels. Vaishali, would you recommend that?
I'll just have a look.
The stock
so VST Industries, which is 218 right now. Yes, one can start accumulating at these levels, because this too, even on the longer term time period, it's at a very good support level. So 200 should be taken as a support to accumulate this stock.
Okay, the first caller query coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Bharat, you can go ahead and ask your query.
I am holding 500 shares of Quality Power at the price of 916 there.
Okay.
So today stock went up to 4%, then immediate target, and what is the stop loss of this stock?
Okay, Vaishali, any immediate target on Quality Power, any stop loss that you could suggest, Bharat?
Just a minute. So Quality Power currently at 869. I think it's getting in a good trend. The near-term resistance comes at around 930 levels. So unless and until we see the stock moving about 930, this can be taken as a range-bound mode right now. So keep a stop loss of 830. Actually, prominent support lies at 800, but it doesn't give a good favorable risk-reward. So in my opinion, the stock looks healthy. Continue holding. 800 is a support. Above 930, it's ready for new highs.
Okay, the next one is on MRPL. So Shira from Bellary is holding at the levels of 179 and 5,227 is her quantity. Wants to know the short-term targets on this particular counter. Vaishali, she's sitting on profits of around 40,000 rupees. 40,000 rupees. What would you recommend for MRPL?
So it's consolidating. So continue holding. The stop loss that one should keep would be 180. And once the stock, if you see this moving above 195, your target would be around 210. So 180 as stop loss, 210 could be the probable target.
Okay. The next query is from Ramesh from Nagpur, and it's on Finolex Cable. He has bought few shares at a price of 1,454. Should he buy or hold? Khushi, any view on Finolex Cable?
So view on Finolex Cables is currently a very good buy only because if we see the fundamentals of the company has been improving at a very good rate. Even if the stock is trading at a good valuation, currently it is trading around 18p, which is a quite good valuation. If we see the balance sheet has also been getting very strong right now. The company is almost on a debt-free status, and also it is also giving a good dividend payout to the investors of the company. And if we see there is a Finolex cables working requirements have been improved sequentially for the company, which is currently working well for them and which is can be adding revenue and margins addition from year on to the next quarter. So if we see the profitability status has also been improving quite good. So yes, it's a very good buy.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Finolex Cables. Moving on to the next one, which is an IRB Infra. Our viewer wants to know whether to hold, average or exit. The quantity that which he or she has bought is at 2150 and the price at which it's been bought is at 51. Vaishali, your view on the charts for IRB Infra, the current loss is around 20,000 rupees.
Well, I would say continue holding now that you're holding it for so long. Continue holding with a stop loss of 38 because once we see a pickup coming in, and I think the way the stock is poised, it's ready for a pickup. You can get your targets of 44 to start with. We can have a relook at those levels.
Okay, the next query is coming in from Vizag. Manoj from Vizag. He has 70 shares of BEL, bought at an average price of 382. He wants to know, should he buy more shares at the current level? He can continue to hold for long term. Khushi, any view on Bharat Electronics?
Bharat Electronics is a very good stock and it should be holding in the portfolio. Levels would be suggested for profit booking. So if he is holding at a very low level of the price, so in the current scenario, profit booking is recommended, but it should be a part of the portfolio as company has been getting good orders. The robust pipeline has been formed by the company. Also, margins have been expanded sequentially on a very good basis from quarter to quarter and YOY we'll see. And the growth trajectory of the company is also improving quite good. And the future prospect of the company is also quite strong and good. So it's a very good stock and must be in a portfolio. But profit booking must also be recommended in the current uncertainty scenario what's happening in the war situation.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on BEL. The next one is from Pratima, who's writing us from Pune, asking about SJVN. She's bought at the levels of 83 and 270 is the quantity that she holds. Wants to know if she can buy more, average or sell. She's sitting on a loss of just 3,000 odd rupees. Vaishali, your view on the charts for SJVN?
The SDVN right now, we've seen good corrective move, and currently what we are seeing, again, like all stocks, it's in deep oversold, and we are seeing that even, I think for some time there could be an exhaustion in selling. So this can, as a positional hold, can go towards 85 levels. That would act as a tough resistance. So for now, I would keep a range of 65 to 85.
Next caller query is coming from Vijayawada. Bindu, you can go ahead and ask your query.
Hello, good morning everyone.
Good morning, Bindu.
I want to invest 1 lakh rupee in Premier Energies. I just want to know, is it a good time to take an entry or should I wait for some time?
And you can hold for long term?
Yeah, it's like 1 year.
Okay. Khushi, any view on Premier Energies? Should Bindu invest 1 lakh rupees in one counter, that is Premier Energies?
So investing 1 lakh rupees in Premier is must be recommended because if we see the company is currently also trading at very good levels. So the current valuation is also quite good to enter right now in the stock. And also if you see the company is having 100% market share in the solar cells and modules segment, which is quite good and quite known as the sunrise sector. Also, the total order book value has also been increasing for the company, which may be adding to the margins going forward. So, growth trajectory and if we see the valuation wise, both are supporting at very good levels. So, currently it's a very good buy. So, definitely should add 1 lakh rupees in stock currently.
Okay. In fact, just from the date the war was announced, this is one of the stock in the mid-cap space that has really done well, given around 19% returns since the start of the war. But moving on to the next question, Kaushik from Vadodara is writing in, wants to know about SBI and wants a fundamental view from you, Khushi. SBI, what are the views like?
So talking about State Bank of India, currently that is also a very good stock currently trading at, and the view is also very good positive on this currently. As you will see, the last quarter for the bank was very good. You see the deposits has been increased on a very good levels as compared to their peers. Also, their NIM margins have been expanding on a quite good basis. Also, if you see, their loan disbursements have been increasing, and even their GNPA, not NPA, not performing assets have been decreased from a very heightened levels, which is quite good for the bank. And the expectations for the next quarter has also been very strong as the prospects for the bank is expanding. Also, the bank has been expanding their digital presence also. So all the prospects are very well favoring to the bank for the growing forward. So that definitely this is also a very good buy fundamental.
The next caller query coming in from Pune. Sunil, you can go ahead and ask your query.
Yeah, hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Sunil.
I have Vedanta shares 103 quantities at the price of rupees 666. Please suggest me short-term target and support, sir. Stop loss.
Okay, Vaishali, any short-term target on Vedanta and with stop loss?
Sure. So I think short term would be, I think 645 is the stop loss, and target could be 680.
All right, the next one is on ABB. Iona is asking this question. She's got 40 odd shares at the levels of 6845. Wants to know whether she can sell or hold the counter at the moment. She's sitting on a loss of around 23,000 odd rupees. Vaishali, what would you recommend for ABB?
So my view would be not a panic. I mean, of course, if short term is the horizon, then one should keep a stop loss of 6,100. But otherwise, if you were to ask me, I would say whole of capital goods sector is doing pretty well now, and this should be held on. And in my opinion, even if the stock goes to 5,600, 5,800, it could be add on dips. So depending on your propensity and time period to hold, I think this is my view.
Well, before we move on to our next query, let's get Sharat to understand what's been buzzing on the FNO side on the Sensex expiry day, Sharat.
Well, it's all smiles today, and for the second straight session, we can see a good up move is coming in. Of course, yesterday we had some jump scares, but technical bounce backs were happening across the segment, and today also, only Tech Mahindra is in the red, and you look at it, Trend, Titan, all the Tata Group stocks are doing really well. M&M, Ultratech Cement, a good buying is coming in. Now some value-based moves are also coming, so it's likely to sustain, at least we could say in the next couple of hours as well. BankX also, the story remains the same. India VIX also down for the second straight session. But remember, tomorrow is markets holiday. So this is a Sensex expiry at play also. The last 1 hour, there might be some volatility. But nevertheless, good strength coming in from HDFC Bank, lifting the spirits in the BankX. But let's see what's there in the long build-up. And of course, the universe will be big. And out of here, just to show the long build-up, this is, I think, long unwinding coming in. And of course, apart from that, let's look at the short covering candidates also where the movement is happening. And this is Samman Capital and Keynes Tech as well. I'd like to just point out short build-up also, which stocks are there in such a market. Very little names actually. United Spirits and Oil India as well. So these are the important stocks which should be on your radar.
Okay, Sharat, thank you so much for getting us those details with regards to where the FNO space is concerned. But moving on to the next query, which is coming from Siva, who's writing us from Hyderabad. He's bought 40 shares of Gulf Oil Lubricants at the levels of 896. Wants to know whether he can continue to hold or book the slight profits that he's made. Vaishali, around 2,000 rupees is what he's sitting on in terms of profits. Your view on the charts for this one?
I think this too has just got ready for a bounce back. So I would say hold on. This can hold with a trailing stop loss and look for a target of 1020 to 1040 for now.
Queries for you, Vaishali. A viewer from New Jersey, USA, Nimesh Shah is asking this query. He's holding around 100 shares of Ramki Infra, bought at a price of 300. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this counter or not going forward.
Well, so this stock too is showing signs of bottoming out, and I think what we've seen in the past also, it has given good returns, and I think right now the risk reward ratio is pretty good. So since he has bought at lower levels, I would say continue holding with 420 as stop loss. And once we see good momentum and a trend setting in this, it can go towards 550, 600 levels. So this would be my target, but keep a stop loss of 420.
Okay, the next one is coming on Scient. Mahalakshmi from Hyderabad is holding 30 odd shares at the levels of 1306, sitting on a loss of around 38%, and wants to know whether she can sell this and invest into something like a Coforge or HDFC Bank, or is there a possibility of recovery of losses? Vaishali, any view on Cyient?
So, well, technical, it is quite oversold and then can expect a bounce. But I would say that why not get into, of course, SBI and the PSU banks, Larsen, etc. are all good. But I would also look at some of the power stocks, so power transmission, etc., because that would be relatively unaffected by the global scenario. So that would be my view.
Okay, the next caller query coming in from Hyderabad. Ganesh, you can go ahead and ask your query. Ganesh?
Hello?
Yeah.
I invested in Eternal at 241 price of.
So can you continue to hold that counter for long term?
Hello?
Can you continue to hold this counter for long term? Hello Ganesh, can you hear us?
Tell.
Okay. Kushi, should Ganesh continue to hold Eternal? He's holding around 100 shares, bought at a price of 240.
Definitely. If you see Zomato, which is Eternal, has been a very good buy right now, and you should continue to hold it as we are seeing a very good recovery in the stock. If we'll see, the food delivery business is quite good, doing well right now. Even if we see there's a gross order value margin also been expanding quite good. So there's an increase in the food delivery business. Also, there are 10-minute delivery segment, which is Blinkit, which is also doing quite good, and also they are increasing their store count of Blinkit warehouses, and their other segment Hyperpure also doing quite good. So we seeing a very good profitability return to the business. So definitely it's a very good buy and hold for the long term.
Okay, so that's with regards to it. Of course, the stock has been gaining today as well in trade, and yesterday also it was gaining on the back of the price hike, platform fee hike that both Swiggy as well as Eternal has announced. But moving on to the next question, Raghava from Hyderabad wants to know about M&M. He's bought 13 odd shares at the level of 3784. Wants to know if this is a good time to maybe accumulate more and average out. Vaishali, sitting on a loss for around 8,000 rupees on M&M, what would you suggest him?
Well, I would say yes, this is a time to average out, but I would say that yes, I maintain that this is not the bottom. So from here on, every dip one should accumulate in tranches.
Okay, the next query is coming in on Dabur. It's from Urmila. She's holding 6,000 shares. Should she continue to hold this counter for long term or diversify into any other FMCG name? Kushi, any view on this? Should she continue to hold just Dabur, 6,000 shares, or diversify to any other FMCG name?
So Dabur is a good stock right now, but if we see from much of the time it's not performing quite good. So if she has a very long-term view of 2 to 3 years, then definitely she can hold half of the quantities, but half of the quantities can be exited from here and can be diversified into the better options. And as we'll see, Godrej Consumers or Colgate, Palm Oil or P&G are very good stocks. So some of the quantities booked from here can be diversified into the other FMCG stocks.
All right, okay. The next one is coming in on Physics Wala. Our viewer, who's not, by the way, given his name, wants to know a view on this particular counter. Kushi, any view on this fairly recent listing?
So Physics Wala, if the client is currently holding, so they can hold if they have a very good horizon to hold. But in near term, they might be sluggishness in the stock price, because in near term there is no strong positive trigger to the stock currently. So in near term, we won't find any good profitability booking right now. But for long term, if the horizon is for 4 to 5 years, then definitely the client can continue to hold.
All right, so that's the view on Physics Wala, but it's time for a rapid fire round. Vaishali and Kushi, try to keep your answers as short as possible to buy, sell and hold. The first question that's coming in from Umesh wants to know about ITC, wants to know if averaging out at the current levels makes sense. Vaishali, on the charts?
Yes, average it out.
Devinder is holding 200 shares of GMM Pfaudler at an average price of 1,356. Should he continue to hold, average more or exit, Kushi?
Hold.
ICICI Prudential AMC, Vaishali, this is for you. 12 months view on the charts for this one. Puneet is asking.
Buy.
Shankar from Bangalore is planning to buy 500 shares of Samvardhana Motherson at current, Motherson Sumi Wiring at current prices. Kushi, should he buy?
Getting at a very good valuation, definitely buy.
Okay, the next one is coming on Jubilant Food World. Vaishali is asking this question. From a 6 months perspective, what is the short term and stop loss that you are seeing on the charts, Vaishali?
440 to 540 would be the range.
Suresh from Kerala wants to buy Cipla for the next 1 year at current price. Kushi, should he buy?
Definitely, must go.
BEL, Rahul from Bengaluru wants to know if he can continue to hold this counter. Vaishali on the charts?
Hold.
Okay, the next query is from Ankit from Mumbai and it's on Engineers India. He wants to buy for the next 5 years. Should he buy, Kushi?
Yes, it's a buy.
Bajaj Housing Finance acquired at the price of 123. Mantha from Vancouver wants to know if she can continue to hold. Your view, Kushi?
Yeah, definitely. Bajaj Housing Finance is a very good stock right now, trading at a very good valuation. So it's a buy and hold.
Angad from Indore wants to know whether is it a right time to enter Tega Industries for medium term. Vaishali, any view?
Not tracking, sorry.
Okay, RVNL bought at the levels of 415. What is the short-term stop loss and targets, Vaishali, on the charts?
Well, I would say it can go to 250 to 240 levels. So hold with that level and hope for a target of 300.
Rajesh from Delhi is holding 269 shares of Sansera Engineering, bought at a price of 2,125. Should he continue to hold this for the next couple of years, Kushi?
Profit booking is recommended and buy at dips.
Okay, Sona BLW bought at the levels of 520. Can I exit or continue to hold? Navendu is asking this. Kushi, are we on the counter?
It's a buy.
Jagat Thakur from Mumbai is holding 4,300 shares of AWL Agri, bought at a price of 384. Should he hold or book losses here, Vaishali?
Add.
L&T bought at the levels of 3,600. 100 shares is what Sunny is holding. Vaishali, your view on the charts from a slightly long-term perspective?
So 3,100 is the support and look for a target of 4,200, 4,400.
Okay.
Sudhakar wants to know at what level should he buy L&T for long-term, Kushi?
So L&T for long term, if he's want to buy, currently it's trading at very good levels. So 3,500 could be a good range to accumulate it.
Okay, Vinati Organics, buying price is 1,890. From a 1 year perspective, Vaishali, your view on the charts?
Hold.
Venkat Ramani from Bangalore wants to know whether is Cupid a good buy at current prices for the next 12 months, Kushi?
Talking about Cupid, definitely it's a very good buy and hold both.
Sagility India, are valuations reasonable enough now to buy? Vaishali, your view?
Sagility one can buy at these levels.
Pratima from Pune wants to know whether should she buy or should she sell or hold IRFC. She has few shares bought at a price of 63 here.
Kushi, your view?
Sorry.
It's a very good buy currently and can be added from the current levels also.
Okay, Amber Enterprises bought at the levels of 7,496. Long-term perspective, Kushi, quick view.
Amber Enterprises also a buy from now.
Okay, Sagar from Bangalore wants to know whether Tata Elxsi or Trent, what is a good buy for the next 2 to 5 years, Kushi?
Tata Elxsi could be a very good and better option.
Well, with that, let's slip into a short break and we'll address more of your queries post that.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हाथ, ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. For viewers who are just tuning in, you can either give us a call on the number that's flashing on your screen up there, or even WhatsApp us your query. Karan from Chennai is calling us next. Karan, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Good morning. I hold IDFC First Bank 4,000 shares at 71.
Okay.
So if I have to more accumulate, what price I should accumulate, and how will be the second of financial year 2027?
What is the time period that you're looking at, Karan, for holding this?
2027, full year. 1
Okay.
year.
So from a long-term perspective, all right. Kushi, I'll come to you on this one. With everything that's happened around IDFC First Bank, your view?
So, view on IDFC First Bank would be the stock has been corrected from a very heightened levels currently, and it is trading and getting a recovery into a recovery zone. So, the view would be accumulating at dips currently, as he is currently holding and the client is facing a loss. So, he may average out and lower down his price and may exit on a when we get a good splash. As we'll see currently, there's a good recovery coming into the stock currently, as profitability has also been increasing, and also NIM margins have also been recovering from a very good levels, and even the operations have been simultaneously having at good levels. So currently it would be accumulating at dips.
Query is coming in from Raghu from Hyderabad. 21 shares of Just Dial. He's holding at a price of 814. Kushi, what would be a long-term view on this counter?
Just Dial would be currently booking profit currently in the stock, as we'll see. Even the Just Dial is trading at a very good P, around 7 P currently trading, and also it's been correcting from a very good levels. And if we'll see, there's a strength coming into the balance sheets, which is quite good for the company. And if we'll see, the operations also might be iterating to the stock's price in some time. So this is also a very good hold stock right now for the long term.
All right, okay. So that's the view coming in on Just Dial. The next one is coming in on RIC Housing Finance. This is from Lalita, who's writing us from Bengaluru. She's got 50 odd shares at the levels of 540. Wants to know as to what should be the next course of action for her, average or book loss. Vaishali, your view on the charts?
I would say average it out at these levels, because I don't see much of a downside in this stock. So 480 is a good level. So if given a chance closer to the support levels, should average out, because once the stock crosses 520, 530, it should give you higher returns.
Next query is coming in from Sunny, and it's for you, Vaishali. He wants to know your view on Samman Capital. The stock is up nearly 12% in trade. Should he continue to hold this counter?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. The next one is coming in on ITC Hotels. This is from Sriram, who's writing us from Visakhapatnam. What are the levels of 206? Wants to know if we can add more shares at a dip. Kushi, what's your view on ITC Hotels?
Right now, for ITC Hotels, the view is coming for profit booking. So better, because in near term, we might see more dips coming out in the stock currently. As we can see, the recent terms of profitability business has been not been growing as per the structurally as it used to go. So near term dips might come. So your profit booking is recommended.
The next query is from Prasad from Kolkata. He's holding few shares of JSW Holding. Should he hold or exit this counter? Kushi, any view?
GSW is a hold for now.
Is JSW Holding, by the way?
GSW Holdings, yeah, it's hold.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is coming in from Deepak, who's asking about Apollo Hospitals from a slightly long-term perspective. Vaishali, he's looking at a one-year point of view. Wants to know the stop loss and target for this one. Your view on the charts?
If it's a long-term horizon, I would say 6,800 acts as a good support. And I would say that the stock can go towards 8,200 to 8,500 levels. So in my opinion, the trend is pretty strong in spite of the market being so weak that we have witnessed all this while. So it's comparatively a very healthy stock. In my opinion, one should keep adding. 6,800 should be the near-term support.
Okay, the next query is from Sunny Sharma from Kolkata. He wants to know whether should he buy Tata Power for the next 2 years.
Tata Power for next 2 years is currently trading at a very good zone, and currently if we'll see for next 2 years it could be a very good compelling to buy from the current levels. Also we'll see the requirements and the demand of the installed capacity what company is getting, and even currently is being simultaneously doing practices which is going to distribute which is going to give them increase in their distribution and installed capacity. So their generation capacity has also been increasing from a very good level, so it's a good buy from the current point.
Okay. All right, so that's a view on Tata Power. We have Ramesh calling us from Guntur. Ramesh, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Good morning, madam, and good morning to the panel. Madam, I am interested in buying one hospital stock and one diagnostic center stock, and these are for the long term. I can invest 1 lakh rupees each in the hospital stock and the diagnostic center stock for the long term, madam. Which are the better?
Got your question, and I'll take this up with Kushi. Kushi, what's your view on the hospital space and what are the stocks that you would recommend?
So the view on the hospital space is currently quite bullish and quite optimistic, as we are seeing a very good increase and awareness among the people related to the health services and health sector. So currently, if we see, there's a very good demand coming from that side, and also it's also being protected from the global geopolitical tensions what's currently going on, and it's quite insulated from that also. So it's recommended. Apollo Hospitals is a good stock to buy. We can look to Max Healthcare, Fortis Healthcare. These stocks are also quite good.
This query is coming in from Rajesh from Hyderabad, and it's on MobiKwik. He's holding, I guess, 70 shares at a price of 635. What's the future outlook on this, Kushi?
Talking on MobiKwik, currently I don't find any positive trigger for the stock, so it's recommended to sell from here.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on MobiKwik. The next one is coming on ICICI Bank. Anjali wants to know the view on this particular counter. Vaishali, what are you picking up on the charts for ICICI Bank?
So, well, the stock too has seen a good bit of erosion, but these are all buying opportunities. The trend has weakened, so I think it can go towards a further corrective move if market was to break the previous lows. So this can go towards 1150, but in my opinion, the long-term trend is intact. One should accumulate at every dip from here on.
The next query is coming in from Umesh, and it's on CAMS. He's holding at an average price of 705. He wants to know whether should he sell or continue to hold this counter for long term. Kushi, any view on CAMS?
CAMS is currently continue to hold for the long term, as if we are seeing a very good strength returning to its balance sheet. Even the company has reduced its lot of debt from the current heightened levels, and also many of the debt has been reduced from here. So we'll see there's a very good room for the company to expand and grow its margins, and sales visibility can also be adding from here for the next quarter. So it's a hold from here.
Okay, GMR Airports is the next one. Amit from Hubli is bought at the levels of 96, 380 is the quantity. Wants to know from a slightly long-term perspective on the charts, what are the views? Vaishali, the stock is trading around 2.5% higher today.
So, well, technical bounce is there. For near term, if you ask me, the stock has got into a weak zone and we can only see a bounce coming to 94. So, the actual strength can be witnessed about 94. We can then expect it to go to 102. And, well, if it's a positional buy, buy with the support of 80.
The next is a caller query coming in from Hyderabad. Ashok, you can go ahead and ask a query.
Hi, good morning. I have about 400 shares of HDFC Bank, which I accumulated in the last 2 years.
Okay.
The average price works out to 780 rupees. Is it time to accumulate further, or should I offload some of these? Thank you.
And I believe you can hold for long term. So this query goes to Kushi. Should he average and buy more HDFC Bank at the current level?
So definitely he should buy more quantities at this level, as if we are seeing due to the recent news what's happening currently in the stock. It's been corrected from a very good levels, and it's also been trading at a very decent levels right now. 16p is a very good, and India is one of the largest private sector banks, so it's among them. So definitely it's a very good buy from here.
Okay, so that's the view on HDFC Bank. The next one is on Texmaco Rail. Our viewer Udit Guru from Mumbai is holding 75 shares, bought at the levels of 168. Wants to know whether averaging out the current level makes sense. Vaishali, any view on the charts on this one?
Yeah, so all these rail stocks have really seen a good corrective move. And technically, I would say that yes, it's got into a deep oversold zone, but we don't see any signs of reversal. So I would say take a chance, keep a stop loss of 85 and buy the stock.
Next query is from Debashish from Bhubaneswar. He wants to know whether is it a right time to make an entry into PCBL at current price. Kushi, any view on PCBL?
So the view on PCBL is currently, yes, we may definitely go and buy the stock currently, as if we'll see it is one of the largest, 7th largest carbon black producer, and the demand has been, if we'll see in many of the industries, the demand of this is increasing comparatively. So if we'll see, the company has also been adding on their capacity for simultaneously for FY26, 20,000 MTPA capacity expansion has been planned by the company, which may be adding to their earnings and their profitability in the coming quarters, which may be also giving a very good support and a spike in momentum in the price. So definitely it's a very good buy from you.
Okay, Fino Payments Bank is the next one. Ravi Shankar is holding 537 shares, bought at the levels of 169. Wants to know whether averaging out makes sense or not. Sitting on a loss of over 25,000 rupees. Vaishali, your view on the charts, trading 8% higher today.
So, well, as I said, I mean, of course, the trend is really down. It's just a technical bounce back. But I think it's always better to get into the frontline banking stocks like ICICI, HDFC Bank, etc.
Next query is coming in from Shankar from Bangalore. He's holding Acme Solar Holding, bought at a price of 275, closer on 500 shares. He wants to know the view for the next 1 month on this. Vaishali, any view on Acme Solar?
So currently it's holding on to the resistance levels, 255, 260. So 1 month is the horizon, then 248 is the stop loss. And if the stock moves 22 to about 270, you can see this going towards 290. So for now, it's a very small range.
Okay, so that's the view on Acme Solar. The next one is coming in from Sanjana, and this is a slightly broad-based question. Vaishali, she wants to know whether if she wants to park 2 lakh rupees right now, where should she go ahead and park from a slightly long-term perspective? What are the counters where you think that charts are attractive right now?
So, well, I would say, of course, SBI in the banking sector, even ICICI. Along with that, I would also look at some energy stocks like Wari Energy, etc. Those are the stocks which can be looked into. And some of the metal stocks like SAIL, etc., they have not performed. So, SAIL, National Aluminium, these are the stocks in the PSU would do well. So, I have a blend of private sector and public sector, and these are the chosen stocks as of now.
Okay. The next query is a caller query from Bangalore. Amit, you can go ahead and ask your query.
Yes, happy morning to all the experts. I wanted to ask about Vishal Mega Mart. I already have 100 shares with an average price of 120. I wanted to know if it's a good time to accumulate more.
And for long term?
I'm looking for an outlook of 4 to 5 months.
4 to 5 months. Vaishali, any view on Vishal Mega Marts for the next 4 to 5 months?
So 4 to 5 months, we are just seeing some signs of pullback. So I would say 100 should be the stop loss, and look for a target of 125 to 135.
Okay, the next one is on Tata Motors. Ramesh from Bengaluru has got 435 shares, bought at the levels of 1065. This is of course prior to the demerger is what he's saying. Wants to know whether he can continue to hold both Tata Motors PV as well as CV. Kushi, what's the view on both of these? Sitting on a significant loss for this one.
So yeah, on both the Tata Motor companies, it's a hold currently as we are seeing a very good demand coming to them. And also if you see from yesterday, there's a very good momentum coming in the auto stocks currently. So coming to the Tata Motors, both the stocks currently, yes, PV and CV, both a very good hold.
Next query is from Lalita from Bangalore. She's holding 10 shares of Apollo Tyres, bought at a price of 509.5 rupees. Currently sitting on a loss. Should she hold, sell or average? Vaishali, any view on this?
I would say average it out.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is coming in on Devyani International. Amit from Hubli has bought at the levels of 147. What 50 is the quantity. From a 1 year point of view, can he continue to hold? Vaishali, any view on the charts?
I would say avoid.
Okay, the next query is coming in on, it's on NBCC and it's from Raj Kumar. He's holding 352 shares at a price of 126. Should he hold or sell this? Khushi, any view on NBCC?
For NBCC, it's better to sell from here.
Okay, the next one is coming in on Railtel. Our viewer Ahmed from Delhi wants to know from a 6 months perspective, can he continue to hold, exit, or what should be the next course of action? He's bought 50 shares at the levels of 400. What's the view on the charts, Vaishali?
I think this can give a bounce. This too, I mean, is in the deep oversold. So we'll bounce back up to 310 can be expected.
The next is a caller query coming in from Delhi. Sanjeev, you can go ahead and ask your query.
Yeah, I've got 500 shares which I purchased at 2630.
Okay.
And I want to know whether I should average out because it's quoting at around 2350 and I've been holding this share for about 1.5 to 2 years.
Okay.
Or should I, and what level it could go up to in the next 6 to 8 months? Yeah.
Okay. Vaishali, any view on DOMS? Should he continue to hold this counter?
Well, DOMS has done pretty well in spite of the market being so corrective, etc. So I would say continue holding, at least for a near term. This can go towards 2500. The actual strength is gauged only about 2500, 2550 to look for a target of 2700. So for now, it's a hold.
So that's the view on DOMS. The next one is coming in from Hemant asking a view on TCS. Kushi, what's the view like from a long-term perspective?
For long-term perspective, TCS is a very good hold and buy both right now. As we'll see, there are many more client deals coming with the company right now. Also, there's a very good order pipeline with the company as companies been energizing their AI capabilities, their AI developments and cloud services. All have been developing at a very good scale currently. And also, if you'll see, the number of clients has been increased at a tremendous rate. And also, from your focus has been shifted to the AI development more. So it's a very good buy and hold both.
Okay, the next query is coming in from K. Parthasarathi, who is a senior citizen and from Chennai. He is holding 75 shares of IRCTC, bought at a price of 775. Should he hold, average or sell? Kushi, any view on IRCTC?
So IRCTC is a very good hold, and also when he gets currently it is trading at a quite low price. So also buying at dips is being recommended from here, as buy on dip should be done from here, and also as we seeing it's a very good part of portfolio of the company. As for railway stocks, the trend is very good and very positive from here, and for long term perspective, you will see very good wealth can be created from it. So as being a senior citizen position and plus a very good accumulation stock, it's definitely recommended to buy from the dips and hold.
Vaishali, wondering any view if you have on the charts for commodities. Silver is something that our viewer Rahul wants a view on. Wants to know whether, if you have any view on this particular commodity, because we've seen pressure in the last few days, but today it's bounced back again.
Yes, so I would say silver has also seen a lot of erosion as well as, I mean, I'm talking about Nippon ETF, let's say. So 180 acts as a support. So what we are suggesting, and so is the case with gold, come to pretty much close to the support levels. So SIP would be a better strategy rather than trading. So Nippon also yesterday, day before, we saw a good fall, and then now from here on it's bouncing. So in my opinion, a prominent support lies at 180. And likewise, gold too is in a similar place. So I would say accumulate SIP would be the best way to go for these precious metals.
The next query is from Malika Arjuna from Hindupur, holding 957 shares of Oswal Pumps at a price of 347. Should continue to hold or exit. Kushi, any view on Oswal Pump?
Oswal Pumps also hold from here, as we are seeing a very good capacity expansion from the stock from here also. Also talking about the total pump supplied over here, we are also seeing a volume-based growth from here by the company. And going forward, the growth trajectory also being very optimistic for the company. So it's a hold and buy from here.
Okay, the next one is coming in from Ramesh, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Emphasis. He's bought 27 shares at an average price of 2,771. Hold, sell or average? Vaishali, your view on the charts for Emphasis?
Well, I would say IT sector has just given a bounce. Actually, continue holding. One can add if this stock sustains about 2,200. That would give us a clarity that yes, the stock has scope for further higher move towards 2,500 to 2,800 levels. So right now it's a hold. Add more on rise. That would give us a clarity.
Okay. Next query is from Abhirup and it's on Maharashtra Seamless. Any price target, Vaishali, that you could suggest for the next 12 months for Maharashtra Seamless?
Just a minute. So I would say the stock has been doing well. It's 566. It's in a consolidation. 5 to 6 months, first target would be around 620, about that 650. So that would be the levels to watch for.
LIC is the next one. Our viewer Madhav has bought at the levels of 820 and 100 shares is what he's holding. Wants to know whether he can hold, average or exit. Kushi, your view on LIC?
So the view on LIC is currently a hold only, because we'll see the stock has been corrected from a very heightened levels currently, and if we see the valuation wise of the stock is currently trading at a very good level. So if the client wants to average out over here, so an average out would be possible from here from the current price. Also, the company's growth trajectory has been recovering from a very good levels. So definitely it's a hold from here.
The next query is coming in from Thomas George from Chennai. He has 500 shares of RVNL, bought at a price of 415. Should he continue to hold this, Vaishali?
Yes, hold.
Okay, the next one is coming in on slightly small counter, which is IRM Energy. It's 800 crore of market cap. Bought at the levels of 290 and 150 is what 150 shares is what our viewer is holding. Wants to know if he can continue to hold from a 1 year perspective. Vaishali, any view on the charts for IRM Energy?
Well, so we've seen a good erosion and it's comparatively a new stock, so I don't have much of data. But I would say hold with 180 as stop loss with whatever data I have. It can perhaps give a good return up to 220 to 230.
Next query is coming in from Rajesh from Hyderabad and it's on REITs. He has bought 200 shares at a price of 338, currently holding for the last 1 year. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this going forward. Kushi, any view on REITs?
So the view on REITs is currently hold only. As we'll see, the company's operation metrics has been growing and been growing in a very good trajectory currently. The order book has been expanding at a quite level. If we'll see from last year to current year, from 5,000, it's been grown to around 8,000. Around also, if you'll see, their PAT has also been going to increase. Their earning visibility is going very strong as compared what is their order book company is currently getting. So it's a very good hold and buy from here.
Okay, the next one is on REC. Our viewer says that can he buy PFC instead of REC at the current moment? Kushi, the merger is going to happen anytime soon, right? REC is going to get merged into PFC. What's the view right now for both of these counters?
So the view for RSC and PFC, if we see, so due to the news of the merger, we may see a volatility in the stock. Both the stocks, if we see the near-term volatility may persist in the stocks, as currently due to the geopolitical tensions, also these stocks are being corrected from and stabilized from the good levels. So from the near-term, wait and watch would be better the option. And for long-term, yes, definitely post the merger, we may consider winter.
Okay, it's time for our second rapid fire round. Kushi as well as Vaishali, you both know the drill. Try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is coming on Phenolics Industries. Viewer Gopik Kumar is holding 500 shares at the levels of 284. From a long-term perspective, hold or exit? Kushi?
It's exit.
Raja is holding 1,000 shares of IDFC Bank, bought at a price of 71. Should he hold or sell? Vaishali?
Shift to a better bank.
Okay, the next one is coming in on BEL. Our viewer Sridhara wants to know whether she can continue to hold this counter from a long-term perspective or not. Kushi, your view?
Yeah, definitely hold.
Ramesh is holding 700 shares of eMudra, bought at a price of 597. Should he hold or sell? Vaishali?
Well, I don't have the stock.
Kushi, any view on eMudra?
So eMudra is currently hold from you, but adding from you is not suggested.
Hindustan Copper, Keshav from Chennai wants a view on the charts. Vaishali, what would you recommend?
Add more.
K. Parthasarthi from Chennai is holding 75 shares of SBI Cards, bought at a price of 810. Should he hold, sell or add more? Any target for the next 1 year, Vaishali?
Well, so it's 708 currently. It can go towards 850.
Jamna Auto, 150 shares, bought at the levels of 144. Raja Gopalan wants a view on this one. Kushi?
Yeah, it's definitely hold.
Happy Mohanty wants to know whether is it a right time to buy Bellrise. Vaishali, any view on Bellrise?
Yes, buy.
BPCL from a really long-term perspective, 5 years is what Vivek is looking at. He's bought at the levels of 300. Kushi, what should he do?
BPCL is currently avoid.
Sumit Ghosh from Kolkata wants to know whether should he buy Bliss GVS Pharma. Kushi, any view on Bliss GVS Pharma?
Yes, it's a buy.
Vishal, Megamart, is it a good buy at the current price and near-term target? Vaishali, any view?
Yes, we just spoke about it. It is a buy, and we'll look for a near-term target of 120.
Okay. The next query is from Suresh Babu from Hyderabad. He wants to know whether should he hold United Spirits for long term. Any view on this, Kushi?
United Spirits for long term, yeah, definitely he can. Short term volatility may persist.
Okay, Lenskart is the next one. Thomas wants to know, okay, this is done already. The next one then is on SRF. Wants to know whether he can continue to, our viewer wants to know whether he can continue to hold from a long-term perspective or not. Kushi, your view?
Yeah, definitely for a long-term perspective, it's a very good stock to hold.
Okay, the next one is coming in on Dabur. Vaishali, any view on the charts? Our viewer wants a short-term target and stop loss on this one.
So short term is 420 stop loss and the target could be 460.
Okay, JB Chemical is the next one. From a slightly long-term perspective, Kushi, what's your recommendation on this counter?
Yeah, it's a definitely buy.
Okay, last one on the list is Trent. Vaishali, your view on the charts right now that the stock is corrected so much. Today it's of course trading in the green territory.
So good for a bounce up to 4,200 at least for now.
All right, that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round. Vaishali as well as Kushi, thank you so much for helping us answer 97 queries in this first edition itself. But viewers completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. But do stay tuned because KYC is up next. And if you've not taken any of your queries in this session, do come and ask your queries at 2 p.m. in the afternoon edition as well.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know.
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit, and one of the most loved shows on TV is the KYC show, and we get you interesting companies which you must be wondering which are those. But I'm going to give you some hints. I'm not going to disclose the company. The first hint for the company today in KYC is it's an interestingly Delhi-based NBFC company. Largely we see they are from Mumbai or Rajasthan, but a Delhi-based, NCR-based NBFC company. The second hint I would like to give you, the company is backed by ace investor Sunil Singhania's promoted entity. That entity is called Abacus. The third that's in focus is this recently listed Ek Mahina Hua hai Sirf. It's February 16, 2026. The recent listing is there, but market conditions also. Q3 earnings are good, but it's still down 20% from its IPO price as well. So these are the key hints about it. I know it's a bit generic, it'll take some time for you, and smaller hint I'd like to give you is just a 3-letter word, the first name. The company's name in focus in KYC is I Finance. I in Hindi, I means interest also, and also in English, I means just I. But why are we calling this company? What are the reasons for it? First one, let's pull out what's the first question we'll be answering, and of course asking the management is what does this business do? What is the model and the expansion strategy, and why is it so asset heavy? It's a bit different from its other peers like SBFC Finance and 5-Star Business Finance. We'll try to understand that. The increasing inflation that's impacting their customers. Inke customers jo hain, you could say they are the MSME customers for their businesses. Agar महंगाई बढ़ेगी तो चोट लगेगी. MFI stress, that's what I'm talking about, and the asset quality deterioration. Third quarter it was there. This is the inherent business model also. I would just like to give you that. And will that continue in fourth quarter? will the NNPS go up more than 2%? Another question is, any green shoots is being observed in the industry right now? Right now, this industry is out of favor. Is there any value coming back? And if yes, for an investor, this will be an interesting company. The usage of AI and ML in NBFCs, what has changed and how is company positioned? They call themselves a phygital company, but they have a massive branch as well. So that is where maybe a moat lies compared to its peers. The Q3 AUM disbursement did slow down, and will that persist going ahead? And if that happens, AUM bhi thoda gir sakta hai. So a lot of questions are there for iFinance, and to give us more details about it and clarify all our doubts in KYC, we'll be joined in on the show by Sanjay Sharma. He's the MD of iFinance. But let's give you more flavor. What does the company do? Let's go into the layers of these companies. It's very interesting, recently listed company. Key details about it. It was incorporated in 1993. It's almost a 30-year plus company. An NBFC offering secured and unsecured small business loans. Personal नहीं है, धंधे पे loans आता है यहाँ पे. And they are offering working capital, mortgage and Saral property loans. That's pretty much interesting. What does Saral mean? Saral means simple in Hindi. Secured and unsecured hypothecation loans are primarily to micro-scale MSMEs, and India is a land of MSMEs and the company is doing service in that. But remember, some risks are always associated with this type of business model. But look at the numbers, it's huge. Almost 5,90,000 active customers across 18 states and 3 union territories. Kafi phaila hua business hai. But importantly, this is very much important. Sunil Singhania, promoter of Abacus, has 1.1% stake in the company. That means Ace investor is bullish on this. Interesting. Also, the branch network is roughly 571 branches across these important states which I spoke earlier. And going ahead, let's look at the other key details about the company. How does the AUM goes? And AUM, it seems it's evenly distributed, and that's a very good point for a company like that. North, East, West, South, these are the total allocations coming in. This is AUM by zone, but let's talk about AUM by job, AUM by industry, and this is where how Bharat actually functions. There's trading, so much of that, 50% of that is in trading, some is in livestock, and of course the balance remaining is there in the services and the manufacturing services. So we have given you the AUM breakup कि धंधा होता कहाँ है और कैसे होता है और किसके साथ होता है. These are the 3 questions we answered, but management commentary is also very much important. ALM means asset liability mismatch. There isn't any there, and the cash flow in any tenure basket. So this is a positive commentary from the management. And the second one is the collection efficiencies that continues to improve. It's roughly 95% plus. But there's another angle to it, that's the AI ML usage, and this is very much interesting. Generally, traditional NBFCs, we don't talk about it because at the end of the day, paisa aap kaise vasoolते ho, that is more important than even AI. But how does this help? How the co-origination of loans happens? All these queries we'll try to understand from the management. There's a diversified lender with a reduced cost of borrowing, and that has actually come down below the 9% mark as well. And company recently got listed. They got a good borrowing profile. That is why the cost of borrowing comes down. But there are some triggers ahead, which is an issue. Asset quality that has been deteriorating. The MFI stress is there in the industry. That is why this sector is out of favor as of now. Their business with their peers is slightly capital intensive. You look at the branch numbers, when you compare them, then you realize कि महंगा तो पड़ता है शुरुआत में. But there's an other view to it as well, where alpha can happen. This is why people watch KYC, where I try to find out, is there any alpha left? The key managing personnel is continuously buying in the open market, should understand this. For iFinance, that means a good momentum is happening. Of course, remember there's a lock-in period as well, so definitely other folks are buying in. There's strong yields compared to peers. इनका जो yield book है बाकी peers से ज़्यादा better है, and that is what is something which the street has not understood yet. Third one is the higher GNP ratios is there, but it's not unusual for a deeper informal MSME credit player. So their MSME credit profile is only like that. So it might be normalized to have a deteriorating asset quality ratio. But then what valuation does the market give that? That's something we will watch out for. So this is the entire picture for iFinance. But Let's break it down. Let's give you the rating parameters, and I have tweaked them this time because remember the company is an NBFC. It's just been 1 month. The company has been listed. So I have taken asset quality. I have taken operational parameters. बैलेंस शीट कैश फ्लो इस धंधे में ज़्यादा नहीं देखा जाता, ये बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, इस पे ध्यान दीजिए. रिटर्न रेशियोज ऑल्सो हैव टू इट. It's on return on assets, not on ROC numbers. We need to give it more time, and that is why we are taking a balanced approach for both shareholding and street credit. Peer analysis is very much interesting. I'm going to give you SBFC Finance and 5-star Business Finance, and we'll try to see the price to valuation, price to book valuations, who is cheaper and who is expensive, and lastly the outlook. Company आगे क्या कहती है, industry क्या कहता है, all of these details so that it's very simplified for you to analyze these companies. The first one is the income statement, or you could say the overall numbers, how things are panning out. We take generally for these companies the net interest income and PAT numbers. Largely they have been increasing after FY25 on these numbers. There was the listing also which happened. So post listing the Q3 numbers came out, and the Q3 numbers were also pretty much decent. The profit jump of 87% on a year-on-year basis, and also the revenue and the net income was also beating the street estimates. So overall income as of now is a strong thumbs up when it comes to iFinance. The second one is of course going to be your operational parameters, especially the asset quality. और ये धंधे में ही asset quality, if you see, that is where it's continuously increasing, and when these NNPAs increase, that is where the asset quality deteriorates. And in the current situation, महंगाई आई है, धंधे शायद कम हो सकते हैं, शायद ये सही समय पे लोन ना दें. This is the exact thing which you need to focus on. But interestingly, the credit costs are coming down, but that is nullifying. That's the business model we talk about. But asset quality, we need to see whether the pressure is bottoming out or not. As of now, it's a strong thumbs down when it comes to the operational ratios of asset quality. The third one is also operational parameters, but we are looking at some other movements. AUM and disbursements, that has done really well on a year-on-year basis. But on a sequential basis, there is a minor jump coming in. The signs of plateauing is definitely there. So to even things out, I'm going to give this, you could say, a kind of a neutral rating when it comes to the operational parameters. But let's also talk about the fourth category. That is the return ratios. And yes, ROC, ROE is not there today. It's return on assets which we have taken, which the company has published, because overall history is on the lower side, but it's gaining. Q3 numbers, it was around 2.4%, but both year-on-year basis, 85 basis points, and both sequential basis, 40 basis points, there is a good jump coming in. Of course, there is some important development on the IPO front as well, but net the return ratios has been really strong. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up as well. Let's talk about the shareholding, and largely you will be wondering promoter ka hai. So there is no definition of promoter here. Now what happens is FIs and DIs are there, and there is public. It's largely, we can see there's a lot of money from the institutions here, and it's professionally run company, and there's no proper definition of promoter coming in. At times this becomes a good point, at times a negative point also, but let's leave that to the street. And right now, as of now, let's give it more time before we judge the company on a larger time frame. So it's a neutral rating when it comes to the shareholding as well. Let's talk about street cred, how things have moved, and it's just been a month from the listing price. The stock is down 20%. Remember, the markets have also taken a beating, both mid caps and small caps. So it's just a reflection of the market. But the question is, was the IPO priced expensive, or is the company coming back to its normal fair value? These are the two questions, which all the investors talk about. But as of now, let's give it more time. It's a neutral rating when it comes to the street cred. But let's talk about the valuations. ये बहुत interesting analysis है, because you'll understand there are other companies also in this industry, but their business models are slightly different. There is a higher yield which is coming in for iFinance, and its better branch networks are there. NIMS is also something on the higher side, but 5-star is trailing at a 2.6 times price to book ratio and 1.8 times when it comes to SBFC Finance. But what I really like for iFinance is the valuations is at a very lower side. It's around 1.4 times its forward booking ratio. The price to book ratio is what we call, and this is pretty much interesting as well. So the valuations are attractive if you are tracking, and also operational parameters I spoke about. So it's a strong thumbs up when it comes to the price to book ratio. But let's talk about outlook. It's very much important to understand where does the company go in future. For companies focusing on increasing their average tenure of the loans. The more the average tenure of the loans, it helps the operational parameters. The NIMs are stable, that's what the company is claiming. And increasing in the mortgage loan in the product mix, that is where the company is focusing on. Also, the AUM disbursements growth, that seems to be plateauing, but that's the reason because it's the market conditions which are at play, and the credit cost, that is also normalizing as well. We checked the data over the last 3 to 4 quarters. Negligible active restructuring portfolio is there. That is something which augurs well for the future because the company is going at a stated core business. So outlook, I would like to give it a kind of a neutral rating because overall the industry is still not favoring the company, but company is definitely trying to stand out amongst its peers. So it's a neutral rating. But let's give you all the ratings, what we have done in the analysis for iFinance, and let's see what's there actually cooking. Asset quality is a big concern because of its higher exposure in the unsecured loan and situation which is happening, but income statement and return ratios has been really strong. Operational parameters, it's even Stevens, and let's give it more time when we judge this company on these two factors. But if you focus on peer analysis, that's the valuations, that's where the attraction is coming, and the outlook largely seems neutral. So the total rating for iFinance is going to be on the neutral rating side. It's going to be 5 out of it. This is the general number which we give. This is the biggest average in a KYC show for a company which we track, be it a small cap, mid cap, and at times even a large cap. So this is the entire final rating coming in, but joining us would be Sanjay Sharma. He's the founder and MD of iFinance, but you must check his history. It is strong. He has 4 decades of industry experience, and if you look at it, HSBC, ICICI, HDFC Bank, all the BFSI bigger names, he has held leadership positions. So ye ghat ka pani pee ke aaye hain. Also, he's the ex-CEO of Tambil International. It's a UAE-based mortgage finance company, and his education, it's a very strong education. IIT Bombay and even IIM Bangalore. So these are the important milestones coming in from Mr. Sanjay. But to give in more perspective, Sanjay ji is joining us. Good afternoon, Sanjay ji. It's always a pleasure to have you in here. This is the first time iFinance is also coming in, post its listing, post its earnings. Just want to understand how different is your business model compared to the other players in the NBFC space, because thoda sa capital intensive hai. आपके networks भी बड़े हुए हैं, and plus you are doing the phygital ML AI concept also. So just give us the explanation of what iFinance is all about so that the market discovers what this company is.
Good morning, Sharad, and thank you for the introduction that you gave for iFinance. I think let me start by saying that iFinance focuses on providing business loans to the micro scale MSMEs. And when you talked of कि बहुत MSMEs हैं, and there are almost close to 7 crore estimated MSMEs across India, and 95% of these MSMEs actually fall in the micro scale and especially in the unorganized sector. ये वो छोटे manufacturing units हैं या trading units हैं, service sector units हैं, which create most of the employment in the country. And iFinance was started by me as one of the founding members with the thought of solving this problem, because no NBFC or bank can give formal credit or has been able to give formal credit to this segment, because it's very difficult to underwrite a segment where there are no paper documents or no tax trails. So I think that's a thought that led us to starting this lending somewhere in 2014. And over the last 12 years, we have demonstrated not only that we can scale up, and we have almost close to 6 lakh businesses that we have lent to. We are spread across 18 states and 3 union territories. So clearly we have demonstrated that this business can be done, and it can be done to scale and with good parameters in terms of credit costs and profitability. So the segment is the future of Bharat, you could say. As India progresses and as the GDP grows, this is the segment that pushes the GDP up and makes sure the employment is there. So very important segment account to us to address, and it's a big segment.
Right. And Sanjay ji, the query is, the ground situation, the ground channel checks which suggest, there is an inflation going on and there might be some impacts or the third order impacts or second order impacts for a lot of MSMEs also. Mangai hai, and of course, asset quality does get, on the lower side, which already came in the third quarter. So can we expect that industry specific and company specific also, that MFI stress is there and it'll take some more time for that to bottom out?
Yeah. See, I think the way to understand our numbers is that while we are in many of the tier 2, tier 3 towns, and we're not in rural areas, our lending is all for business or dhanda, as you said. It is not a consumption loan. So, where MFIs do a lot of consumption lending, we have targeted only specific businesses. So, our behavior of credit is often very different. And if you look at our credit cost, our credit cost over the last 1 year, every quarter it has come down. In fact, it is today at 4.6%, and it is almost 155 basis points lower than what it was exactly a year back. So we have seen 4 consistent quarters of falling credit costs. So that concern that is the credit cost going to stabilize, we are not stabilized. We have seen a falling trend. There it is, 6.24 to 4.67 and consistently. So one thing is that we find that this segment is now already over that problem that was there in the market of overlending and is doing well. And I think that's why you will see that our quarterly profits have been better and better. Quarter 1 was better, quarter 2 was better than quarter 3, and quarter 3 has been significantly better than quarter 1 profits. Quarter 3 profit came in at about 43 crores.
So one is Sanjay ji, yeah, correct. Yeah. We got to understand about the numbers, but this is a bit different company. We just cannot, judge it like a normal NBFC company because the model is as such कि भाई इसमें NPAs तो महंगे रहेंगे. But on the other hand, your yields are very strong compared to your peers. Just could you explain us as an analyst, हमें क्या देखना चाहिए? What should we see? Yields or which are the operational parameters? Because I feel the traditional parameters may not work for this company.
Absolutely right, Sharad. That for us, a credit cost of 3.5% or 4% is okay. And in many of the lending companies which have larger tickets, typically 1 to 1.5% is considered to be okay. So first thing is that 3.5% credit cost is not a bad credit cost. We are already at 4.6 and it's reducing. Now, the reason it is okay is because we have a dominant play in this market. There's no one else who provides loans to these businesses. So the ability to price our product is very much in our favor. And that's the reason our NIMs have not fallen. They are still quite stable and they're quite robust. So while in many other peer companies that were mentioned, you will find NIMs are in the range of 11 and 12%. Our net interest margins are closer to 14.5%. I think that helps us absorb that 2.5% extra credit costs and still make profits. I think the way I would look at it is look at the volatility of the credit cost. If I am saying 3.5, how much do I move beyond 3.5 versus someone who says that their credit cost is 1.5, how much do they move? And I think you will find in that analysis, iFinance stands out as a company where the volatility of the credit cost is low. And in lending business, I think it's the volatility that matters. No one wants a very volatile play on credit costs. I think you'll find that iFinance gets a tick on that parameter if you analyze volatility.
Right, Sanjay ji. We had done a peer analysis and we had caught this trend as well. So this is how we have the discovery in our KYC show that track क्या करना है. यहाँ पे आप NIMs track करिए, yields track करिए, जहाँ पे volatility नहीं होता है, उन levels को track करिए. So that is why, we have picked up this important segment. But the mortgage part, that is where a little bit of bullish commentary is coming from the management. If you could just explain us, how this segment is growing and the growth plans ahead.
Yeah. So we realized that some of our customers, besides hypothecation loan, which is typically 1.5 to 2 lakh rupee loan, they also want slightly larger loans when they expand their businesses, go for new machinery, etc. And that got us into looking into mortgage-based lending. And today, our mortgage-based loans are roughly 22% of the total book. And they've been growing very handsomely over the last 1.5 years since we started. About a year back, the percentage would have been about 15-16%. Today, we're at 22% of our book. And overall, I think there's a growth of 23% that you've seen quarter on year on year in quarter three. Actually, quarter four is the best quarter in most businesses, lending businesses. So I think when you see the results of quarter four, that number will probably increase from the current 23% that we have talked of in quarter three to last quarter three. So I think when you look at this business, one is robust growth in AUM or the overall portfolio and the revenue, which in this market is unusual. Many companies are lowering down their growths, etc.
Sanjay ji, I just have a follow-on question on that because you mentioned that sequential basis there was still a jump, not a very big one on a year-on-year basis compared with, but AUM and disbursements did go up on the positive side. I just wanted to get your view on it. Right now, just fourth quarter and the first quarter, how do you see the AUM and the disbursement levels, going on, how the current numbers looking like for the Q4? You don't have to share the number, just share us the vibe. Kya vibe hai?
Yeah, see, I can tell you that while we in quarter three disburse typically 350 crores a month on an average, in January and February, which have already gone by, we have already seen numbers which are closer to 500 crores, 450 crores to 500 crores is the range in which January, February have played out. So you can see that from 350 to almost 450 is a sort of change. And March is always a very good month. So we are waiting for the March outcomes, which will be also probably better than the numbers that we had talked of January, February. So clearly, we always find that the fourth quarter brings in not just 25% of the disbursement, but closer to the 35-40% of disbursement, and which is being demonstrated in this year. Sure, just one point that if you allow me to mention is that this segment does not get impacted by things like change in oil price or a tariff, because it's a simple segment जो अपना basic necessities produce करता है, local market में बेच देता है. They're not linked to a supply chain. In our case also, this is true. Only our restaurant-related businesses, which is about 1.5% of our book, we will see an impact of the LPG shortage. But otherwise, this segment is fairly robust. वो भारत का business है, वो चलता है अपने आप, उसको कोई help नहीं करता, फिर भी वो ठीक-ठाक चल ही लेता है.
Right, and that's the story. Bharat chalte hi rahega. Of course, little bit of segmental issues will definitely be there. But Sanjay ji, I need to understand the AI ML part. The company has been talking about a lot of loan origination and a lot of other activities in the digital segment. But ये धंधा में collection भी बहुत important होता है, and AI ML can just help you as a tool. I just want to understand, your company says you are phygital. How is this, and how are you getting this AI ML also here?
Sure, that's a great question. For a small ticket loan, अगर हम automate नहीं करें, so there's no way the business will generate profit. So automation is a necessity, and we have not only gone for automation, we have done a lot of work on machine learning or AI. Today it's called artificial intelligence. It used to be called machine learning earlier. So we've done a lot of work on that. Google Capital is one of the investors in the company, and I think with that parentage, we have done some good work. Collection is one area. We have used machine learning models in originating, in collection, etc. And since collection is what you mentioned, we have models which can predict the probability of a customer bouncing their EMIs and what is the chance that it'll be a bounce. That helps us in optimizing where to put our efforts, where to send a call, where to make voice bot based calls, and where to actually do field calling. We have voice bot deployment, which is what a lot of AI companies are today talking of. We've been doing that for the last almost 4 years. And the machine learning models that I'm talking of are almost 7 years old. So I think we've seen a lot of deployment of AI ML in our processes.
So we understand the entire picture now, and that's a very interesting way to look at things. And of course, there is a tradition and modern, both is involved, and you're working for Bharat, and that's a really, really, hats off to you, sir. And of course, you have seen the world, you have seen different places also, and hopefully we get in more products, especially for the under-reserved, and that's a good work you're doing in the MSME space. Thanks a lot, sir, for giving the views about the company and the growth outlook for the industry going ahead, and how different you are from your peers. And that is something which we have found out, and this is how we get discoveries for companies like this in KYC. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for a lot of action regarding stocks and markets.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
बिटिया की शादी है हमारी।
बधाई हो बधाई हो।
कुछ पैसे मिल जाते समय पे लौटा दूंगा। जिंदगी में जरूरत के वक्त हम अक्सर अकेले पड़ जाते हैं।
इसीलिए तो केपरी लोन्स आपको गोल्ड लोन देके अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। केपरी लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the tulips and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches.
Benchmarks extend gains after a relief rally in the previous session. Nifty jumps nearly 500 points. Sensex surges 1,500 points. PSU banks, auto and realty lead the gains today. Rupee hovers close to a record low hit earlier this week. Oil prices edge lower amid positive signals from a US diplomatic push. Brent hovers near $100 a barrel, with Hormuz remaining a key supply risk. Gold prices snap a 9-day losing streak. Bullion edges higher as concerns around the war eases. Silver soars more than 5% to trade above $73 an ounce. A massive shake-up in IPL franchise ownership. United Spirits parent company Diageo is selling Royal Challengers Bangalore. Meanwhile, Rajasthan Royals is set to change hands for about 15,200 crore with a consortium backed by Carl Soman. It's an NDTV Profit exclusive. Government is planning to move a few amendments to the Finance Bill 2026. 32 of the total 53 amendments are set to be substantial. Hello and welcome. You tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar and let's take you through the markets today. And yes, I've got the color wrong today. Markets are clearly extend a huge amount of gains after a little bit of relief that was really built as a foundation yesterday. The momentum has really picked up today. So 23,400 levels conquered and market is gaining over 2% in trade, and there is not any pressure or pressure points visible. In fact, that beautiful picture of the advanced decline ratio will show you how much commitment and conviction the investors have in the market and the momentum today. There are barely any stocks, maybe 200 stocks in the whole environment which are really on the declining side, while the rest of the market is in a secular bull trajectory as of today. When we take a look at the sectoral play, well, almost all the sectors are in the green at the particular moment. In fact, some of them which are gaining the most are the sectors like PSU Bank as well as the autos. Now, remember that the banks always take the lead whenever there is either a discomfort with the economy or there is a positive momentum. And today, the bank index is showing an outperformance to the key indices, which clearly shows that the market is really backing the economy today. HDFC Bank, from the banking pack, a big heavyweight, and also which had lost a lot of ground, is the top gainer on and contributor to Nifty 50. So all looking good. Sachin Shah, who's the executive director and fund manager of MK Investment Managers, joins in today to give his sense on the market. Sachin, good to have you on such a euphoric day in markets, but how much of a stability do you ascribe to this kind of a momentum in the Indian markets while there is a pause, but the war tension is still a worry?
Hi, thank you so much for having me on your show. Always a pleasure. So I think this is our second day when we are seeing good run up in the markets after a very, very sharp correction in the first 2-3 weeks of the month of March. My sense is that, the valuations have become extremely, extremely reasonable and across the market caps, whether it's large cap, mid caps or small caps, but more so even in the blue chips and the large caps. And that is what we are probably seeing in the markets at this point in time. Also, as far as the news on the war front is concerned, I think clearly the worst seems to be behind. And I think that is exactly what the market is taking cognizance of. And so our sense is that we have probably seen the worst, both in terms of the market and the geopolitical tensions. We'll see more of de-escalation on the geopolitical side. And from that perspective, I think markets should bounce back and sustain even further.
Right. So more momentum is what you are really penciling in. And Sachin, a few days back when you joined, when the markets were really under pressure, you had said that good stocks should be bought into because the gains will come. So that has been a right call, Sachin. But I want to ask you at this point, in an uncertain environment, a lot of times when the investors are stuck, they use the opportunity of a gain to really exit as well, to book profits and also cut their positions. How would you see that, and what would you advise in terms of new investments?
No, clearly see, I think it's the profile of every individual investor, or you want to call them as a trader, right? So, and just to give you a small example, if say for in our flagship portfolio strategy, MK Capital Builder, which I've been managing for now almost 13 years. Say till 31st of December 2025, just a quarter back, we delivered close to say about 17-18% compounded returns. And in this quarter itself, we are down minus 10% across the board in markets. But still, I would say on a 13-year basis, you have a good 16% compounded return, which is at least 2 times the risk-free rate. Just giving you a perspective that even when it's minus 10% in just one quarter, if you take a longer horizon, it still gives you very decent returns. So I am fairly confident that this is not a bounce to sell or book profits or something like that, as long as you are a long-term investor. In fact, even at this valuations, the markets are very, very reasonably priced, and these are actually good times to allocate more to equities as an asset class.
All right, more time to allocate, but also Sachin, looking at the war situation and the crisis in the past, a lot of experts had penciled in that while Nifty 50 has already fallen 10%, another 5 to 7% drop if the war continues. With some bit of sanity and comfort really coming in, especially with crude oil prices going below $100 per barrel, how much of an upside now you are viewing in the short term?
Well, at least another 5% because the fall that we've seen by almost 10 to 12% in this quarter itself, or probably in the month of March itself. So my sense is at least that should get recovered very quickly. So we've already seen 2% plus yesterday, maybe another 2.5%, 3% today. So maybe another 3 to 5% is a good probability in the near term is what I would like to believe.
All right, so 5%, pick up from here cannot be ruled out. But Sachin, if you really look at all these aspects and factors which are really impacting the market, how do you see the challenging factors which should be on the radar, which could turn the tide, and therefore quick action and nimble-footedness will be rewarded? So crude, and what are the aspects on your radar to be on the watch list very, very closely?
Yeah, clearly, I think any incremental negative news on the war front, if it gets more intense, or if whatever negotiations which are happening, if they do not actually play out in the right direction, can definitely be even more, can actually change the whole sentiment for the negative. So, and of course, that will also have an impact on the crude prices and the gas prices and all of that. But I think, again, if you are a long-term investor, I would like to say a lot of that gets priced in at the valuations that you will be actually investing in.
Sure. No, of course, your time frame and the mindset as an investor really means a lot. But Sachin, you also have to stagger your cash in terms of investment if there is a more downward trajectory. So that assessment needs to be done at a personal level. Thank you so much, Sachin, for joining us on NDTV Profit. Thank you. All right, let's move on to one of the big stories that we are tracking today, a massive shake-up in the IPL franchise ownership. And we all know, we all love cricket. It is almost a religion here in India for all of us. And there are big deals in the business of IPL as well. United Spirits parent company Diageo is selling Royal Challengers Bangalore for 16,660 odd crore rupees to a consortium which is led by Aditya Birla Group. Mahima is joining us to tell us more details behind this stake sale, the valuations, and the top dollar that is paid for buying out this particular company and the IPL team. Tell us, Mahima.
Right, Nisha. So, everybody has been, kind of waiting to find out whether who is going to go ahead and, steal this deal of buying RCB, and that wait is now over because the consortium led by the Aditya Birla Group is now going to buy RCB, and this is going to happen for a value of 16,660 odd crores. Overall, if you take a look at this entire deal, it's going to be a group, Aditya Birla Group led, of course, consortium, but it will also have the Times Group, Bolt Ventures, as well as Blackstone, which will be participating in buying RCB. Now, if you take a look at the financials and valuations of this entire stake sale that has happened, so men's IPL team right now is profitable, but the women's IPL team is currently sitting on an EBITDA loss of around 70 to 80 odd crores. Now, FY25 financials, if you take a look, and of course, RCB's revenue is around 1.9% of United Spirits, which is the, subsidiary of the parent company Diageo, and around 4.1% of net worth is formed by RCB for United Spirits. FY25 revenue stood at 504 odd crores, EBITDA stood at 190 crore, margins at 37 odd %, and PAT at 140 odd crores for the entire RCB as a team. Now, if we take a look, considering the FY25 financials, analysts were pegging a valuation of around $1.8 billion, but it's slightly come higher than that. The stake sale that has happened at 16,600 odd crore is priced at 33 times its price to sales. So it's come in slightly higher than what the street was expecting, and that is why it is positive for something like a United Spirits. In terms of where the overall deal goes, it's around 17% of the market cap, the 16,000 odd crores. And if you take a look at what analysts are kind of pegging in, they're kind of considering that this hefty cash coming to United Spirits could possibly have a dividend payout. Now, if you take a look at various scenarios, if 25% is the payout, your dividend per share could be at 57 rupees, at 50%, 114 rupees, at 75%, 171 rupees, and at 100% around 228 rupees dividend per share. Of course, this does not include tax, but excluding tax, this could be at around 200 rupees at 100% payout. So this is a win-win situation for both United Spirits as well as the shareholders of United Spirits.
Right. You mentioned United Spirits dividend payout, but Mahima, the stock is really tumbling in a very euphoric market today. So there has to be a reason behind that. The investors are not really happy. But you're also tracking Rajasthan Royals deal as well. And that is also set to change hands. And Carl Somani Group and Consortium is buying it. Get us the details on that.
Right. So here also, we're seeing another big deal, happening when it comes to these IPL teams. And Rajasthan Royals is kind of set to be acquired by the Carl Somani Group, like consortium-led group. And this is going to happen at that 15,500 odd crore. This is, of course, also going to have participants along with Carl Somani, and this official announcement, of course, is going to happen soon, but it also includes the Walmart family as well in the group as well, and you also have the Ford family kind of considering being a party of this as well. This is Rob Walton, who's also going to be participating, in Ham family. The part of Ford is also going to be a part of it. Now, why is this important? The announcement, of course, is going to come soon, and this, both these deals happening kind of will set a footing as to how other IPL teams could, take in terms of what happens for when it comes to their sell as well. Now, if you take a look at both Sun TV as well as the other one that is RSPG Sun Team, which owns Sunrisers Hyderabad at that 33 times price to sales, this will have a valuation of around 21,000 odd crores because its FY25 revenue stood at 640 odd crores, and for the other one, I tried to pull up that one, the RPST Ventures, that holds around 51% stake in Lucknow Super Giants. At 33 times, their valuations at that 557 odd crores of FY25 revenue could stand at around 18,380 odd crores. So both of these are the other IPL teams that could possibly see this rise in valuation because of both Rajasthan Royals as well as the RCB deal.
All right. Thank you so much, Mahima, for putting into perspective all those numbers and the steep valuations at which the IPL deals have been done. And let's welcome on the show an expert on this, none other than Harish Bijur, who's the brand guru and founder of Harish Bijur Consults, joining in. Harish, always a pleasure to speak to you. And you heard my colleague speak about the two large transactions really changing hands. What do you make of the deals and the new entrants coming in and the kind of top dollar that they have paid for the IPL teams?
Okay. Firstly, an exciting day today for more reasons than one.
Yes.
The fact is that two teams have actually made announcements. Of course, clearances, the normal clearances, the Competition Commission, BCCI, etc., will need to wait. But those are formalities. So let me put it this way, that, when I look at these two teams, they are teams which have bitten into a particular valuation. Because till now, valuation was something which we would do at the back end. I personally am involved with a fair number of valuations on IPL teams for a long period of time. And what we do is we work it out together, put it out there, try to get that value. If you don't get it, you back out. But this is the first time that two teams have tasted blood. And this blood is big blood. And these numbers we're talking about is good. But then, these numbers will want to redefine the entire valuation of every one of the other 8 teams out there. And that is the big story. Because all of a sudden, the entire enterprise value of this IPL used to be $18.5 billion in 2025. If I look at that number is going to get redefined. Every team is going to get redefined. And that's what these two teams have done with this particular sale.
That's right. They have upgraded the valuation, Harish, in one shot. 15,000, over 15,000, over 16,000 crore rupees. If you think back just a little while back, when CVC sold a large amount of stake to Torrent Power, the valuations were much lower than what they are commanding right now. What has really bumped up the valuation and why this interest?
Well, I think, in a world where everything is unpredictable, the only predictable thing seems to be cricket. And within cricket, the biggest property is IPL cricket. And we are talking about IPL itself being as large, that is IPL brand, IPL as such, being the standalone IPL being $3.9 billion in 2025. And that's a big number in itself. That's 3.9 unicorns standing. And, in an unpredictable world, cricket seems to be the only predictable thing. And thankfully, cricket is a game which is curated on the field, and it is curated by the game. It's not curated by an individual, thankfully. But, that itself gives it its value. People want entertainment. Cricket is cricketainment today. And the kind of team chemistry that's being built by n numbers of teams has worked beautifully for the game. So there are 2 points of valuation out here. One is the physical, and the physical valuation is IPL math. And the second is really the emotional valuation, and that is IPL chemistry. So the math plus the chemistry gives you this valuation today. And I think this is big stuff. It's happening because we live in an unpredictable world where the predictability of this seems to be much more solid than the predictability of anything, including the price of gold or silver or copper.
So Harish, I like the way with so much art you have explained the maths and chemistry of the valuations of cricket. But I must also point out that our recent victory in the World Cup 2020 was one of the highest points. And that was also because of the kind of preparedness that we got in the IPL, sustained IPL seasons. And correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding and observation so far has been all the recent champions who have really made it to the Indian team have been those heavy hitters and those performers coming in from the IPL seasons.
Absolutely. You're so right. IPL is the nursery of global cricket. And it is a nursery and it is the kindergarten. And out of it comes some of the best IPL kind of quality players. An IPL quality player is not a guy who plays cricket in white or cricket in blue, but he plays cricket in multicolor. And the cricket in multicolor is this cricketainment I'm talking about. And guys who come out from IPL make smashing hits on our traditional formats as well. And therefore, cricket itself has gotten redesigned, redevised. And cricket is not the cricket it used to be in the good old days or the bad old days.
Right. But Harish, I have one more question for you that there was supposed to be value unlocking when especially the two last teams that were being given, the new entrants that really came in at the time of Lucknow as well as Gujarat, because a private equity player had also entered and they were looking at an IPO valuation in a few years. Where does that matter lie and what is in it for the newcomers going forward?
Well, the gainers are going to be the original 8 of 2008. And these original 8 are some of them with the same names, some with changed names, but they exist. If you really look at it, they are going to be the biggest gainers. The newcomers are going to find it tougher if you look at it, because, I create clusters. In my brand valuation that I do for teams, I create different clusters. And this morning or yesterday afternoon, when I got the news, really, I said that I'm going to redefine these clusters. So cluster 1 is those who have tasted money already. Money meets where the mouth is and the mouth meets where the money is, which is RCB and RR. These are solid stuff. This is cluster 1. Cluster 2 is Mumbai Indians and Chennai Super Kings, each with 5 big wins each, and each with a fan base which is fantastic, each with a kind of branding effort which is terrific. And cluster 3 is, let's say KKR. I don't know why I'm calling it SRK, but it's KKR. It is a team which is solidly branded. And cluster 4 are my Sunrisers, my Delhi Capitals, my Gujarat Titans, my Punjab Kings, everybody else.
All right,
So
Harish
cluster 5
Bijura.
is going to find it tough.
Yes, it's always a pleasure to listen to your interesting thoughts coming from brand and the business of IPL and business of cricket perspective. Thank you so much for joining us on this special day when IPL is really selling hot. But let's take it across to a word coming in from the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on the changes that could be on the cards in the new finance bill.
Reform is not happening out of compulsion, but out of conviction, with clarity, confidence and commitment. India is riding on the Reform Express under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, and this finance bill of 2026-27 therefore rests on 5 clear principles. First one is there is a trust-based tax administration that is being improved upon. Actually, we are reducing unnecessary hardship for honest taxpayers. You can see various aspects of it in my response to various questions and clarifications sought by members. I will elaborate on it. Second, sir, the ease of living for common citizens. I was worried that some of our honorable members have started mocking ease of living and ease of doing business. It is important that we continue on that process. Every citizen should feel that this country doesn't really make it difficult for him by doing compliances, by seeking permits, by seeking quota, by seeking licenses for legitimate businesses. I thought it was from 1991 that all of us kept saying India has to become a lot more easy to live, a lot more easy to govern. So it was astonishing for me to hear some members talk about ease of living and ease of doing business as not so significant, not so important. I think it is important that we go on that route and make India a lot more easy to live. Third, sir.
हनुमान बेनीवाल जी आप बैठिएगा। बेनीवाल जी आप बैठिएगा।
Third principle, sir, we are empowering the MSMEs, farmers and cooperatives, because MSMEs, farmers and cooperatives are at the heart of creation of employment, for production and for overall development of India. So this finance bill supports them with very many measures that improve liquidity but also reduce the compliance burden and give them the opportunity to have greater contribution made towards first their cooperatives and then the larger economy. Fourth, sir, making India a stronger global business hub. And that is why we've brought in clarity in very many provisions, taxation related provisions, and I would elaborate on it. It supports key sectors such as digital infrastructure, electronics manufacturing, marine products, leather, critical minerals, nuclear energy, and so on, all of which are critical for India to speed up towards Vikasit Bharat. And the fifth one, sir, and the final, is to become seamless trade facilitation move and bring in customs reform. So very many provisions have been altered in order that we are able to provide greater trade facilitation. So with these just opening few words on the finance bill itself, I will now, by responding to honorable members, be able to elaborate on some of the features that are in the finance bill. Sir, to begin with, we had the Indian National Congress's member, Dr. Amar Singh, who I respect a lot because he's a trained economist who was heading Planning Commission in Punjab, who contributes to the debates in the South. But this time I feel he did not speak as an economist.
All right, that is Finance Minister talking in the Parliament, and we'll get more details from there. But right now, it's curtains down on markets at 12. But do keep it with NDTV Profit. Market is really gearing up, more steam and more momentum. Keep an eye out on that. Thanks so much.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come. Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
to NDTV Profit. You are watching Trending Stocks with me, Mahima Vachharani, and Sharad Dubey, who's standing by at the NDTV Profit market pit with all the action in the markets today. Sharad, second day in a row where we're seeing green at least. Whether this will hold on or not is a question mark, of course. But what are the markets looking like right now?
All right, good afternoon, Mahima. And yes, the markets are doing really well, and we are near the day's high level also. If you could just pan out, the Nifty is more than up to 2.2%. Is at the day's high level, if you could pan that out. Nifty Bank also, the story remains the same. You could just see how much up move has happened. Nifty already has given a 500-point move, and Nifty Bank's technical setup is much stronger than Nifty. That's around 1400-point move, and we are at the day's high level, so you can understand a good volume buying is happening and it is sustaining. Yesterday we had some jump scares, but today the story is different. It's always a one-way here, and the market positioning is showing strength right now. And of course, this is not a dead cat bounce at all, because two proper sessions of good buying has happened. Indian-US the Iran-US negotiation, that buzz is a positive, and a lot of developments are happening, but most of them are pointing towards a positive development. India VIX has declined for the second straight day, and that, of course, on a monthly Sensex expiry is very rare to find that. But today, nevertheless, we are getting that. A value buying is there in the SMID, so it's interesting names in the small cap, something we can pick up, and that's where the buzz is coming in. Risk-off sentiment continues to be on the lower side for the second straight day. We saw that in the global markets also, and likely the European markets are expected to open second day of gap-up opening, and they expect, at least for tonight's data, that we can have some FI short covering also at play. Of course, rupee is trying to become a sour patch here. That's hitting its record low levels. But nevertheless, we'll take it. A good jump happening across all the sectors, and a good buying is there. Now, will it sustain after 2 o'clock on monthly Sensex expiry? That's the key question to ask. Mahima.
All right, Sharad, thank you so much for getting us those details. Of course, we'll wait and watch out for whether things change after 2 o'clock, because there's Sensex expiry also playing its part today. But let's take a quick look as to what the watch list looks like right now. What are the stocks buzzing and why are they buzzing? The first one on our list is Shriram Finance. It's in recovery mode. Monday we saw sharp fall coming in on this one, but since 2 days it's been recovering. One of the top Nifty gainers today. Bajaj Finance is the other one which is gaining in terms of where volumes goes, 86 times 20-day average. PCBL is the other one which is also gaining on the back of its volumes, 50 times its 20-day average. You have Samban Capital, where RBI has approved Avenir acquisition for them, and it's certainly a positive one coming on this one, trading almost 11 to 12% higher. Godfrey Phillips is the other one which is moving on the back of ITC price hikes announcement as well, which is positive, will weigh less on margins for companies like Godfrey as well as ITC. You have Sagility India, where Nomura has initiated buy on this one, and that's why we're seeing positive moves coming in on this one. United Spirits is the other one in focus, where parent company Diageo has now decided to sell RCB to a consortium led by Aditya Birla for an amount of around 16,600 odd crores, which is at 33 times price to sales. On the back of this, Sun TV is also in focus, because all of these deals have kind of been done at a better valuation than what the street was expecting. Sun TV owns Sunrisers Hyderabad. For them, in case they plan to sell their team, valuations are coming handy and in much better way. Zee Entertainment over 11%, up over 11% in trade today, has recovered in the last 2 days versus what it saw in the past couple of days. Advent Hotels is the other one where the stock has halved since its listing, but the stock is gaining well in today. So probably has found his bottom or not is something that we would want to know. And Aventil is the last one, one of the last one on that list, which is one of 460 crore order win from Zetwork Manufacturing. Natco Pharma plans to kind of demerge its agro business, and PG Electroplast, where LPG alternative implementation will happen, and this is certainly a positive one for this one. Vari Energies, which is approved 3,900 crore of capex plan. Tata Steel acquires stake in T Steel Holdings. Welspun Corp is the other one where Epic stake has kind of happened in terms of where the transfer is concerned into group. Acme Solar is the last one where they have commissions happening in the BESS phase 2. So all of these counters moving on the back of positive news flow or volumes per se. But Sharad, over to you with regards to where we'll start taking the rapid fire with regards to all of these counters that we just talked about.
Thanks a lot, Mahima, for that. And on to the rapid fire segment. We are joined in by Gaurav Sharma, And good afternoon, Gaurav. It's always a pleasure to have you. We'll start with buy, sell, hold. The first stock in focus is Shriram Finance. Stock is up almost 6% in the trade. Good buying happening in the last two trading sessions. More important levels, more key resistance points.
Hi, Sharad. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me today. No doubt, very attractive level. One of the finest companies, good fundamentals, good attractive levels to buy the stock.
Right. And Gaurav, two stocks, Bajaj Finance and PCBL, they also have been doing well. Of course, the volumes have picked up in PCBL. What are the key technical levels to watch out for? PCBL and Bajaj Finance.
Let's take up PCBL first. A good robust up move backed by stellar volume, 13% gain. 280 to 290 are the immediate upside resistances. The stock is trading close to its immediate resistance level, so caution is advised here. Once it is able to surpass 270, it will head towards 280 levels. As far as Bajaj Finance is concerned, again, a good stock pick, good levels to enter, 14 to 15% of OI fresh development seen in today's trade so far, and I think this is all set for a further up move towards 900 and 920 zone.
Right. And Gaurav, your views on Godfrey Phillips, a rub-off effect coming in ITC. We recently heard about the price hikes which have been taken. In your views for that, any more further up move coming in, especially in the medium-term setup?
Certainly, price hikes for tobacco makers is a big positive for that. They are demand inelastic, and I do expect a quick up move towards 2350 odd levels coming in Godfrey Phillips anytime soon.
Right. And Z Entertainment, last two trading sessions, stock is up more than 10%. Media stocks, after a really long time, are buzzing in trade. Good time to, sell on rise? Or do you think there is some sustainable up move happening here?
Certainly. Sell on rise.
Okay. What about Advent Hotels? A little bit limited data on this, but nevertheless a good up move coming on volumes. Your view on that?
We do not track the stock that much, but as far as hotel stock is concerned, Indian Hotel, Lemon Tree and Leela are at the top of our list.
And your views on Tata Steel, important corporate development coming in, but the street is really bullish on the Q4 numbers, especially on the spreads front. Your take on that?
As far as the levels are concerned, it is available at reasonable level. Not much of corrective move was seen in this stock. Therefore, it has bounced from its 100-period exponential moving average, which is placed somewhere close to 186 odd levels. Trading close to a support, this is a good buying point. Apart from this, I will say that Hindalco is the better one of the lot, wherein I will be interested in placing my bets as far as metal stocks are concerned.
Right. And Gaurav, Welspun Corp, interesting company, and company also deals with oil and gas infra pipes, and everybody's talking about this right now. Your views on that, especially on the levels?
Certainly a good company, nice parentage, good business model, good point to enter. It is consolidating, trading sideways, not at all being dented by the ongoing war-like situation. I'd prefer taking a position somewhere close to 845 odd levels. Currently it is at 837. Wait for those levels to take a fresh entry. Stock is likely to head towards 900 thereafter.
Right. So this is the rapid fire in this segment. Over to you, Mahima.
Right. Thank you so much, Shahid, as well as Gaurav, for helping us, with views on all of those stocks that we discussed that are moving in trade today. But let's also focus on stocks which are trending on Google currently. Let's try to pull them up and see as to, what counters are buzzing right now with regards to where Google trends are concerned. There you go. RFC, Geofinance, HCL, Infotech, and Bharat Forge are the ones that are moving in trade. Gaurav, your quick view on HCL, because this is that one of the counter which has kind of withheld its position when it came to the last couple of 20-25 odd days when markets were actually tanking. What's the view on the charts right now? Because there's volume coming in, there's growth also coming in right now in terms of where the charts are concerned.
Yes, Mahima, you have picked up the right stock from the IT pack. I am also looking at it. It is trading close to it important supports. This is the third time where the stock has bounced back, and what catches my eye the most is that it has consolidated around those levels of 1300, 1370 zone from quite some time, and now with strong volumes it is rising. Even in today's trade, it is a 16+% of fresh OI built up, which is also added advantage for this stock and giving us higher hopes that a 1450, 1470 level can be seen quickly.
So that's the view coming in on HCL. But moving on, United Spirits is the other one which is in focus. We've been talking about this throughout the day. The parent Diageo has finally, disclosed that who is going to buy and who is going to be the next owner of RCB, and it's going to be a consortium of 4 stakeholders, which is going to be led by the Aditya Birla Group, of course. The other names include Tata Group, the Times Group, the Bolt Ventures, as well as the Blackstone. This deal is happening at a price of 16,600 odd crores. Now, if we take a look at the financials and how valuations are being pegged for this particular deal, overall, the men's IPL team, of course, is profitable at the moment, but the women's IPL team, the installments are also yet to be made in terms of the entire deal when they've purchased the women's team at 900 odd crores, but it's still running on an EBITDA loss of around 70 to 80 odd crores. But FY25 overall financials, revenue stood at that 500 odd crore, EBITDA at 190 odd crore, margins at 37%, and PAT at 140 odd crore. So in terms of valuations, analysts were pegging it to be at that around $1.8 billion, but it's slightly come higher as compared to that. And overall, the deal is done at a valuation of 33 times its price to sale. Now, this certainly is a positive one coming in for United Spirits and accounts for around 17% of its overall market cap. What does this mean for shareholders? Well, analysts are kind of expecting that this entire cash that United Spirits is going to receive could possibly lead to a dividend payout. Now, if you take a look at the different scenarios in terms of how payout happens, if 25% of this amount is paid as dividend, the dividend per share will turn out to be 57 rupees. At 50%, it is going to be at 114 rupees. At 75%, it's going to be at 171 rupees, and at 100%, it is going to be at 228 odd rupees. This is, of course, not considering the taxes. Now, Sun TV is also kind of buzzing on the back of this because it is one of the major holders of the team that is Sunrisers Hyderabad. Its FY25 revenue stood at 640 crores. So considering the valuations at which RCB is bought, that is 33 times price to sales, the valuation of this team right now stands at around 21,120 odd crores. So that's with regards to why Sun TV is buzzing and as to how this entire deal and what this means for United Spirits as a whole. Of course, RCB's revenue is just 1.9% of United Spirits' total revenue and around 4.1% of its total net worth. So that's with regards to where this entire deal goes. But let me also get in Mr. G. Chokalingam of Economics Research joining us now. Mr. Chokalingam, a very good afternoon to you and thank you so much for taking out the time. Your view on this entire deal that has happened in terms of RCB stakes, and of course a positive news coming in for United Spirits. The stock, however, is not taking it in a positive stride, but probably this entire sale was kind of baked in as well. What's the view?
Probably, the market would have already, discounted possible unlocking value from IPL franchisee. That is one. And second, it's already trading at around 54 times trailing PE, trailing earnings. If you see, it's a trailing PE is around 54, quite stretched. And third, I am of the view that, going forward, cigarette and liquor business would constantly come under, tax squeeze because all the governments are increasing the outlay on welfare schemes, both the central and state. And this one area could be a potential, area to maximize the revenue for the governments. So these are the reasons. And you are right, this special receipt can lead to a dividend because this company, United Spirits, doesn't increase the fixed assets any significant manner. If you look at last 6 financial years, its fixed asset is more or less same. So therefore, it's a possible that the investors can get good dividend. So net to net, my view is that yes, one can buy for a long term beyond 1 year.
Definitely, I think that Right, Mr. Chokalingam explaining us the dividend portion of it. But another stock which is in focus is Bicon. An interesting positive development has come in, and this is from a global player. But what are the key details about it? Varsha is here to give us all of that. Varsha.
Well, Biocon is set to benefit. This is on the back of Eli Lilly getting out of some of their insulin products. This is from European market, and Eli Lilly is a innovator, I would say, when it comes to, or major player in insulin market. And Biocon is expected to gain the market share because of Eli Lilly going out of the market. Now, talking about their biosimilar portfolio, it has approval in biosimilar versions and has $70 million of biosimilar portfolio when it comes to Europe. Earlier, if you see Novo Nordisk and Sanofi also exited from the insulin pen market, and which which creates opportunity of 600 to 800 crore. This is for, of course, Biocon, for Eris Life Sciences, for Wockhardt, for Lupin, because they are also entering into the biosimilar market. So overall, yes, a big company exiting from some of the insulin products will actually help Biocon to grow their insulin portfolio.
Thanks a lot for that, Varsha. But stay put, we'll be coming to you on that. But Mr. Chokalingam, I wanted to take your views on Bicon and other pharma companies as well. A lot of important tailwinds are coming in the industry, but there might be a pricing pressure also going ahead. How do you see this, and what's the key development for Bicon here?
You are absolutely right. If you see last 2-3 years, the biosimilar realizations are going down. The competition in biosimilar is becoming very intense. So I think, considering the valuation and debt on the book, recent 2-3 quarter performance, I think at best, it's a hold recommendation from me.
Right. But another stock is there in focus. That's Natco Pharma, and there's a demerger approval has come in for the agrochemical business. To understand the mathematics and who gets what, again, we are joined in by Varsha. Varsha, what's the entire space on this?
Well, yes, so demerger has been approved for their agrochemical company, which is 100% wholly owned subsidiary. Now, this business will transfer to Natco Crop Health Sciences, which is 100% wholly owned subsidiary by Natco Pharma. Now, overall on the business structure, currently, if you see the structure, Natco Pharma has their pharmaceutical division, which has APIs and formulation, especially into oncology. They've also expanded into cardiology and other such therapeutics. And agrochemical, of course, which is they're focusing on the green chemistry. On the demerger rationale, of course, this will help in sharper management focus, will also have an independent capital allocation and, allow each business to capture or to, have their own growth areas. And this will enable separate valuation discovery for agrochemicals. On to the financial context, agrochemicals form a very little or contributes very little to the overall portfolio or to the overall revenue, forms almost 1.4% to the overall revenue for Natco Pharma, but it's a growing business. On the consideration, for every one share you hold in Natco Pharma, you will get one share in the agrochemical entity. And lastly, if I were to talk about listing for the Natco Health or agrochemical, this is expected, but the dates are not yet approved.
Thanks a lot, Varsha, for that, explaining us the entire setup for Natco Pharma. If you're an investor, there is some value unlocking at play. But Mr. Chokalingam, how do you see Natco Pharma here? The stock has done well. Technically also, it always shows strength, even if the pharma stocks fall. But now what happens?
I don't think, in the crop business, they have done phenomenally well in building the business and profits. The stock also recovered a lot, and December quarterly result was area of concern. So I would give whole recommendation and wait for March results. In case it is able to improve, come back to the previous momentum in bottom line and sales growth, then one can buy. Till then, it's good to hold.
Right, it's good to hold when it comes to Natco Pharma, but Samman Capital is also something which we are watching out for. And remember, the RBI has given a go-ahead for this, and IHC, it's Abu Dhabi arm, that's going to acquire the controlling stake of almost 66.65%. And we can see that RBI has also approved the appointment of Alvin Dinesh Krasta to the board as well. So this augurs well for the stock, and now Samman Capital as a whole. There's a change of ownership, and we have seen that in foreign players also coming in the NBFC space, which we have seen earlier with Shriram Finance also. Your views on Samman Capital, Mr. Chokalingam?
It is at a steep discount to book value, But however, 25 former months was an area of concern. So one little risk-taking investors can buy purely for the fact that it is at a steep discount to book value.
Okay, PG Electroplast is the other one that we're putting spotlight on. Now, the company has identified and installed alternative to LPG. The current room AC production is almost normalized as per the management commentary coming in, and they've addressed LPG to large extent for time being. So, LPG concerns, crisis are no more a concern for the company, and that's why we're seeing an uptick of around 3% in the stock. Mr. Oaklingam, how sustainable do you think this is, and what's your view on the entire counter?
Short term one can buy. There is because stock price has fallen a lot and it's a very momentum theme. Short term, 10% return is possible, but medium to long term, I am little nervous on this entire theme, electronic component manufacturing, because recently the government has given approval for about 40 new players, including L&T. A lot of big players are also getting into this segment. I believe medium to long term, there is going to be a shake-up. There is going to be a massive structural change. So just for a short-term tactical reason, I would give a buy call.
Okay, all right. So that's the view with regards to where PG Electroplast goes. But today there was an interesting note coming in from Bernstein, and this was on account of their stance on the power space. And what they've gone ahead and said is that overall they've initiated outperform for something like an Adani Ports with a target price of 177. For JSW, it's at 575. For Tata Power, they've initiated outperform with a target price of 443. NTPC have initiated underperform with a target price of 80. What they're saying is that India's energy security has been tested twice in quick succession. First by disruptions around Russian oil, and now by the Iran war. So according to them, like China, India is resource poor in oil and gas, but resource rich in coal and solar. This makes electrification and the real structural answer for growth going forward. The policy is imperative right now in terms of clarity, accelerate thermal and nuclear capacity while also strengthening renewables as well as storage and grid. The best opportunity sits in thermal, nuclear, storage and grid-linked names rather than pure play renewables alone. And lastly, they've said that like diversified renewable players that have strong balance sheet, access to capital and presence across the value chain. So that's also the space that they're liking. Mr. Oaklingam, your view on the entire power space right now?
Yeah. So suddenly there has been oversupply in solar. That's a short-term phenomenon, but long-term we need to increase. So I completely agree. I would suggest stocks like Adani Power, Tata Power, and also Coal India. So as this report says, the demand for coal also going to be very strong because a lot of new investment is coming into thermal power capacities. And that would favor Coal India. So I would add Coal India to Tata Power and Adani Power.
Right. So these are the stocks to focus on. But Sagility is also buzzing in trade. Is a broking update, and joining me is Jasmeet. Jasmeet, what's the key details of this broking note?
Well, thank you for that. Now the Nomura has come out and initiated a buy rating on this particular counter target of 55 rupees. Now what this is the overall AI is creating an up move for the company. They see value and growth both going ahead. Well, they also make a note stating that the insurer, the clients of the Sagility are facing margin pressure and they're outsourcing more, which should benefit Sagility going ahead. And also the AI momentum is something that's fueling the overall rally. So this is all in all a good up move for Sagility coming after a very long time. So wait and watch sort of the Q4 Panther going ahead.
Thanks a lot, Jasmeet, for that. But let's focus back on the markets. Mr. Chokalingam, one final view on the stock Sagility if you are tracking it.
It looked good for post-correction and considering last 3-year growth. One can buy for at least 10% return from current level.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chokalingam, for taking out your time and giving your views. It's always a pleasure to have you in our show. Well, we are out of time right now, and that's all, folks, for Trending Stocks. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. And it's a wrap from me, Mahima, and the entire team which has put together this show.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come. Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
New year, new power panel, India market open, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open, your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade.
Benchmarks extend gains after a relief rally in the previous session. Nifty jumps nearly 500 points. Sensex surges 1,500 points as well. PSU banks, auto and realty lead gains. Oil prices edged lower amid positive signals from a US diplomatic push. Brent hovers near $100 a barrel nonetheless, with Hormuz remaining a key supply risk. Meanwhile, gold prices snap a 9-day losing streak. Bullion edges higher as concerns around the war ease. Silver soars more than 5% to trade above $73 an ounce. And a massive shake-up in IPL franchise ownership. United Spirits parent company Diageo is selling Royal Challengers Bangalore. Meanwhile, Rajasthan Royals is set to change hands for about 15,200 crore with a consortium backed by Carl Somani. And it's an NDTV Profit exclusive. Government is planning to move a few amendments to the Finance Bill 2026. 32 of the total 53 amendments are set to be substantial. Good afternoon. You're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyansi Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates, as well as on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, a very quick look at the markets. And right now, whether you talk about Nifty, Sensex, or the sectoral picture, it's actually looking great right now. When you talk about Nifty, about a 400-point uptick is what you're looking at. When you talk about Sensex as well, in fact, that surge is much sharper. And when you talk about the entire sectoral picture as well, you do have a bunch of sectors that are in the green right now. So none of that weakness that you've seen of late, especially throughout the course of this week, barring yesterday. So there's PSU banks leading gains, rural, consumption, auto, financial services, realty, all of those sectors leading gains. But across the board, it's a sea of green that you're really seeing coming in as far as sectors are also concerned. Even when you talk about the entire list of gainers as well, there's a bunch of counters that are holding on to quite some strength. So something like a Shriram Finance is standing out, Trent, Titan Company, Bajaj Finance, Grasim, M&M, HDFC Bank. That heavyweight is also doing a little bit of heavy lifting even today as well. When you talk about the list of losers, it's actually Tech Mahindra, Kotak Bank, as well as Power Grid that are making it to that list, as you can see on your screens as well. So largely, that's the kind of setup that you're seeing as far as the sectors and the stocks are also concerned. But tell you what, let's also take a look at something like Natco Pharma that stands out on the back of announcing that demerger of its agrochemicals business into a separate listed entity. Let's take a look at the counter as well. About 3% uptick coming in. As far as the stock is concerned, the move, of course, is aimed at creating a sharper focus for both the core business and also the emerging agrochem segment. Varsha, in fact, is joining in with all of those details.
Starting off with the deal, yes, so demerger has been approved and the business will be transferred to one of its wholly owned subsidiary, that is Natco Crop Health Sciences. Now, if you see onto the business structure before demerger, currently company has two sections, that is pharmaceutical, wherein you have API and finished formulations, strong oncology presence with expansion into cardiology, neurology, and also into the agrochemicals. If you see, they have pesticides, insecticides and herbicides, while they are focusing on green chemistry, and this is still at the nascent stage. Now, talking about the demerger rationale, why they are going for demerger and why now, if you see, the pharma and agro have a different inherent risk reward profile, and the segregation will enable sharper management focus according to the company, and of course allow each business to pursue independent growth and enable a separate value discovery when it comes to the agrochemicals and of course the pharma. But onto the financial context, agrochemicals division still is only a single digit to the overall revenue, contributes almost 1.4% to the overall revenue, and business is at early growth stage. Onto the swap ratio, there will be no cash consideration. The swap ratio is at 1:1. That means for every one share you hold in Natco Pharma, you will be getting one share of the new agrochemical company. On post demerger, Natco Crop Health Sciences, the 80% share will be held by the Natco shareholders and 20% will be held by the Natco Pharma. Onto the listing of the agrochemical company, that is Natco Crop Health, well, it will be listed on NSE and BSE, but no dates have been announced, and this will be subject to, of course, shareholder and NCLT approval.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much, Varsha, for getting us all of those details. Important to highlight that as well, because you do have not only Natco Pharma, Biocon, a bunch of other pharma counters as well that are buzzing away in trade. So when you talk about something like a Zydus Life, Sun Pharma, Ipca, Biocon, Piramal Pharma, as well as Wockhardt, all of those counters are buzzing up anywhere between about 3 to 6% thereabout. As far as Wockhardt is concerned, that's leading gains for the pack as well. But with that in mind, let's quickly take a look at the entire world of commodities right now, because you do have on one side oil prices dropping on the back of those declines coming in, on the back of those signals from the US diplomatic push, and that's back in the spotlight yet again. So Brent, in fact, has dropped as much as 7%, currently paired some of those gains, but still hovering very close to that $100 a barrel level as well. So that's Brent for you. When you talk about gold as well, on the flip side, it is extending gains. You're seeing some strength return as far as gold and silver are concerned. Let's get you all of those insights and put all of this into perspective. In fact, Dinesh Somani, founder of Pro IntelliTrade Services, is joining us on the show right now. Mr. Somani, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for taking time out and joining us. It is a very interesting setup right now when you talk about oil as well as gold. But first, let's talk about oil in terms of what's happening. It seems to be that the market possibly is looking for cues right now among all of those headlines.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen prices of crude oil rising from $64 to $120, almost a gain of 80-90% in a very quick time. Recently, in the last 3 days, we have seen a fall of 12 to 13%. It's all a news based and a tweet based rally that's happening right now. I think prices would stabilize out here since the geopolitical tensions are easing out, the supply destruction is easing out. I expect the pressure to continue on the crude oil prices. If I see at a narrow range, I see a range of $84 on the downside as far as WTI crude is concerned, and the upside resistance stands at $94. A break below $84 will lead to $78, and I think prices are going to stabilize around $78 henceforth.
No, absolutely. And how is that assumption really changing if there is a de-escalation of sorts? Because, you do have Donald Trump saying that oil prices are going to fall as hard as a rock. When you talk about this particular de-escalation that he's pointed out, is that something that you're also penciling in?
As I said, specifically, the fundamentals haven't changed for crude. There was nothing as such to move to $120. Only the supply destruction has led to the prices escalation to $120. And more of a news-based rally, and I think things are going to ease out. Supply is going to be there as normal, and there's a 1 month time frame given by the Washington to the Iran to stabilize the prices, to open the Strait of Hormuz. And I think the 15-point agenda that they have given, if that gets agreed, prices are going to stabilize and cool down from here.
No, absolutely, and that's also something that you're looking at. I also wanted to shift attention to talk about gold prices as well. You're seeing them extend gains, a little bit of momentum also returning as far as gold is concerned, and silver. But first, let's talk about gold as well. In terms of the kind of moves that we've seen of late, especially when it comes to today's trading session, do you think that this momentum is going to be staying for a bit?
I don't expect the momentum neither on the upside nor on the downside. A recent 15 days, I have seen a fall of close to 14-15% in gold. Prices declined from almost $5,000 to $41. There is a rebound of 12 to 13% to $4,600 again. But I think overall things are going to be under pressure, and more of a range-bound activity is likely to happen as far as gold is concerned. The recent low, almost a 200 days moving average of $4,100 in COMEX, that is going to stay as of now. Upside, I expect 48.40 to be a major resistance. So I think a pullback from $200 from here onwards will again create a pressure in the prices of gold.
Absolutely. And do you see a similar sort of setup emerging as far as silver is also concerned? Do you think that it's going to be trading in tandem with gold as well?
Very, very much in tandem with the gold. I think the prices have fallen almost by 32 to 35% in recent 15-20 days. A pullback rally of 20-22% happened. Prices in MCX moved up from almost 2 lakh to 2,35,000. I expect upside potential of 245 to 50, 2.5 to 2.55 upside. And as far as COMEX levels are concerned, $78, $79 would again act as a crucial resistance. Downside, $64, $65 would act as a support. A range-bound activity of $14 might take place in the next month or two as far as silver is concerned.
No, absolutely. And I also wanted to get a sense of what you think about copper as well. You're seeing the setup also really changing as far as copper is concerned. What is your outlook for the next couple of weeks there?
Similarly, in line with silver, since as an industrial item, it did move in MCX from 1040-50 levels to 1150 levels, which is trading right now. A pullback of almost 100 rupees in MCX has already happened. I think a 20 rupees more pullback might take place. 1170, 1180 would be the crucial resistance zone. Prices are going to be under pressure at this level. Depending upon the situation, if the geopolitical tension eases out, I think there is a good opportunity for copper to invest for a long term if it falls to around 1110, 1120 levels.
All right, and so in terms of gold and silver, do you think that the momentum, we've talked about the momentum, but particularly when you talk about price levels, is there anything that is standing out on that front where you see key support levels also coming back into the market?
I think as far as gold is concerned, all the major news and everything that has happened is pull the market to $5,600. Whether the central banks are buying, whether the ETF buying is there, the interest rate fall, everything happened already. I think there is no major news specific for the prices to move or give a good rally ahead from here, unless and until we see some major rate cuts from US, but that is very much unlikely right now. I think overall the rally which you have seen in last year may not be witnessed this year, at least for the first half of the year. prices would remain in a very range of $41 to $5,000. That's it.
No, absolutely. And on a weekly basis, very quickly before we let you go, I just wanted to try and understand, after that worst week in 40 years, it's back in the spotlight, gold, on a weekly basis as well. What are you expecting on that front?
Of course, the volatility is going to persist. We see a $400 move intraday basis, so the volatility is likely to be there. But from here onwards, I think prices are going to move up almost by $200 to $50 for the next week. Around 48.40, prices should be testing the level in the next week.
All right, then. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us. So there you go. That's the entire roadmap, not just when it comes to oil, but also gold, silver, as well as copper. But let's also get your check going in terms of all of the stocks that are in focus right now. Some of them actually buzzing. Something like a Vari Energies, Aventel, and Sagility is standing out. In fact, Path is joining by with all of those three counters.
Thanks. So there are three stocks that are in focus right now. Let's break down their moves one by one. So the first one is Vari Energies, which has approved a capex plan of 3,900 crores to set up a glass manufacturing unit. And the good thing is that the capex for this plant will be funded by a mix of both debt as well as internal accruals. The second one is Natco Pharma, which has approved the demerger of its agrochemical business, and they've also decided to liquidate their Australian unit and incorporate a new Nigerian unit as well. The third one is Aventel, which has received an order worth 460 crores from Zetwork Manufacturing, and this order is for satellite communication equipment as well as AMC, and it is expected to be executed within 3 years.
It's very important to take a look at all of those counters. Something like a Sagility is also standing out on the back of that Nomura note also coming in, where they've initiated a buy. Something like an Aventel on the back of receiving that rate contract as well. So a bunch of those counters that are actually in focus. But with that in mind, let's also get you an NDTV Profit exclusive. In fact, you do have sources telling your channel that the government is planning to move a few amendments to the Finance Bill 2026, and that's also something that you're looking at. When you talk about this particular big tax overall as well, let's also take a look at the word coming in from the sources. So the government is moving about 53 amendments in the Finance Bill 2026, and of the total, you do have 32 of these that are going to be substantive amendments. Rest are going to be administrative, of course. But when you talk about what's happening here, you do have these amendments that are really expanding the tax department powers to reopen cases as well. You're looking at reassessment allowed beyond those timelines if linked to appellate findings. And that's the key bit that you should be looking at here as well when you talk about this particular big tax overall as well. When you talk about tax notices, now all tax cases can also be revisited. And of course, there's a caveat here that if they're backed by judicial directions, then they can be revisited. When you talk about tax notices, they're going to also be having a defined timeline, minimum of somewhere close to 30 days and up to 3 months on the maximum side is what you're looking at. So the government really is moving in to plug loopholes around reassessment timelines, and that's also something that you're looking at as important here. Lastly, when you talk about tax authority approvals, they're protected from challenges as well if they're on technical grounds. The special economic zone tax deduction benefits are going to be extended to 20 years, and that's also something that you're looking at as an important development. Also, capital gains relief is also something that you're looking at for Andhra land scheme as well. So that's also something that's important. So largely a big tax overhaul is something that you're looking at. Waiting by for some more details when it comes to this one. But this seems to be what the sources right now are suggesting. But let's also shift focus. Amid rising uncertainty in markets, you do have dividend yield stocks that are back in focus as investors are looking for stable and predictable returns. In fact, Sharad is joining in with some more details on this one.
Well, yes, if you look at it, last week there was a carnage in the markets, and this week we are seeing a great recovery. But there's a lot of volatility, and as an investor, it becomes very much important to understand what dividend plays is all about. Remember that there is a stable income for the investors, there is a stability coming in, and defensives are at play. There are a lot of sectors such as FMCG, PSUs, select metals, where the focus would be there. Largely, if you talk about the infra trust and RAITs, the yields range between 8 to 13%, and industry is also expecting that the regulator to allow open market buybacks as well. And remember, apart from growth, there is other ways to grow as well. Also, the minimum market cap of 2,000 crore I've taken, and the stocks which are having the highest dividend yield will come on your screen. PTC, Uniparts India, BPCL, OMC companies would be in focus. Bamal Lore, it's like a holding company, that will be in focus. AkzoNobel, Gujarat Pipavav Port, and even Quest Corp and Honda India Power Products make it to the list. These are the stocks which are having the highest dividend yield. But there's some trigger about all of these stocks. I'd like to mention that Uniparts, their construction equipment business expected to remain strong in the second half of calendar year 26. PTC is implementation, the market coupling, and if you look at the OMC, there will be volatility because of the change in refining margins. Bamal Lore, it's a holding company, but the travel segment has been doing well. REC, there's a board meeting happening on March 25 for their borrowing plan. AkzoNobel, of course, JSW Paints has acquired in, so we might see some more announcements in the distribution segment. Gujarat Pipavav, there is a dividend yield pressure might be there because now they have announced a 17,000 crore of expansion. Quest Corp, post the demerger, the valuations and the pricing discovery is looking good. And lastly, Honda India Power Products, that's where the demand and costing may be impacted because of the geopolitical tension. So these are the important dividend plays which should be on your radar.
No, absolutely. And thank you so much, Sharath, for getting us a check going on all of those dividend plays as well. Let's take a look at the sectoral picture right now that you have, because there's a bunch of sectors that are holding on to a tinge of green right now. Across the board, you're seeing green, in fact. And when you talk about pharma as well, that's also in focus. Of course, PSU banks leading gains, auto, bank, metal, realty, FMCG, and pharma exactly in that order. Those are your top sectoral gainers as well. But like I said earlier also, it's quite important to take a look at the entire pharma pack as well, because something like a Wockhardt is shining in trade, about 5.5% uptick coming in. Something like a Biocon also with that 2.7% uptick as well. In fact, when you talk about key triggers when it comes to Biocon, that stock is flashing 2.7% uptick also coming in. But in terms of the market share gains, that's actually something that you can be penciling in when it comes to Biocon. You do have Eli Lilly that is going to be exiting several European insulins. And Eli Lilly, just as a reminder, is a major player when it comes to the insulin market. Earlier, you did have Novo and Sanofi that withdrew from the European market. Now, when you talk about the word coming in from the analysts as well, they're saying that this stands to benefit the company. Now, it can capture the market share vacated by these big innovators, and that's why that stock is possibly in the spotlight as well. Now, when you talk about the approvals for biosimilar versions of insulin, you're looking at Glargine as well, and insulin aspart, and human insulin. Now, when you talk about the business as well, Biocon, in fact, has a $70 million insulin business in Europe, and that's why all of these market share gains are actually in the spotlight. But with that in mind, let's also take a look at the power sector as well in terms of some of these counters that are standing out in trade as well. So something like an Adani Power, GSW Energy, Tata Power, NTPC Green, all of those stocks are in focus. On the back of a Bernstein note as well, now you can see the ratings as well, outperform ratings on 3 counters, underperform on 1 counter. That's largely the kind of verdict that you have coming in from Bernstein as well. But when you talk about broadly what they're talking about, of course, it's India's energy security that is in the spotlight, which is why we're putting the spotlight on this particular note as well. But they're flashing how they're highlighting how India's energy security has been tested twice in quick succession. So that's also something that they're highlighting right now. But in terms of what else they're saying, now in terms of first disruption, they're saying that was around Russian oil and now by the Middle East war. Now, like China, India is resource poor in oil and gas, and that's also something that they're highlighting as well. But they're also talking about how there's a resource-rich nature of the country when it comes to something like coal or solar. So they're saying that this, in fact, makes electrification on the real structural answer, and the policy imperative right now is clear. And that's also lastly something that they're highlighting. They're talking about how there's an acceleration of thermal and nuclear capacity, and that's going to be strengthening renewables as well. So you're looking at storage and the grid as well that are in the spotlight when it comes to this one. The best opportunities, now that's the real fine print here. They're talking about these sitting in thermal, nuclear, storage, and grid-linked names. So that's the entire bit coming in as far as Bernstein is concerned, but nearly 10% of global crude supply is likely to get impacted in case of a prolonged Middle East war as well. That, in fact, is the word coming in from Sajid Chinoy of JP Morgan. Let's go across and listen in.
This is yet another adverse supply shock that the global economy in India will confront. And as you alluded to, we're seeing too many of these in recent years. COVID was an adverse supply shock in 2020. You have the Russia-Ukraine war in 22, another one now. Because of the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, our latest estimate is about 16 million barrels a day are offline. Now, some of that will be compensated by running down of strategic petroleum reserves in different countries. Other routes have been found. But if this conflict prolongs, we're looking at about 10 million barrels a day permanently being taken out of the market. That's 10% of global supply. Asia is particularly vulnerable because a lot of crude and, more importantly, gas, petroleum products come from the Strait of Hormuz. So the concern in Asia is, for some countries, is there going to be a point, if this goes on for another 4 or 6 weeks, where actual energy volumes become a threat?
All right, then that's about energy volumes that are going to be a result of the Middle East war in terms of the resultant impact. But let's keep it going with the impact, get you some more commentary as well when it comes to this particular impact. Inflation shocks are likely to trigger the longer the Middle East war, in fact, goes on. And that is the word coming in from Trin, who's a senior economist at Natixis. Let's go across and listen in.
So I think there is going to be quite a lot of inflationary shocks the longer this goes on. While this is maybe day 26 of the conflict, we're talking about months of disruption, right? So it's not just, even if the war were to end, we should still see oil prices quite elevated. And if you look at the lessons of 2022, then it means that inflationary pressures are going to be rising. One of the caveats, of course, we're coming from a very low inflationary environment across Asia. So we do have some room for this to rise. But that said, I think it's going to be quite a lot of pressure building up. The second thing is central banks across the region will look to see whether or not this will last longer. And if they made a policy mistake in 2022, is that they thought the supply shock would be short-lived, and it actually became endogenous. And that the worry here, in my opinion, is that they can over-worry that they were too slow and may respond too fast. So I do think in the short term, there will be some pauses to assess how long this will last, so they don't want to shut down an economy that's already being destroyed by the shock of supply.
All right, and now that you know what exactly the resultant impact of this particular conflict is going to look like, let's also get you the word coming in from the man of the moment. Speaking in the Oval Office, you do have Trump projecting that confidence that diplomatic efforts were gaining traction after nearly a month of the war as well. He's also added that Iran has sent what he called as a very big present, which is linked to the Strait of Hormuz. Let's go across and listen in.
The fact that they're talking to us and they're talking sense. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people. Is that nuclear related? No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone. As the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out. And the present, the gift they made to us was very significant. And they said they were going to do it, and it happened.
All right, then there you go. So that's the word coming in from the man of the moment as well when it comes to this particular conflict. Let's also put the spotlight very quickly before we wrap on one other counter that's also buzzing away in trade. Something like a Sammaan Capital is standing out on the back of that 4.3% gain also coming in. Now, the RBI has cleared the Avenir's control acquisition of the company, and that's also something that's in focus. They've also waived public notice period for the deal as well. So you do have Avenir that's going to be infusing about 8,800 crore rupees via preferential issue. The stake is going to be rising to 41.23%. up to 63.36% as well post the offer. And when you talk about the stock as well, it's buzzing away in trade with that 4.5% gain also coming in. But that's all the time that we have on the show. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come. Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Bazaars on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Varsha. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade today, either on the back of price or volume action. So what's on the show? What is that we'll be discussing today? Firstly, we'll be speaking with the management of Simplex Casting. Over the last few days, the company has won big orders coming in from Thyssen Group and BHEL. And if you look at the stock, it's up nearly 13% in the last 1 month. So what's been buzzing here is something that we'll get to know from the management on the show today. Apart from that, we'll be covering a stock like RPSG Ventures. Now the RCB stake sale and the Rajasthan Royal IPL team stake sale, has that led to this upsurge in the share price of RPSG Ventures, given the fact that they own the Lucknow Super Giants team? So is that the reason behind this buzz? Apart from that, we'll be also discussing Aventil stock. Now that stock is up nearly 11% after the company won a big order close to 460 odd crore rupees in market today. And when it comes to Asgard Alcobev, that stock has been buzzing. It's up 16% in the last 1 month. A lot of changes have happened in this counter. What's the way forward is something that we'll discuss with our fundamental guest on the show today. And lastly, we'll be speaking about IRM Energy. It's a city gas distribution company. The entire pack is buzzing. A lot of positive, sentimentally positive news flow that is coming in from the PNGRB side. How will that benefit IRM Energy is something that we'll discuss today on the show with our fundamental guest as well. Now, if you look at the market, the Nifty 50, it has been on an uptrend for the second consecutive trading session. It opened higher, but for the last 1 hour of trade, it has been quite, in fact, last 2 hours of trade, it has been quite a range-bound movement that we are seeing when it comes to the benchmark index. 23,350 to 23,450 is the 100-point start range that we are seeing for the benchmark index. When you look at the sectoral indices, Nifty IT is the index which has gained the least, up just around 0.7%. Similarly, Nifty PSU index is also up just 0.6%. But all sectoral indices are gaining, led by Nifty consumer durable and Nifty PSU bank up around anywhere between 3 to 4% in trade. But Varsha, when it comes to the small cap segment, which are the key stocks that have been buzzing in trade today?
Well, the stocks which are buzzing on the back of volumes and of course the news flow. You have Likhita Infra buzzing on the back of strong volumes at around 7x of its 30-day average. Even you also have IRM Energy again buzzing at the volumes of almost 7x. Aventel is buzzing on the back of order win of almost about 400 odd crore. There you go, the stock is up almost 10% in trade. You have Aero Green, Office Space and Kesoram. These three stocks are also buzzing again on the back of volume. Aero Green is up almost 8%. You have Office Space is up almost 5.4%. And of course, Kesoram is also buzzing in trade. Talking about losers, not much happening over there. Nintech System and Atom Walls are some of the stocks which are under pressure. There you go. Nintech is down almost 1.2%. I would say onto the small cap stocks, everything is being so good. The stock is buzzing on the back of volumes. But one stock which is in focus is Simplex Casting. A lot of company has gained a lot of orders, and also the next leg of growth for this company is of course railways and power. But to speak more about this and what lies ahead for the next 2 to 3 years, we are here joined by Mr. Ketan Shah, who is Chairman and Executive Director at Simplex Casting. Mr. Shah, welcome at NDTV Profit. Pleasure to have you. Well, company has recently won big orders from ThyssenKrupp, then BHEL. Just wanted to know the key details of that and also the key order book levels. And if in a quick way you could help our viewers to understand the business model of your company.
Yes, I will start with the business model. Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for having me on the show. Okay, Simplex Castings Limited, the name is a misnomer. It's not only a foundry, we are into fabrication and equipment building. So we make spares, equipment for the core sector industries. We are working within metal range like steel plants. We are working with power sector. We are working with railways and all the core sector industries, including infrastructure, pumps and valves, cements, gearboxes, all. But our strength remains in basic three sectors. One is metal, the other is railways, and the third is power sector. And as you are aware that, there's a huge upswing in capacity enhancement in brownfield and greenfield in these three sectors. And traditionally, it's a 60-year-old company. So for last 60 years, we have been targeting these customers and growing with it, with the help of technical collaborations with CapEx. And we were always tried to be the front runner partner for these companies, whether it's steel making, whether it's railways. So this is what the order book is reflecting on. And that is why you can see a continuous, and you will see a lot of these orders coming in Simplex Casting, because these sectors are in for growth.
Right, understood. Well, sir, given the current geopolitical issues, just wanted to understand how this is going to impact Simplex Castings. Have you seen an increase in the cost of raw material, and also the impact on the margins, if any, for FY26 and FY27?
Yes, this is not yet. But we expect that since most of the raw material for simplex casting is indigenous. What we buy is normally plates and scrap from the market, from which is available locally. So at the moment, the impact is not there. But the war is long drawn, and there is inflation and the market moves up. There will be a upsurge in our prices, but at least in the short term, it doesn't look to be.
Okay. Sir, recently you won some big orders coming in from big companies like ThyssenKrupp and BHEL. Could you share some details regarding these orders? What are your current order book level post these couple of order wins? And also a bit more detail on how you look the order inflow to pan out for FY27.
Absolutely. As I mentioned, that the core sector for Simplex is, the whole core sector, but for us, the steel, cement, railways, and power sector is the main focus for the last so many years. The relationship we have built over last many decades with these companies, which are directly the customers or the plant builders. We have recently got an order from BHEL, which is for the power plant. We are making equipments for the power plant. The current order book position is around 130 odd crores, and the second order is from Thyssen and SMS. These companies are very reputed multinational companies, and we have won orders for expansion of steel plant. It's in the steel plant space. But these, again, we have been working with them for over years, and we have been doing the capex regularly so that we are in the forefront of supplies.
Earlier, you also mentioned that RDSO approval will be for one of your key products will be quite important for the company. That could be an inflection point. So, any development on that front? When can we expect that to fructify and yield results for the company?
I'm happy to inform that the RDSO approval is on its way. The audit is over. We are just waiting for the papers to come. See, on the order front, again, it will be a continuous. On the top side, what we are expecting in the next couple of years, we should be growing at the rate of 40% what we have done in the last 2 years. So around next year's target is around 350 crores. And the year after that, in FY28, we are looking at 500 crores with a PAT of about in double digit, around 10%. That is the plan.
Sir, FY27, 350 crores. What about FY26? If you could...
26, we have given a guidance of about 200 plus. We are confident of being very close to that.
Understood. With the PAT margin of 10%?
Yes, that is what we are aiming at.
Understood.
And the margins also should improve because of operational efficiencies and the capex that we are doing. The capex will be the debottlenecking, and we'll get operational efficiencies also because of that. So for going forward, the PAT margin should improve.
All right, got that view. Also, sir, in railways, you used to be in railway segment in 2019, but now again, you're going back to railways. What has changed structurally, and what will be the revenue contribution from railway sector in next 2 years?
Primarily, if you look at the diesel engines for Indian locomotives, Simplex Casting was the major 60%, 65% supplier to locomotive bogies. But the diesel business changed in the country, and now we are gearing up, and that is why we are going for capex. We will be making fabricated components for electrical locomotives now. So that is what we are looking at. And we already have developmental orders. Once we execute it on time, there is a phase. So in FY28, we have geared up, and the plan that we have, that we should be having at least 40 to 50% of our revenues coming from railways.
When it comes to the defense and the shipbuilding segment, what is the kind of revenue contribution that you're expecting from these both of these segments? And you were expecting at least 2 orders from Mazgaon Dock. Any status on that?
We already got the orders. Okay. Both the orders we've got from Bazaar dock, and as the thrust on shipbuilding improves, the country is also looking at more of shipbuilding. These orders will be coming our way. These are castings for the propeller shaft and for the ship. So those items will improve. But total, at the moment, the company is focusing on the 3 areas: steel, railways, and power sector. This put together shipbuilding defense, even in FY28, should be around 10 to 20%. But we are also looking at organic and inorganic growth. If something comes our way in this sector, we will definitely look at it.
And sir, you mentioned about power. What kind of orders are you expecting when it comes to power? And if you could, give us a conclusion on the revenue contribution from power, from defense, and from railways in the next, 2 years.
Power at the moment, the order book is huge with simplest casting. And I would not be wrong if I say about 30% of our present order book of 125, 130 crores is from power sector, mainly from BHEL. And this will be next 4 years, 5 years. This is what we are looking at, that we should be slowly replacing power by FY28 with railways. Steel at the moment is at about 50%.
Just last from my side, what's the current order book and the execution timelines?
See, we have at the moment order of 125 crores, which we should be. Look, it has to be. It will be executed in the next 6-7 months, but it also depends on the client's readiness of site. So from our side, we'll be ready to execute it within the next 6 to 7 months.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us and giving us the way forward for Simplex Casting. Let's also welcome in our fundamental guest, Avinash Gorakshakar, founder and head research, Avinash Mentor Research Services. Avinash, you heard the management, quite an optimistic outlook is what the management has given you. How are you looking at this counter?
No, so Amit, I think structurally we are positive on the stock. I think the good part, from the management commentary is that, they are present in largely growth-oriented sectors like shipbuilding, defense, power, as well as, railways. And I think the order book is going to increase significantly going forward. So I think despite the fact that the stock has gone up by 12-13% in the last 1 month, I think, this could be a stock which should be added on declines. I think structurally the story appears to be good. I think it all remains to be done how quickly execution is done. So I think net we are positive, but I think execution will be a key monitorable, which I think the market would like to see post-March, once the numbers come out.
Right, shifting focus to the F&O segment, let's get in Sharad to understand what's been buzzing here on the Sensex expiry day.
Well, the markets have been showing a good strength and there hasn't been any dip, and that's pretty much interesting. And we see largely Sensex and BankX doing really well in the trade. Yes, of course, Kotak Mahindra Bank and Power Grid, they have come in red earlier. It was not there. But net, the overall setup is really very strong and no major impact actually we are seeing. And interestingly, the VIX has also fallen. BankX also, the story remains the same. Only Kotak Mahindra Bank is a slight drag. It's in the red. But net, a significant long build-up is happening in the stocks. If you focus on, largely there's a basket buying happening across the sectors. Shriram Finance and PI Industries make it to the list. The agrochemical stocks are also buzzing in trade. And on the other hand, looking at the short covering candidates, this includes Kalyan Jewellers and Syngene International. Good pickup in the jewelry related stocks as well. There isn't hardly any long unwinding stocks and short build up. I think that we have lower names on that. We have Tech Mahindra and Power Grid, which are making it to the list, but it's not very much convincing for a trade. And even this, look at the numbers, this is pretty much mixed up. But yes, United Spirits, we have seen sell on news that flow impact coming in the stock as well. So this is the action in the F&O space. But yes, in the next 45 minutes, 1 hour, you can see a little bit of volatility as it's a monthly expiry for Sensex.
Right. Thank you so much, Sharad, for all the details. Well, moving on, mega IPL deals that we are seeing. RPSD Ventures share soared almost 18% after $1.78 billion deal for RCB. What does this mean for RPSD Ventures? We are here joined by Mahima to tell more about that.
Right, so, of course, I'll try to put into perspective as to what this means for RPSD, but just to give a brief about what this deal means for RCB, the deal is done at 16,600 crores, which gives a valuation of price to sales of around 33 times. Now, of course, this deal is done by a consortium which was Aditya Birla led, along with Times Group as well as the Bolt Ventures and Blackstone. Considering the entire valuation perspective, the deal is done 2 times the valuation of Gujarat Titans right now, and is also about the valuations at which Rajasthan Royals stand. So considering all of this, and even the Rajasthan Royals deal has come out where it is bought by the Kalsomani backed consortium along with Rob Walton, which is of the Walmart family, and Ham family, which is a part of Ford. The deal is roughly pegged at that 15,200 crores. So considering both of these valuation into perspective, a 33 times price to sales comes into picture. Now, RPSG has a majority stake in Lucknow Super Giants, holds around 51% stake in this IPL team. In FY25, the revenue stood at around 557 odd crores for this particular team. And at this 33 time price to sales valuation, this means that the team is currently valued at around 18,300 odd crores. So considering that this is given a bump up in terms of valuation of IPL teams, and that is why we're seeing that stock also buzzing in trade today on the back of holding majority stake in Lucknow team as well. So this is the overall view as to why RPSD Ventures is buzzing in trade today.
Right. Thank you so much, Mahima, for all the details. Well, Avinash, coming to you on this, what is your view, when it comes to RPSG, considering the deal valuation, and also what should investors do after the run-up in the stock?
No, I think, these kind of valuations are the primary reason today the stock is in the limelight. I think, most investors were surprised that, this is a kind of a valuation number which, these companies could command. So obviously, I think if the deal fructifies, then I think you could see a little bit of more upside for RPSG Ventures. But otherwise, I think, the markets are going to keep it, purely on a sentimental level, because whenever the deal does happen, I think that value unlocking will happen to the company. So I think, as of now, I don't think, this may happen immediately, but at least it gives you an idea of what is the value upside and the value unlocking which is possible in these kind of businesses. So net, it's positive. I think it would definitely release a lot of cash if it happens in the near term. But longer term also, I think this is a very good long-term, value trigger for the company.
The next stock in focus is Aventel. Now, if you look at the share prices, it's up around 11 odd %. Strong volumes, nearly 16 times its 20-day average. So Parth, tell us, how does this big order win that the company has announced help them?
Thanks, Somit. So Aventel is a company that designs and develops wireless and satellite communication products. They mainly manufacture defense electronics and advanced radar systems, and they majorly cater to sectors like aerospace and defense. Now, the reason why the stock is in focus today is because, as you rightly mentioned, they have won a domestic order worth 460 crores from Zetwork Manufacturing. This order is mainly for satellite communication equipment and AMC support, and this order is expected to be completed within the next 3 years. Regarding their stock performance, yes, the stock has rallied and is up more than 10% today, but in the last 6 months, they have fallen more than 25%, and on a year-to-date basis, the stock is down almost 15% as well.
Right. Avinash, any view on Aventel, big order wins coming in? How do you see that? How do you see this counter at the current valuations?
So I think, Swamit, longer term, this company should do well, because even now, I think the kind of order book the company has enjoyed gives it a very strong revenue visibility over the next, say, 12 to 18 months. They were already a well-established defense vendor. And I think this order book is definitely going to fuel FY27 and 28 numbers. I think clearly the markets, again, would look at execution, because these kind of orders are slightly, lopsided, and growth does not come on a quarter-on-quarter basis. But nevertheless, margins should improve. And I think the company is also bidding in a lot of L1 orders, which I think also should materialize. So net, I think the medium to long-term prospects appear to be good. I think somebody who wants to buy it should buy it on declines. Today, the stock is up about by 10-11%. So maybe on a decline, this could be added.
Well, next stock which is in focus is Asgard Alcobev. The stock is up almost 17% in the last 1 month. They are betting big when it comes to breweries, and they've expanded brew play in Northeast as well. But to speak more about that, we are here joined by Jasmeet to help us with all the details.
Well, Varsha, thank you for that. As rightly said, the stock company is betting big on the alco business going ahead. A bit about the company. While this particular company has been rebranded from initially Banganga Paper Industries. So what exactly happened was the paper industries acquired 79% majority stakes in CMJ Breweries, and later company got renamed to Asgard Alcobev. And the company currently acts as a beer manufacturer, corner manufacturer for the major beer brands in India. If we look at the key clientele, it involves Heineken's, Kingfishers, Carlsberg, and Mohan Menik are the key top clients for the particular company. If you look at the recent news, the company has been flooded with a lot of positive up moves in the recent times. If you look at the stock performance, stock is up nearly 17% in last 1 month, but over 6 months it remains flattish. Company recently appointed Ronak Jain as an MD of the company, who has experience of 15 years in the alco business and look forwards to have up moves in this industry as well, as it's a recently formed new entity. Now, in terms of the other recent news, we also see that the company subsidiary has signed a manufacturing deal with a company called as Golden Edge Beer, where they would manufacture beers for this particular company in 4 variants, and this particular contract will increase company span in northeastern region and increase their top line as well. If you look at the overall capacity, the company's installed brewery capacity stands at 7 lakh HL per annum as of the FY25, and this can be expanded up to 9 lakh HL as well going ahead. So we see expansion remains for the company a key crucial to grow ahead, but the company also has current capacity to increase the clientele and increase the capacity as well. While lastly, in the future plans, company plans to establish new brand, new collaborations going ahead and increase their stakes when it comes to the overall beer manufacturing.
Right. Thank you, Jasmeet, for all the details. Well, Avinash, what's your view when it comes to, Asgard Alcobev, considering the shift that the company is doing, and also your view on the brewery sector overall?
No, I think, Varsha, coming to the company, this is definitely going to be a very strong structural opportunity because, Banganga was earlier a craft paper manufacturer. Now, when they've entered the brewery sector, they have purchased the CMJ breweries, which is one of the largest, breweries in Northeast India. As your colleague mentioned, they cater to the large vendors as a contract manufacturers like United Breweries, Carlsberg, as well as Mohan McKean. And I think, the current year is going to reflect partly the benefit of this reverse merger. We could see top line of close to about 200 crores and a PAT of around 10 crores. But the year FY27 is going to be a lot better. And plus, there is some scope for expansion even from the current facility. So my sense is the markets have not given it the real potential it deserves as of now. As the numbers come out and as execution takes place, I think you will see a bigger re-rating happening in the stock. So structurally, we have a very positive year. I think even at the current level, a lot of good value can be materialized, provided investor has got a 12 to 15 month kind of time.
Right, got that view. Well, thank you so much, Avinash, for joining us and having a conversation with us. Pleasure to have you. Thank you. Well, moving on, IRM Energy, let's see what that stock is doing. The stock is up almost 4% in trade today. One of the reasons is PNGRB have directed City Gas Distributor to provide connections to institutions within 5 days. And also recently, if you see, government have urged 60 lakh households after LPG supply concerns panic booking. About 1.5 crore domestic PNG consumers are getting assured supply. And if you see, government is suggesting commercial customers of LPG to, contact city gas distributor centers to get the natural gas through pipelines. What will be the impact of this? Of course, this could lead to faster adoption and increasing volume, but the net impact on financials are largely neutral, as domestic PNG is not high profit making segment. But switching to PNG from LPG also requires an additional cost as user front. Also, if these 60 lakh households shift to PNG next 1 month, and if gas availability issue continues, then city gas distributors might face gas shortage to domestic PNG. On the outlook and key monitors when it comes to IRM Energy, let's shift our focus to that. The volume growth guidance has been given at 12 to 15% next year, which has an upside from FSNNI, and the Q4 is expected to outperform with more station additions. And the sourcings, if you see, the FS industrial revival is contingent on PPCB enforcement, but the execution risk, if I were to talk about lastly, when it comes to IRM Energy, you have NT pipeline delays, which will be mitigated via LNG logistics plus new tap-off. So overall, because of PNGRB directing city gas distributors to provide connections to the institution within 5 days is one of the reasons why IRM Energy is buzzing. But guys, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Watching the afternoon edition of Ask Profit. I'm Mahima Vashrajani. But before we start taking all your stock-related queries, a very quick update that is coming in from Lok Sabha, which is past the Finance Bill 2026. And let's get in Shrimi to give us a perspective on what the key amendments are. Shrimi, over to you.
Of course, important day as Finance Minister moved the bill, and it has been passed a little while ago. And we've been reporting and breaking the story on the key amendments which was moved along with the finance bill. And I want to highlight that because this is going to be very important from the direct tax perspective. To start with, what this bill, which now will convert it into act, saying that going back to the retrospective changes to nullify select court rulings, so which means that tax officers will have administrative powers now to go back to the cases and reassess and reopen the matters which they deem fit and have proper evidence about that, irrespective of the fact if there is a court ruling against that particular case. So that's a very, very huge development and key amendments which was brought it, and it will be now the part of the act. The second one important is that SSEs, which is the taxpayers, will be given 30 days time to respond on the reassessment notices, which you can expect after this new amendment, because that may open lot of cases, and taxpayers may receive notices on the the old matters as well. Again, if the tax department feels that it will, got diluted on the technical grounds, so clearly given the administrative power there, and taxpayers actually respond on, within 1 month, and that could go up to 3 months. So that kind of rebate has been given to taxpayers as well. I want to highlight a couple of facts, here as well. The court ruling and the jurisdictions which is there, they try to fast track that. In fact, they say that all sort of procedural lapses in approval should not be impacting the validity of the proceeding. Now, this is also very, very important. In fact, no arrest will be made for non-payment of tax dues. This is a positive news for taxpayers, of course, because they are reducing the litigation, they are moving towards the decriminalization, and then no interest on the penalty as well on the misreporting in the tax return, which they are going to file and start from FY27. So this is the main key highlights of the amendment. And of course, the Finance Minister during the speech talked about a roundup of the entire budget proposal which she proposed during the February. And now the bill has been passed with these key amendments. Remember, 32 substantial amendment has been moved along with the finance bill. Back to you.
Right. Shimi, thank you so much for getting us those details with regards to the key amendments of this finance bill which the Lok Sabha has now passed. Now, that's, of course, something that you need to keep in mind as well. But let's start taking your queries. But before we do that, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing, because trading very well in the green today. The Nifty is almost at its day's high point, slightly off from that day high point, well above the 540 odd points. 23,450 is what we are seeing on the Nifty charts. 2.4% of an uptick for the Bank Nifty also. The same thing is following, up 2.7% as well. Quickly, let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map to see as to what is actually leading to that gain. You have Shriram Finance topping that chart, up 6.7%. Trent, Titan, Adani Enterprises, Grasim, Bajaj Finance, and the list goes on, because just 2 stocks out of those 50 stocks right now are trading in red, that is Power Grid as well as Tech Mahindra right now. But let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and then the broader end of spectrum as well. Even in terms of where the sectors go, all sectors right now are trading in the green, and you have PSU banks up trading 3% higher. You have consumer durables, which is also up 4%. Nifty Auto also seeing some relief, up 2.8%. Metals also seeing uptick of around 3% odd. And we've seen this because gold and silver has also rallied in trade today. Let's try to put up the advanced decline ratio, because the broader end of spectrum is equally showing strength. The ratio in terms of where the advanced decline grows has held steady throughout the day. You have around 2,244 advances versus that of 269 declines, so almost 10 times is what we are seeing. Let's try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250. The mid cap 150 is up 2.9%, almost nearing the 3% mark at its day's high point, and the small cap 250 also at its day's high point, up 3%. But with that, let me also welcome in our guest for the day, Vishnukant Upadhyay, AVP Research and Advisory at Master Capital Services, joining us now, and Shahina Mukaddam, an independent market expert, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, and thank you so much for taking out the time. I'll start by taking the first query, which is from Rakesh, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about JB Chemical from a short-term perspective. In terms of where this counter is concerned, China, what's the view?
Well, JB Chem is actually a stock that you can hold for the medium to longer term. But in the immediate, I think in terms of numbers, there could be some impact of higher raw material prices. So I would say hold, but let it consolidate before you add on to any further position.
Okay, so that's the view coming in on JB Chemical. The next one that we have is from Kesha, who's writing us from Chennai. By the way, viewers who are tuning in, you can also give us a call on the number that was flashing on your screen up there, and also send your queries on the WhatsApp. But the next one is coming in from Kesha, who's writing us from Chennai, asking about Hindustan Copper. From a long-term perspective of 2 years, wants to know as to what should be the course of action for this particular counter. Shaina, I'll stick with you for this one. Hindustan Copper, it's corrected quite a bit after the momentum it saw, but do you think from a 2-year perspective it's a good hold?
Yes, definitely. You know, it holds 40% market share in the domestic copper production, and copper prices, which had corrected, if we saw in the last couple of months, has again bounced back. So I would say it's a good hold, and you could hold it for a 2-year period, definitely.
Okay, the next one is coming from Ramesh, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Geo Finance. He's bought 38 shares at the levels of 259, sitting on a loss of around 760 odd rupees, 750 odd rupees. Wants to know if he can hold or sell or maybe average at the current levels. Vishnu, a very good afternoon to you. What are the charts indicating for Geo Finance?
Hi, Mema. A very good afternoon. Well, so Geo Finance is currently trading below the cluster of its all key moving averages. But yes, the recent rebound clearly indicating that the prices seems to have formed a short-term bottom. So one can take a chance from the present juncture. Prices are now all set to extend this gain towards 255, maintain stop loss below 225.
All right, so that's the view coming in on Geo Finance. The next one is on EPAC Prefab. Our viewer Saurav Sagar has bought 338 shares at a price of 260. Wants to know whether he can hold or exit. Vishnu, enough data on the charts to give a perspective on EPAC Prefab?
It's a EPAC durable. Achha, okay, 1 second.
EPAC Prefab. The stock is currently trading at 151. It's up 4% as we speak and at its day's high point.
Well, so yes, stock has rebounded sharply in today's trading session. It is trading with a gain of around 4.5%. Well, so yes, this short-term rally can extend this gain towards 159. But yes, for a longer time frame, stock is still trading with a bearish trajectory. So for a long term, no. But for short term, price can extend towards 158.
Okay, so that's the view on EPAC Prefab. Moving on to the next one, which is coming in from Thomas, Professor Thomas, in fact, here, and he's writing us from Cochin, asking about Gabriel India. He says he's bought this counter at the levels of 415. What should he do next is what he's asking. He's not given his time period. It's Gabriel India. Shahina, any view on this counter?
I think I'll pass this.
Oh, sure. No worries. Vishnu, if you can try to pull up the charts for Gabriel India and give us some perspective on the charts.
Well, so in today's trading session, prices, attempted to surpass its 21-day exponential moving average. But yes, stock is still trading below its 200-day exponential moving average. But the way prices behaving in last, for last couple of days, I'm expecting there could be some gain in the prices, and that gain should be containing around 930 sort of levels. But for a long term, still stock is in a bearish trajectory. For short term, that can extend towards 930.
Okay, so that's the view on Gabriel India. The next one is coming in on IRCTC. Aditya is asking this question. He says that he's sitting on a loss of around 23%. He's bought 30 shares at the levels of 688 from a long-term perspective. Wants to know if he can average or hold this counter. Shaina, a lot of divided views on this one, right? Of course, this is one monopoly play. There's no other counter which is like IRCTC, at least listed in the listed space and otherwise as well. But considering that it's taken a quite bit of a knock, what would you recommend?
Yeah, it has, because, the numbers have not been up to the expectations in the last year. But I would believe going forward in terms of incremental business, ticketing business, they could do better. And so I would believe that at current levels, it's a hold. And you could hold it and review it maybe after a couple of months to see if the operational performance has improved.
Okay, so that's the view coming in on IRCTC. Moving on to the next one, we've got Ram Rao, who's writing us from Pune, asking about Tata Elxsi. He's bought 450 shares at the levels of 16 rupees. Is that correct? Okay. his buying price might be something else, it seems. But I'm not sure if Tata Elxsi ever went to that 16 rupees mark. Wants to know as to from a long-term perspective, can he continue to hold this counter or not? Shahina, any view on Tata Elxsi?
Well, see, actually, after that huge he must have bought it, but decades back at those levels. But after this huge correction that we saw over the last 2 years, I think, in terms of the opportunity for R&D companies which are, working a lot on the EV segment of the business, auto, I think there is a lot of potential going forward. And valuations also have started looking a bit more attractive. They were very expensive if you saw it a year back. So now I think it is a stock that you could hold and consolidate. It's not something that's going to really shoot up immediately over the next 1 year, but I would believe if you're a 3-year or 5-year investor, it's a good stock to hold.
Okay, so that's the view on Tata Elxsi. We've got our first caller for the day. Arvind is calling us from Bareilly. Arvind, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम, मेरा क्वेरी है, मैं रियल एस्टेट की कंपनी है अरविंद स्मार्ट स्पेस, उसको अपने पोर्टफोलियो में ऐड करना चाह रहा हूँ। पर इस रियल एस्टेट में मैं बुलिश नहीं हूँ, पर मैं अपने पोर्टफोलियो में एक रियल एस्टेट का स्टॉक रखना चाहता हूँ मैं। इसलिए मैं टेक्निकली लेवल पे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि बाकी मैंने चेक किया तो मुझे फंडामेंटली स्ट्रॉन्ग तो लगती है, पर टेक्निकल लेवल पे मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ कैसी कंपनी है ये।
ठीक है, तो अरविंद जी आप जानना चाहते हो कि अभी एंटर करना चाहिए कि नहीं इसमें बेसिकली?
हाँ,
समझ गए। ओके, आई टेक दिस अप विद विष्णु। देन विष्णु, अरविंद स्मार्ट स्पेसेस के चार्ट के हिसाब से आपको लगता है कि अभी करेक्ट समय है उसमें एंटर करने के लिए?
So shall I? Okay. Yeah, well. Okay, Mahima, so basically prices are forming a sort of bottom at a current prices at a current market rate somewhere around 502. So that could be a golden opportunity to enter in this stock for the target of somewhere around 580, the proximity of 200 exponential moving average. But one thing I would like to highlight here is that the prices are forming a very crucial support here. So if prices falls below 480 sort of levels, then get exit from the market.
Okay. So that's the view coming in on Arvind Smart Spaces. Interesting that Arvind was to go ahead and buy Arvind Smart Spaces. But moving on to the next question, Kiran from Bengaluru is planning to buy Biocon. Wants to know from a current price perspective, from a long-term perspective, is this the right time to make an entry? Shaina, would you recommend that?
Yeah, I would recommend. You can buy it. You can probably buy it over like the next 2-3 months, one third. But I believe while this year is going to be a year of little bit of consolidation because of the debt being, repaid, and it will take a year, maybe a couple of months to finally get rid of that issue. But I think the future going forward is bright. You have peptides, which is likely to do pretty well for them. You have other, the domestic generic also is doing well. So I would say buy Biocon, and you can keep a target of at least 70 rupees, 80 rupees higher from current levels.
Okay, so that's the perspective on Biocon. We've got our next caller. Mohan is calling us from Bengaluru. Mohan, very good afternoon to you. I believe you have a question on MTAR Tech.
Yeah, I just want to know if I buy MTAR for long-term perspective for 1 year horizon. It is the right time to buy now.
Okay, got it. China, your view on MTAR Tech?
Yeah, it is a very good stock to buy for the long term. Valuations are a bit expensive, but even current levels, if you buy, you can buy it and then hold it with a target close to, I would say you can see 4,500 type of levels if you're holding it for a slightly longer 2-year period. So yeah, you can buy it.
Next one, Pramod from Bengaluru wants an overall view on L&T, whether this is the right time to enter. Vishnu, with regards to L&T, we've seen the stock tanking and how because of the war situation, as they have a big exposure when it comes to the Middle East. It's 37% of their international book, right? But the management did come out and clarify and said that 95% of those sites are operationally working and there's business as usual. But despite that, the stock has not picked up the momentum the way it should have, right? Because it's fallen quite a bit. With regards to where charts goes, what is the kind of support and resistance that you're seeing?
Well, so after falling around 25% from its 52-week high, prices are now getting traction and rebounded sharply from its lower levels. I believe, while on a chart, prices are still trading below its short-term and long-term moving averages, that is 21 and 200 exponential moving average. So for a conviction, prices need to surpass 3,800 sort of levels to bring bulls back into the field. But I believe this could be a right levels to get enter in the market for a long term. So one can buy the counter at a current market rate, keep the stop loss below 3,400, and targets will be somewhere around 4,050.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on LNT. We've got our next caller, Chetan, is calling us. Chetan, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I have bought Delta Corp long back, around 310 rupees, 150 shares. So I am in huge loss. So I just wanted to know whether I can hold it or I can exit from it.
Got your question, Chetan, and I understand as to what your concern is about. Shaina, your view on Delta Corp. So because there are looming concerns for this particular counter, and also together there is regulation also which will continue to have an overhang on this one. What's the view like? Should he book his losses?
Well, yeah, it's become a very small cap stock now. It's turned around. It made some bit of profits in December, but I think the overhang of government policy and additional taxes, GST, etc. I am not sure if it is fully cleared out. I would say you can hold it for now, but you will need to track it very closely, because you will need to see whether they come out again with profits or what is the impact of all these changes on the losses. You hold it for now. You keep a stop loss of something like a 50 rupees. And then you could try to see if you need to change it in the shorter term, or if you're looking for a longer term, maybe hold it till it's about 47 rupees. And if it even goes below that, then you need to exit.
Okay, so that's the view on Delta Corp. The next one is coming in from Alok, who's writing us from Delhi, asking about Suzlon Energy. Wants to know the outlook on this particular counter. Vishnu, your view on the charts for this one?
Oh, 1 second.
The stock is currently trading at 42 and up 4% in trade today.
Well. So stock, just regain it's a short-term moving average, that is a 21-day exponential moving average. I believe that's the right time to get entered technically from the technical standpoints. And on the higher side, I'm expecting prices to extend this winning streak, recently emerged winning streak, towards a 45, 46 sort of levels. So on the lower side, put a stop loss below 40.80 and buy the stock for the target of 45, 46.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Suzlon. The next one that we have is coming in from Sundaresh, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Wipro. He's got 30 odd shares at the levels of 188. Wants to know whether he can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective. Shaina, your view on Wipro?
Well, I don't think Wipro is the best stock to hold in the IT segment, which though it is looking up, the overall sentiment for the segment, I would think it's better to be in something like if you're looking at a smaller company, Emphasis, where I believe there is a good traction going forward, both in terms of stock price as well as in terms of business. Promoter group has also become strong. Or if you're looking at a larger, maybe Infosys would be something like you could look at even HCL Tech. So I think you have better options available than Wipro as of now.
Okay, so that's the view coming in on Wipro. But time for our rapid fire round. Vishnu as well as Shaina, try to keep your answers as short as possible to buy, sell and hold. I'll try to throw as many questions as possible. The first one is coming in from Shresh, who's writing us from Noida, asking about Good Luck India. He's got 700 odd shares at the levels of 1200 per share. Your view on the charts, Vishnu?
Second. That is some well. So you can buy the stock for short term for the target of 1050. Maintain the stop loss below 988.
Okay, Bajaj Auto bought at the levels of if I'm not wrong 11,320 and wants to know. Our viewer Kirti wants to know if she can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective. Shaina, she's sitting on a loss, but is it a good hold?
No, it's a hold, and also if it dips further, then you could average out further.
Okay, Dixon bought at the levels of 12,000 for 1 year. Jay Krishnan wants to know if it can continue to hold. Shaina, your view?
I would say you can sell half as of now and then average if it goes lower. Otherwise, it's a hold if you're a really long-term investor.
Okay, Spandana Spurti is the next one. Natraj wants a view on this particular counter. His buying price is at 257. Vishnu, your view on the charts?
Clearly avoid as long as prices are trading below 223. So I would prefer to avoid the counter.
Okay, the next one is coming in from Chennai. James is writing this particular query and wants to know one buy at this moment where charts are looking attractive. Vishnu, your view?
That will be Indian Bank from the PSP basket.
Okay.
And
sure.
I believe stock should reapproach its recently found bottom, that is top, that is at 997 around levels.
Okay, IDFC First Bank, China, do you think this is a good time to buy?
I would say no, it's a hold. It will consolidate for some time.
Okay, Hindustan Zinc bought 100 shares at the levels of 321. Our viewer wants to know if you can continue to hold or not. Vishnu, your view on the charts for Hindustan Zinc?
Let the prices cross above 532. From technical standpoints, it's looking weak for a short term.
Okay, the next one is on HDB Financial Services. Balamurugan from Chennai wants to know if you can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective. Shaina, your view?
Yeah, from a long-term perspective, it looks good. He can hold. Short-term looks a bit weak, but long-term is good.
Okay, Anant Raj bought 50 shares at the levels of 558. Is this a good time to maybe accumulate more, continue to hold, exit? Vishnu, your view on the charts?
Well, so prices are trading below its moving average. Let the prices move over 480 for the fresh buying, and the target will be around 540.
Granules Limited is the next one. Raghuraman is holding 25 shares at the levels of 294. A fundamental view on this one and maybe average out at the current levels, Shaina?
Yeah, he can average.
Okay, Tata Tech
it's a hold.
Okay, Tata Tech is the next one. Sridhar Murthy from Bengaluru is holding 3,000 shares. He's not given us the buying price. Hold or exit on the charts, Vishnu?
No, currently it is in bearish trend, so I would prefer to stay away from the counter.
All right, so that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round. Vishnu as well as Shaina, thank you so much for helping us answer all those stock related queries. Viewers, today the morning edition and the afternoon edition combined, we've managed to answer around 130 odd queries. So thank you so much for showing your enthusiasm in asking, and it was our pleasure answering those queries as well. With that, completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. Do stay tuned. India Market Close up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand.
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. It is a pretty picture at the start of the closing session today. That is Hiral Dadia. My name is Alex Matthew. I got that introduction completely all over the place. But the one thing that is not all over the place is the equity markets. Up about 1.8%, Hiral, not at the high point. We've lost about 130 points or thereabouts from the high point, and that was the really pretty picture. If you put yesterday's gains and today's gains together, we've made some ground back, right?
Yeah, we've made some ground back, and you know what I'm happy about, I would say, in simple language, is the advanced decline ratio, which has been healthy over the last two sessions, right? And that is giving some bit of confidence as well when investors are concerned. You're talking about what, 2,200 advances versus a 300 decline, and this trend has remained pretty constant for the last 2 days as well. So that is an interesting picture. And if you see in terms of broader markets, that outperformance versus the benchmarks has continued. In fact, Alex, it'll be interesting to see what the heat map tells us in terms of individual stocks and sectors.
Let's do just that. Pull up the heat map for the Nifty 50, and there'll be a mostly green screen. In fact, just 4 stocks, 3 stocks now in the red, and those are your tech companies, which are flirting. Infi, for example, is flirting with green at this moment, off the low point of the day. TCS as well as Tech Mahindra. Power Grid sees more money getting taken off the table, but what is working is Shriram Finance. Remember, it is one of the stocks that has been significantly volatile in the recent past. If you were to identify one of the Nifty 50 stocks with high beta, well, this is one of them. This is certainly probably the top in that category. 6% up. Titan making a little bit of ground back after it lost ground when the gold prices came off quite dramatically. It's up about 4.2% or so. Bajaj Finance, Ultratech, Trent, Adani Enterprises. It's broad-based, Hiral, at this stage.
Yeah, broad-based, but you know, if you have to look at the top 10 or 15 companies as well, gains are upwards of 3%, which is really encouraging on Nifty 50, right? If you have to look at a Reliance Industries, which is a heavyweight, HDFC Bank 2.6% on a HDFC Bank, SBI around a 3% up move. Reliance Industries, again, it's just 0.5%, very similar to what it was yesterday. So one of the heavyweights which is not contributing is, without that as well, you're seeing these kind of gains, which is good. Let's just look at the sectoral heat map and see what that is looking like. I'm sure it's going to be a very pretty picture because it was only IT which was in the red, but that itself is in the positive right now. Consumer durables, the PSU Bank Index, metals, real estate, all of them have been on the positive end. It's only IT which is still seeing marginal gains of around 0.3%, but still trading in the positive. So the breadth in terms of the sectors is also looking pretty good in trade. 18, 19 indices trading with gains of over 2%, which is quite considerable. I also want to look at the contribution picture for the Nifty 50 because HDFC Bank will be up there. It continues to be up there. Larsen & Toubro with gains of over 3%, State Bank of India leading the PSU banking index forward, and Axis Bank from the private sector index as well, private bank index, all doing particularly well. Mainly it's your financials which are powering the Nifty 50 in terms of contributors. If you see HDFC, SBI, Axis. Let's just look at the NSE 500 contributors as well and see the kind of gains and losses that are coming in over there. See the range, Alex. 7.5 to 18% is the kind of gains that you're seeing on BSE 500 from Apple, Sterlite, Spark, PCBL. Losers, it's a range again from 2 to the maximum losses coming in on an Ether at 6.5, which was a gainer yesterday. So again, it's a profit booking candidate right now. Likewise with all your alkaline companies as well.
Yeah, and these are just 8 out of what, 350 declines, right? So few and far between. But what are the factors heading into the midweek market holiday, Hiran?
What is going to be interesting is because it's expiry, that last hour of trade is going to be very interesting. But second consecutive session of gains is what we are seeing in terms of markets, as Alex was also mentioning. And we've gained almost over 500 points on intraday basis. So this is something which is encouraging. And the support level and the resistance level, if you have to go to see, 23,450 to 23,500 is where the resistance is coming at. And that's the reason why you've seen that kind of reversal that has come true in terms of markets. Support coming in at levels of 23,300 and 23,200 on the downside. In terms of sectors, the PSU Bank is a top sectoral gainer as well, because all the components over there are trading in the green. And despite the up move for a second day, your WIX is down just 1%. So that is something that we have to really keep our eyes on. Around 7 to 8 stocks are trading in the red at the moment if you have to look at the F&O components. And your broader markets are outperforming much more. Small cap 100, 3.2% on intraday basis. Small cap 100 seeing the biggest move since the 3rd of February 2026. Very lastly, if you see from 2 p.m. what has happened as well, clearly your cash market turnover as compared to yesterday is down 2%. Your F&O market turnover today is down 10%. Yesterday it was the reverse. Yesterday, it was only the cash market volumes with turnover which was down, and your F&O market volumes were actually higher. And this is what has changed in today's session because of expiry. What this would actually mean for the markets, let's quickly head across to Vinay Rajani, Senior Technical and Derivative Analyst at HDFC Securities, and we have Chakri Lokpriya also joining in. Vinay, welcome to the show, and Chakri also, welcome to you. My first question coming to you, Vinay, is, you know, we were just looking at the turnover. The cash turnover has slipped today. It was a similar situation yesterday as well. In terms of the F&O turnover, yesterday, which was at an uptrend, has seen a decline of around 10% since 2 o'clock today. What is that telling you with regards to where the breadth of the market goes and the trend line that you would pick up on Nifty?
Yeah, so good afternoon. So definitely the yesterday was the first session of the recovery. We saw that significant sell-off was there on the Monday, but Tuesday's recovery started. And first recovery starts from the FIS short covering, and that's why the majority of the large cap stocks participated. So that must be the reason behind the higher turnover in the F&O segment rather than the flat volume in the cash segment. Today, there is a broad-based participation, and some cash stocks are performing really very well. Technically, they are getting breakouts and follow-ups. Buyings are also coming, and we are able to book the trading calls as well, which was given yesterday. So alpha can be generated in the cash segment after a long time. So mid-cap, small-cap participation is there in today's session. Then today's volume in the cash market could be higher than yesterday, because yesterday there was a higher volume in the F&O segment because of the short covering and FI activities. So that may be the reason. And regarding the trend, yes, Nifty has recovered almost 1,000 points from the recent swing low. So the development has been positive. Some breadth indicator was clearly showing some oversold scenario 2 days back. Now they are showing some mean reversion, and we think that this pullback is here to stay at least till 23,900 to 24,000. That is the next target we are aiming in the Nifty. And as far as support is concerned, I think 23,000 to 23,100 has become a floor for the market, and that will act as a stop loss for the long traders. So we are right now expecting pullback extension in the market, and the next target for the Nifty could be 23,900 to 24,000. And at the same time, we are asking our traders to keep a stop loss at 23,100 in the Nifty spot.
Got it. So fair point. All right. So Vinay, before I go to Chakri, let me come to you on individual stocks. And good afternoon to the both of you. It's a good time to be talking to the both of you because there's so much green on the screen. Vinay, what would you buy on an individual basis though?
Yeah, so individual basis, I can see some strength coming to the railway stocks. So railway stocks have been underperforming, and more than 60% correction in the mid-cap railway stocks like Ircon from the all-time high we have seen. After getting oversold, they are showing some pullback signs from here. So there is a positive divergence in index also. So I think railway stocks can do well. And out of these railway stocks, Ircon International to us looks quite strong and exiting the oversold zone. So around 124, 125, one can go long. 120 should be stop loss, and we can expect 10 to 12 rupees upside for the short term. So Ircon is one space in which we are bullish, specifically in the railway space. Thus another sector which we are bullish from here is the sugar stock. So there has been significant rise in the US sugar as a commodity. We can see the chart, and along with the other commodities, now sugar is also participating on the bullish side, and same can be seen in the Indian sugar stocks also. So today there has been a breakout in Triveni Engineering, then Dalmia Sugar. These are the stocks which look good to us. Especially we have already recommended Dalmia Sugar to our clients there as a trading call, which is trading around 329. So as a trader, one can go long in this Dalmia Sugar around 329. Stop loss can be kept at 320. On the upside, we can expect a short-term target at 355. So on sugar space, we are bullish, and railway stocks are, because they are oversold, they can show some meaningful pullback from here.
Got it. All right. Chakri, coming to you on the financial stocks, and this is a pretty broad question, but feel free to narrow it down further. What we're seeing right now is a bounce in the Bank Nifty, as well as in the PSU banks, State Bank of India as well, leading from the front. Is this a good opportunity to get in? Because a lot of people were worrying what the downside from the levels that we saw on Monday were, but we've seen a smart bounce back. On the fundamentals, would you say that this is a good idea to jump into financials now?
I think fundamentally the answer lies in the fact, where oil goes from here. So with oil prices coming down, the strain on the yields, bond yields is coming down. And that is, had caused the sell-off in the banks and NBFCs, which now the reversal is happening as oil prices cool off, the pressure on yields go off, and therefore some of the strain on the PSU banks as well as NBFCs comes down. And in addition to that, the revival of economic activity, which was dampened on the expectation that the war would prolong and therefore bring down economic activity and therefore loan growth for banks, that's also reversing. So the short answer is yes, we would buy both PSU banks as well as NBFCs, including private.
Okay, so that's with regards to the PSU banking space and the financials that we're talking about. But moving on, one stock which has been seeing a good rise in trade today on the back of a brokerage note is Agility. And that is why we've picked that up as a stock of the day. As to what are the other findings that our own research analyst Jasmeet can get for us. That stock is at the day's highest levels nearly, with gains of 7.5% coming in there. Jasmeet, a good report that's come in on Agility. What are your key findings from the report, and apart from that, from the work that you've put together in terms of why this deserves to be a stock of the day?
Well, right, Hiral, thank you for that. If you look at the overall counter, this counter has done fairly well when you compare with the large caps and mid caps over the last 1 year. Well, when you look at TCS and Infosys down about 25-30% over last 1 year, when you look at Agility is down about 7% maintaining that up move and gains. Even the Q3 saw a good up move for the company. While today the stock is buzzing in trade on the back of the Nomura's note, where they initiate buy on this particular counter, target price is 55 odd rupees, and the stock is about 7.5% in today's trade. If we look at the overall note, they see the dual proposition, where they see value and growth both helping well for the company going ahead. While they also make a note stating that the vertically integrated healthcare tech player is placed well when it comes to the overall up moves going ahead. While in terms of the overall outsourcing and AI efficiency, they feel that's the two aspects that will fuel the company's growth in terms of the overall momentum in Q4 and FY27. The one is the AI, what the company is working towards, and the second one would be towards the overall momentum in the US healthcare space. Now, in terms of the other key aspect, the vertical integration and operational flexibility of the company will help company deliver superior guidelines and growth going ahead. While they also make a note that medical cuts, the medical aid cuts and MLR cuts in the US is pressuring margins of the clients of the Agility, which in turn will help them to outsource a lot of their work to the players. Now, Agility being the key player where the insurance company of US outsource their work becomes a big beneficiary for overall medical aid cuts in the US. That's why the stock remains in focus, and that's the reason why the company initiates buy on this particular counter. While in terms of other key key players, the company expects 70 to 80% of AI efficiency that the company will gain because of the overall AI play to be passed on to the clients, and that's why the margins are expected to stay stable in the medium term if you look at the current levels of 25%. If you look at the Q3 did see a strong growth broad-based where the revenue grew by 19% and the inorganic growth was a major one which contributed 10% to the overall growth. While we also make a note that the margin have expanded by 110 basis points in the Q3 where we did see a muted to slight growth in other IT players. So Agility had up over 110 basis points in terms of the margins. While in terms of the overall ANR ratios, what the analysts are saying, this particular counter has all buy on this particular play where they have 10 buy ratings and the return potential for next 1 year stands at 60%. So all in all, we see good up moves coming in particular counter. The counter is currently at 34 times the price to earnings ratio with something to watch out. It's slightly expensive going to other odd players in the market.
Okay, thank you so much, Jasmeet, for that. It's interesting to see what's happening with one of the AI plays as well. Chakri, let me come to you on this one. I mean, you're talking about Sagility, which is a smaller company as compared to all the giants in this space. How do you see these AI play, like, probably bearing fruits for a company like Sagility, and simultaneously, if you have to look at the other, mid-cap and small-cap IT players?
Agility is a company which is clearly focused on the healthcare industry within that, the US healthcare industry, the outsourcing of the IT bit of it. And AI is something which is penetrating quite fast in the US healthcare industry. So if this company will clearly lose some amount of revenue because of AI in its traditional business, but that will hopefully be replaced with some of the AI-related work they will do for the US healthcare providers. So in net, I think because of that, the company is likely to do well. But the only thing to keep in mind, it's a fairly expensive stock.
Okay, so Sagility, a fairly expensive stock that you are watching out for. Vinay, anything on the charts that you like? Because the run-up is quite steep in today's session. Would you still see some buying momentum on this counter?
It seems more like a pullback after a long time. The primary trend is still bearish because the stock is placed below its 50 and 200 days EMA. So medium to long-term trend is still bearish. There is a recovery today, 8% up with the jump in volumes. There are resistances between 43 to 45. If those are taken out easily, then we can say that the trend reversed. But otherwise, it's just a pullback. It seems like that. So at a higher level, it might get supply, and again the profit booking could still kick in. So 45 is the level one should watch out as a resistance. If that is taken out, then we can review the position and review the our view. But as of now, it is overall into a downtrend and short-term uptrend is there.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Sagility goes. But moving on, you have UBS, which has just come out with their India strategy note, and they've downgraded Indian equities to a neutral. It's a very interesting note that I'm picking up right now, because this is the third or the fourth brokerage house which has actually gone ahead and reduced their target price as well in terms of Nifty 50 when you talk about December 2026 targets. I'm not sure what UBS has done on Nifty 50, but at least a downgrade coming in on the equity side. They're seeing rising geopolitical risks and sustained energy price pressures, and they are highlighting the increased vulnerability and near-term pressures as well. What they've said is that the Indian equities are highly sensitive to oil prices, and hence the reason why they've downgraded. And the economy's heavy reliance when it comes to imported oil, LNG and LPG makes it really vulnerable to to supply disruptions and price spikes, with the Strait of Hormuz a critical checkpoint. Now, the persistent high energy costs will weigh in on growth, external accounts and earnings. They though remain constructive on India's medium-term growth story, but they believe that the near-term risk-reward has become more balanced at current levels. And the rise in oil prices in 2022 actually slowed the corporate earnings growth in India to single digits in FY23. And if elevated energy prices persist, FY27 earnings are likely to be adversely affected. That's what we're staring at right now, from a future perspective. But what happens from here on is anyone's guess, but a downgrade coming in from a UBS when you talk about Indian equity markets. And it's that time of the day where we get Somit Sarkar to join in with all the chatter from the dealing room. Somit, what have you got for us today? Because interesting day of trade. In fact, last 2 days have been very interesting. I'm sure you've got good chatter that you've picked up so far.
Yes, a lot of stocks that are buzzing in trade. Good chatter across the dealing room because it's the second consecutive day where we have seen intraday gains of more than 500 points in trade. A couple of stocks, firstly on pharma side, Granules India and Shilpa Medicare. There are buy flows on the large HNI desk. Dealers indicate that inspection for its one of the key units for Granules, that is Gagilapur, is expected to happen very soon. And do remember that the plant had earlier received a warning letter. So if it gets a positive outcome, definitely it will be positive for Granules India, but this will also be positive for Shilpa Medicare because there is one key drug for which Shilpa Medicare makes the API and Granules makes the does the formulation in the Gagilapur plant. So a clearance for this unit will definitely be positive for Shilpa Medicare as well as per dealers. For Voltas, dealers indicate that the company has implemented price hike across its portfolio. For room ACs, the price hike is anywhere between 7.5 to 12%. For refrigerators, that is the Voltas Beko brand, the price hike is anywhere between 4 to 5%. And for washers and coolers, the price hike is anywhere between 8 to 10%. And that is also one of the reasons why the stock has perked up nearly 5% in trade today. For Shriram Finance, post the Samman Capital approval from RBI, the buzz on the street is that Shriram Finance is also expected to receive some approval either from CCI or RBI, that is expected to come in soon. So keep an eye out for that counter as well. Sun Pharma, that stock has been gaining in trade, but dealers indicate that there are some sell flows on the HNI desk that they are seeing at the higher level on this counter. Now, dealers are expecting some negative news flow that could come in for Sun Pharma going forward, so keep an eye out for that counter as well. And lastly, when it comes to SBI, IndusInd Bank and Jubilant Food, there are buy flows on institutional desk on all the three names. Strong buy flows, both foreign and domestic institutions have been accumulating these counters and delivery volumes are expected to be on the higher side.
Got it. Interesting set of names, Soumit. Thanks so much for highlighting that for us. Shriram Finance stands out, one of the top gainers for the Nifty 50, gaining over 6% at one point. Let's see if that continues to be the case. Pull that up. Well, very close to 6%. And the question, therefore, to you, Chakri, is that Samman Capital, does it open the doors for Shriram as well? And what is your opinion? It slid a little bit from the top. It had quite the gain over the course of the last 1 year or so, and then it's fallen a little bit. So is this an opportune moment to add to the stock?
I think there are two reasons. One is, of course, the stock had corrected significantly over the last 3 weeks going into the war, and because of rising yields and the impact it will have on its earnings. So now that the oil prices are falling and the risk on the yields has come down, so the earnings projections are therefore unlikely to be maintained and not as bad as feared before. And the second is, yes, indeed, Samman Capital does open the door for Shriram also. But I think Shriram in itself, as it stands as a business, I think there is still valuations that are attractive at current levels.
Got it. Okay. Update coming through for Kotak Mahindra Bank. And just a short while back, they sent out a clarification on a news report that suggested a scam or a fraud, like you saw in the case of IDFC Bank, with regard to their branch in Panchkula. Now, what they've said is that they've initiated a reconciliation of fixed deposits and accounts of the Panchkula Municipal Corporation. Essentially, there is a mismatch in what the Panchkula Municipal Corporation said that it had with the bank, including fixed deposits and bank accounts, and what the records showed. And that difference was as much as 150 crore rupees allegedly. The bank has confirmed that all the KYC documentation as well as signatories and instructions of the account holder were in order, and it has gone through a significant portion of the amounts under review that has been reconciled. But what they're saying is that the reconciliation process is continuing in an orderly manner. In the meanwhile, the bank has filed a formal complaint with Panchkula Police on that irregularity, and the bank is cooperating with the municipal corporation as well as the government and law enforcement agencies. So it's an interesting story, and one hopes that this is something that gets resolved very quickly. Remember, what happened with the IDFC First Bank was that the entire amount had to be provided for, and so therefore it is something that needs to be addressed, and the extent of the damage needs to be assessed as well. We'll have to follow up with the bank and wait for more clarification.
But one aspect I want to talk about over here is the way IDFC first reacted on the back of the fraud. You're not seeing that kind of a reaction that's coming on a Kotak Mahindra Bank, which is very interesting.
Right?
The size of the bank is different, the size of the fraud is different, but the nature somewhere is very similar, right? So I'm very surprised. I mean,
government entity.
Yeah, correct. And the stock did see some bit of cooling off, but it's again regained that ground as well right now as we speak. So I think this is something which we need to look at as well.
Yeah, certainly. We've got Harendra Kumar, Managing Director at Elara Securities, joining in right now. Harendra, thanks so much for taking the time. Not necessarily a comment on this particular issue and specifically to Kotak Mahindra Bank, a broad comment on banks. I was asking a little while back, this is a cohort of stocks that took a bit of a battering because I think a lot of views on the street changed with regard to inflation projections and what it means for monetary policy. And if we're looking at the potential for hikes down the road, it changes the math on earnings as well. So in that context, with things having cooled off just a tad bit on the geopolitical front, would you say that we're at an opportune moment for banks right now?
Yeah, that's correct. But it remains to be seen whether it's going to be private banks or public banks. I think what has changed for the private banks over the last some years is there's no product differentiation between what they do and the public sector banks do. In fact, if you look at the NPA trajectory and the accretion to NPAs, the PSU banks are doing much better than private banks. Number three, the opening up of the FTA agreements means there's more competition for like to like with respect to foreign banks operating in the same space as private banks. So we see continuing compression in the price to earnings multiples for private banks and some parity emerging between public and private. So I think that's a very big factor going into the future. So that is the reason why this correction is not being brought into. If you would have seen now today, the stock price rebound actually has been quite disappointing with respect to the private banks. So I think this is a very, very material movement. And the ownership is quite significant in private banks. So if the ownership support, liquidity support is not coming back, we don't see them bouncing back faster in the case of higher volatility.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the overall market setup goes. Harendra, good afternoon. This is Hiral on this side. Now, you know, what I want to know is the geopolitical issues that everyone is talking about. You have Iran who's come out and now said that the 15-point negotiating sheet that Trump has given them is something that they have looked at. Maybe they'll be deliberating on the same or not is anyone's guess. And to add to that, we've just got some data pulled up in terms of Iraq invasion versus the current Middle East geopolitical tensions that are coming in and what that data tells us. If you just pull up the screen, in 2003 during the Iraq invasion when Nifty was at around 1003, we've taken the pre-event levels and then if you have to look at March 20, 2003 when it ended, on the day of the concerns we had Nifty which closed higher or by over 2%. Likewise, if you see the current issue, Nifty opened gap down 2% and closed down with 1%. So there was that mild recovery that did come in on the day of this event. And this is about Iraq invasion and the Middle East crisis. Now in the next month, Nifty actually fell by 8 to 9% back then in 2003. And simultaneously in the next 15 days of the Middle East crisis, you've seen Nifty which has fallen by more than 10% already. And the recovery that's coming in 2003 in the next 8 to 9 months, we saw 120% recovery where Nifty entered a bull run again. So far, Nifty has just rebounded more than 4% in the last two trading sessions. Now, taking this analogy into consideration, I know both of the wars have been slightly different, but in the end, it is a crisis. What would your read be in this kind of a situation?
Yeah, first and foremost, 2003 was a very different macro setup. India was coming out of a very prolonged bear market and earnings compression. And we were just entering a phenomenal rate cut cycle and a liquidity boom in the US. So that's what is fundamentally you can see is the response to the markets. That is not the case because we are trading at reasonable valuation, and valuation comfort has not been a variable that is supporting our markets. So hence, when we saw this event playing up, the FIs have sold like there's no tomorrow. So in fact, if you look at it now, the entire market capitulation in the Bank Nifty and the Nifty Auto Index has come from FI ownership. So if it doesn't return and we don't get the liquidity or support, the markets could take some more time to recover. But that's so much on liquidity. But otherwise, the war doesn't do much to the India's macroeconomic construct. What it does, of course, is the fiscal space that was available to the government gets a little constrained. In our view, as of now, the preliminary numbers seem to be around 3 lakh crores. Yes, that does put pressure on yields or the government's ability to go and spend out more. But otherwise, the macroeconomic construct remains pretty much under control. So we are expecting a small moderation because of in the earnings with respect to the cost increase of the energy basket. But the market should hold. So we stay constructive at these levels. If the war comes to a end within the next 30 days.
So in that context, then, Harendra, what would be the top picks at this moment? In that, if you were to allocate, and a lot of people attempt to buy the dip, a lot of people are saying that this is that dip. So if you were to allocate right now, what would be in order of priority or preference?
Yeah, so obviously what we've seen is that after energy shock, the Nifty Auto Index did behave, while the Ukraine example is the more recent example that needs to be analyzed. So at that point of time, the Nifty Auto Index actually did really badly. And after the index, the war kind of went into a stalemate, the auto index had a big rally. So we're expecting great levels for the Nifty Auto Index at this given point of time. The structural catalysts are in place, and I don't think the momentum is going to end. We're going to have the pay commission, which is going to come up and put more money in the hands of the Indian citizens. So I think the momentum will resume in the auto index. Second, of course, is what you've seen is the Nifty Energy Index. You'll be surprised that this Nifty Energy Index has only fallen 4%. So I think there are many catalysts and tailwinds. Of course, the government pushing for more PNG connections, pipe grid connections, clearing more pipelines, pushing more alternative energy sources, nuclear energy. So I think the clear pivot for the government will be to de-risk India's energy sources much more. So that will get government so much more additional attention. So the auto index, energy index is something which is ripe for alpha generation given the current context.
Got it. All right, on that note, Harendra, thanks so much for taking the time. Pleasure speaking with you. Now, let me throw that question to you, Chakri, because we've asked you about individual pockets, but we haven't asked you what you like at this moment. And the question I think a lot of people are asking is what is relatively insulated from these external shocks that we're seeing?
A couple of things need to be kept in mind. In addition to what Harendra said about 2003 to now, that we were in a macro cycle. India was the first time in its life began an infrastructure spend, and then it followed for the 5 years after. And rupee, most importantly, was about $40 to the 40 rupees to the dollar. Now India is rupee is 94. So which means the same oil purchases have gone up, have doubled and tripled over the last whatever years, 20 odd years, and that has changes the math for India's fiscal and therefore its ability to spend on infrastructure and therefore how much legroom the market has in the following several months. Clearly, there is likely to be a rebound in financials, cement, metals, all these sectors which fell. But the pace of the rebound will depend upon how quickly oil comes down from, let's say, wherever it is at about close to 100. Will it come down to before the war of 65, 70? It's unlikely, they say. Will rupee come down from 94 to, let's say, even 80? then the equation changes. Otherwise, still there is some amount of caution.
So Chakri, we're talking about the new normal in terms of the rupee dollar, a new normal in terms of where crude could settle. In this kind of a scenario, if you have to talk to investors and say, okay, probably this is the time where markets have come off highs. You are seeing that recovery which has started to come in. Whether this will be a sustained up move from here or, there will be bouts of correction that keep coming. And if someone has to start allocating resources, what would that look like in terms of pecking order? If you can give us your top sectoral bets, the top 3 and your top 3 stock calls.
In terms of sectors, it's clearly financials, and some of the cyclical industrial stocks have corrected quite a lot, and some of the metals valuation-wise. So, today, whether State Bank of India still trades only at probably one-time book, or if you look at a company like NBCC, NBCC is, a company which is very domestic in its construction spend, and therefore it's unaffected by global activities, and I think it's definitely worth buying. You look at the cement, all petcoke prices aside, companies like JK Lakshmi have corrected very significantly, and even Ultratech for that matter, and therefore they all offer a good amount of upside, a good 15-20% or more from the current levels.
Got it. Chakri, on that note, thanks so much for taking the time as always.
Thank you.
Right, we're holding on to gains of about 1.7% for the Nifty 50, about 400 points, so about 150 points off from the high point, but you can't really complain. The broader market's actually looking sanguine at this point and doing better than the benchmark. 2.3% for the mid-cap index, about 2.5% for the small-cap index, holding out not too far away from the high point of the day. We have to slip into a very quick break. We'll get you the strategies that you should employ heading into the market holiday and whether or not you should carry any positions that will take you into Friday. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
India, a land of story and resilience. 1.4 billion hearts share this home, and the responsibility to protect it rests with all of us. As India moves towards net zero, every step matters. Walk with us as we discover the people and ideas shaping a more sustainable India. India's Sustainability Mission, an initiative by NDTV.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
Welcome back to India Market Close on NDTV Profit with Alex and myself, Hiral Dadia. You know, it's interesting to see how the geopolitical aspects are evolving when you talk about the West Asia war. Now, you know, all this while the chatter was of United States said to have sent Iran a plan to end the Middle East war, and this was a 15-point plan that was delivered via Pakistan, whose army chief has emerged as the key interlocutor between the United States and Iran. That is what everyone was talking about. Now, the latest development coming in over there is that the 15-point plan is something that Iran has at least accepted that they have received it. Any conversations around it happening or not is anyone's guess yet. We don't have the details. But what would this actually mean? Let's get in Purnima Nath, global strategist, to talk to us about it. Purnima, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. This is Hiral on this side. You know, we've been talking about the letter that United States had sent to Iran, and this was the 15-point plan. And the latest that we're picking up so far is that Iran has now at least acknowledged receipt in terms of the 15-point plan. I mean, details, obviously, all of us know what those 15 points, you will be able to see them on the screen. What do you make out of this communication now?
Thank you so much for having me. Namaste, Jai Hind. First of all, Iran has responded with a wonderful rebuke, actually. It says United States is negotiating with itself. Prior to that, I know that Iran has responded saying you are fired at that time when he has given 48 hours ultimatum. This has become such a political theater, especially from Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, I cannot recognize what Trump that we have voted for, or what Trump that we have supported, what Trump that we have campaigned for, what Trump that we have elected, and the pride that we have had at one point of time last year when we elected President Trump, thinking that there is not going to be a new war. He's going to bring peace. Is going to bring our costs down, and domestically, unfortunately, everything that we have thought today has been proven wrong. We have been proven wrong. We have been backstabbed, and this is one of the reasons why I'm speaking quite loudly, and I've become one of the harshest critic of President Trump as well. I don't think he's listening to ordinary people. He's only listening to Wall Street. He's listening to billionaires. He's only listening to people that can bring him $1 billion deals. And that's how he goes by that. Unfortunately, he didn't understand what Iran is going to do. He thought that Venezuela model is going to work for him, and that didn't. Obviously, Iran's retaliation was impressive.
So, okay,
and
fair.
It not only just showed resilience, but also showed that without international support, Iran could have achieved so much.
Let me ask you something then. Since you're talking about the Trump that you voted for and the Trump that you supported from last year, and the fact that from your perspective, he has not fulfilled promises that he has made. Is that reflective of the fact that popular support on the ground is shifting for the president and for the Republicans in general? And are we likely to see a shift in the politics as it takes place in the midterm elections? Do you think that this will result in a change in the elected representatives once that midterm election takes place?
A great question. First of all, the shift is happening within the Republican Party. I'm a Republican Party member, but the folks like us, who's actually centrist, center to right, we had a different kind of America First agenda. The way we have interpreted MAGA, which is Make America Great Again, was different from invasions, different from coups, regime changes, bombing and killing and slaughtering and dictating other countries. Our country is going through a massive shift at this point of time. We have seen inflations, we have seen job numbers. Even in President Trump's last year, the first year of second term, 2025, job numbers is 1.1 million, which is half the last year of Joe Biden's, which was 2 million. The inflation is constantly rising. The mistake that he has done through tariff, through terrorizing, through threatening global leaders isn't something that I was personally expecting.
Sure, but
when we look at different, in general, what's happening in the Republican Party, there's a shift. There's one faction, which is MAGA faction, which is Republican. They call them conservatives, but they're basically neoconservatives, which is white Christian supremacist.
No, but I mean, let's not get into stereotyping anybody. But let's talk about the facts. Let's talk about the facts. And the question that I asked was whether you anticipate a shift in the elected representatives at the midterm elections or after the midterm elections. Is there likely to be a shift in the voter base? Was the exact question, Purnima.
So two ways I want to answer that. So I was not actually stereotyping. This is actually happening in Washington, D.C., whether it's Pentagon, whether DHS, whether it's USCIS, whether it's H-1B conversation. We are seeing people like us who's Hindu, who hasn't not denounced the Hindu religion or not bashing India as the mother country is targeted here because they're saying that we're not assimilating, we don't understand what America is, we shouldn't be even here.
Sure.
And these are what is causing major issues in the party also. So now to answer your second question, whether we're seeing a shift, yes, we are. And I think it's highly likely that President Trump is going to come with some kind of tactics to even cancel this 2026
we'll
election.
See soon enough.
So
we'll see soon enough. Purnima, thanks so much for taking the time. Thank you so much for taking the time and for sharing your opinions with us. All right, let's go across to Shivangi Sarda and Dharmesh Kant joining us at this moment, and let's talk about the equity markets as they stand right now. Shivangi and Dharmesh, good afternoon, and thanks so much for taking the time. Shivangi, I'll come to you first. We seem to be holding out with gains of just about 1.7% for the benchmark Nifty 50. And it is, in fact, the expiry day for the month for the Sensex. So we're seeing a relatively calm end to this particular series. What do you take from it, and what do you take for Friday's trade as well?
Thank you for having me. So we've seen that respite is definitely seen today in the markets. We have recouped the losses of the last 4 trading sessions. For Nifty, and we are comfortably holding above the key levels. Now, 23,333 would be an important zone to watch out. If it manages to hold above the same, then we could expect an upside towards 23,650 and 23,900 levels. Now, of course, we have almost concluded the expiry monthly for Sensex, but we have the Nifty expiry also to look out for. And we are expecting a little bit, volatility to continue. But of course, buy on decline stance would continue as the sentiments can be seen improving with the, improvement in the global concerns. And we've also seen a cool off in the India VIX, which is also adding to this strength. Now, of course, India VIX is still above 24.5 levels, which will continue to add to the volatile cues in the option premiums. Talking about Bank Nifty, we've seen that some of the NBFC stocks have today, supported this index. And although underperforming the broader market, but still the Bank Nifty is holding above 53,500, which will become an immediate zone to watch out for the next up move towards 54,300 odd levels.
So that's with regards to levels to watch out for. Ramesh, seeing the texture of the market right now, would you advise buying anything? Because it seems the markets are slightly happy in the last 2-3 days.
Yeah, thankfully so, but the market is happy in the last 2-3 days. Otherwise, it was a very tough situation handling clients and explaining them things. Looks like, before the war started, we turned bullish on consumer durables, particularly on the AC manufacturers. The trade has turned well as of now. Energy electronics was our topic out there. And we have been recommending, when the fall was happening, buying on declines, the automobile space. So Hero MotoCorp, Bajaj Auto, Maruti and the likes. So these are the sectors where we were, growing a staggered kind of a buying approach. So the method continues. Even L&T a couple of days back when it was hitting 5% lower. There again a staggered approach was being adopted. So what we are telling to our clients is, be prepared to see 10-15% further downside on a bad day or if situation worsens from here. But quality names like L&T, Hero, Bajaj, LG Electronics and all should be fine with that kind of a fall. So that is how we approach this market. And the other point is, if things settles and the market goes up from here and there is no looking back, so then also buying 3-4% higher doesn't harm in this scenario, because most of the stocks have already corrected 20-25% from the highs. So buying 5% higher would be there's no harm there. So net we are not very clear whether this will go which way. But as of now, as a strategy from investment perspective, yes, selective buying we have been recommending, and people have turned bias in last couple of days.
Dharmesh, where are you suggesting selective buying? And good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Alex. Apart from the regular names in banking, financials, automobiles, metals, Larsen & Toubro was the latest inclusion out there. And the other space before the war broke out was the consumer durable on the AC manufacturing side, because the numbers have started trickling and Feb was good for most of the players out there. They were seeing decent traction, and LG Electronics, they remained our topic. So these are the counters. Apart from this, we are still holding on, and we are seeing how the development is evolving.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about PG Electroplast. It's one of the stocks that reacted pretty sharply in trade. And this is, of course, it's off the high point of the day. At one point at the start today, it was up as much as 6-7%. And this is on the back of the fact that it has seemingly resolved its LPG supply issues and restored room AC production to near normal levels after installing an alternative fuel source. Mahima joining in to tell you about why this is important. Mahima, the most important time of the year for these companies, because ultimately this is when the highest demand comes through, and they seem to have done something that is working for them.
Absolutely, Alex, and certainly a positive one coming in for PG Electroplast at the right time, right? Because as you rightly mentioned, peak summers is when AC demand is at the max, and this will have a ripple effect on Blue Star, Havells, Voltas, etc. as well. For PG Electroplast, as you rightly mentioned, they've reported improvement in room AC production after resolving the LPG supply issue. The stock has almost hit an intraday of 9% in trade today, and what they're saying is that this is they've identified an installed alternative to LPG. The current room AC production is almost normalized now, and they have addressed this entire crisis to a large extent, is what the management commentary is coming in. Now, why this will have a good effect on Blue Star, Voltas, all of them are buzzing in trade, and Havells as well, because this will normalize production for them in terms of peak summer coming in from PG Electroplast, of course. So for them, demand supply will not be an issue. The overall, production being normalized will also reduce the risk in terms of supply chain for these companies, and this will also improve their sales visibility when it comes to April and May, which which will be seeing peak summers. We've also talked about this earlier as well, where that El Nino might hit and might lead to peak summers coming in till the end of May, and that is why we could see peak demand for ACs. Now, PG Electroplast has given the guidance for FY26 at that 5,700 to 5,800 odd crore and expect to reach profits of 300 odd crores by FY26. We'll have to wait and watch out for whether that guidance they achieve or not. And lastly, Nuvama has also come out with an EMS, with a view on EMS sector, and what they're saying is that the recent weakness that we saw in the past for all of these EMS players, according to them, this is the right time to make an entry into Amber, PG Electroplast as well as Havells. So this is the overall view as to what's happening with PG Electroplast and has effects on counters like Blue Star, Havells and Voltas as well.
Okay, so that's with regards to PG Electroplast and the impact that any of its customers are seeing. Shivangi, on the charts, do you like anything from a Havells to a Blue Star, a PG? Because PG has come out and said that, the supply concerns are easing with one of the suppliers, it's having a ripple effect on the others as well. But what are charts indicating?
Yes, Hira, absolutely. These stocks have kind of made a good rebound. Of course, good amount of short covering can be seen. If you look at Havells, this has bounced back from the low of 1,200 odd levels, and it is holding quite well with a good closing as well. But then, for a Havells, I would suggest that one more confirmation would be apt for this stock. Now, of course, the other sectors and stocks have also witnessed a good amount of recovery. So we could focus on the entire, pack as a whole.
Okay. Dharmesh, your view from a fundamental perspective, because, we've lost Dharmesh, but Shivangi, apart from these names, EMS as a space is also seeing some good traction over the last couple of days from McCain's Technologies, Amber, Dixon, at least in terms of where charts go. Anything that you like in this space as well?
So we've seen that, of course, there has been a lot of good momentum in these stocks, but then, these have also fell by, quite drastically in the last 4 to 5 odd months. So some bit of consolidation would, be seen over here or would be expected here before it starts the next leg of rally.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about more stocks that are buzzing in trade. And this is on the back of news. We might have started off with a little bit of a lean list, but that's built through the day. Sharad joining in to tell you about some of those. Sharad, some stocks reacting very sharply in trade today.
Well, that's right, Alex, and largely the BFSI space is where the attraction is coming here. Sammaan Capital, of course, we have seen a good up move coming in, as slightly the stock is off, but RBI has cleared IHC's controlled acquisition of the company and SFL, and good volumes are also seeing here. RBI has waived the public notice period for the deal, and Avenir, which is the arm of IHC, they will be adding in roughly 8,900 crore rupees via the preferential issue. Now, the stake itself will be rising and it will be going up from 41% to almost 63.36% post the offer. The second stock, Deepak Fertilizers, remember that crude fall is happening for the second straight day and strong volume buying is coming in this counter. The demand trends in fourth quarter remain strong, especially on the Kharif season, and the government interventions in the fertilizer sector is something which is keeping the fertilizer stocks up. iFinance management had spoken exclusively in KYC, and they stated two important points in our discussion. They stated that their business model, higher yields are there compared to peers, which is offsetting the asset quality deterioration overhang which is there because of the business model, and they expect the fourth quarter disbursements to be around 500 crore. That means around 35 to 40% of disbursements will be coming in the fourth quarter. Also, lastly, Fino Payments Banks, that's an important operational update coming in, and there's a same factor coming in as what we had seen in iFinance, as they are also expecting a surge in the fourth quarter referral loan disbursements, and fourth quarter they're expected to achieve 90% of the 9-month FY26 disbursements as well, and there's an acceleration happening, especially in the rural credit as well. So overall, it's a positive operational update coming in for Fino Payment Bank.
Got it. Okay, let's talk about the stock, right? Because it's up 10%. It's at upper circuit right now. So Shivangi, the question to you on the charts, obviously it does not make sense to ask whether you should buy in at this moment. You can't. But the question is, if you've held, do you continue to do so, and what are the levels that you would keep in mind?
there would...
Yeah, we couldn't hear you. Go ahead now.
Yeah, definitely there has been quite a lot of news-based action in this one. But on technically speaking, of course, we've seen that this stock has seen quite a lot of downfall in the last 2 years. And I would suggest, for a stabilizing factor here for again to, start momentum picking up. But there are, the other stocks in the same sector that one could focus on if we want exposure in this one.
Okay. So that's with regards to Fino Payments Bank locked in upper circuit as we speak. But moving on, India has actually moved to curb cheap imports in the rubber chemicals space. Now, with the DGTR recommending steep anti-dumping duties on shipments from China, the European Union and the United States, these are the regions from where we are looking at in terms of the anti-dumping duty. We'll get Nimit to join us with more details on this one. But let me come to you, Shivangi, on the stocks that will get impacted on this, because you're talking about tire rubber sector, rubber manufacturers as well. So specifically tire companies, JK Tires, CEAT, what are charts indicating?
So, of course, auto stocks are looking quite positive, and of course, there will be some bit of movement in the auto ancillary pack as well. Now, of course, looking at Apollo tires or, for that matter, the other tire stocks, they're looking quite lucrative at these levels because they've consolidated in the last 7 odd trading sessions. And we've seen some bit of stabilizing here. And of course, these stocks are looking quite positive. Apollo Tyre is looking out for the next targets of 440 levels and then 450 with a support of 412 zones. And, in the auto pack, one could also look at a Eicher motor.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about that update that Hiral was just mentioning with regard to the anti-dumping duty on certain chemicals that are used in the rubber space. And in the processing of rubber, so specifically for tire companies and certain other entities in that space, this is an important update. This has to do with a request that Nelco has put through, I believe. Nimit is joining in to tell us more about that. Nimit, what is the update here? What component of the inputs for tires or otherwise are we talking about?
Yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful. It's called sulfonamide accelerators, Alex. And usually cheap rubber sounds good, but not for Indian manufacturers or the Directorate General of Trade Remedies this time, because they've slapped excessive remedies on imports of this product that's used in rubber manufacturing, particularly tires, especially from China, the EU and the US. Now, they found that, in fact, from the US, a 120% import duty has been put on, dumping margins as high as 110% from the EU and 30 to 40% in China. Now, these are substantial because they actually, the duty is only to the extent of what the price was under the allowed price. So you can imagine that the price that was being dumped into India was 120% lower than what Indian manufacturers were putting out at the time period of the investigation. Now, what this means is that the price of tires in India will go up. Input margins for everything that use sulfonamide accelerators will go up. This will affect tire companies, Apollo Tires, MRF, CEAT and JK Tires. Also, NoSil and other manufacturers of this product, of course, happy because they will now be able to compete at a fair price that these products are sold at in India. The price is bound to go up, and this will benefit these companies, and you might see some action here. But overall, tire companies will be affected by this. Costs will go up.
Got it, got it. All right, Nimit, thanks so much for that. And I meant NoSil. NoSil is the name of the company that produces this chemical. All right, just about a minute and a half to go. And so therefore, Shivangi, thanks so much for taking the time. Let's talk about how the markets are closing. And let's pull up that screen. About 1.7% we're holding, with having dropped about 70 points odd, 60 points odd from the high point of the day. That's not too much in the context of a close to 400-point gain, and the broader markets look pretty good. Of course, off towards the end of the session, Hiral,
You've seen more of declines.
The declines have actually
that's
gone
narrowed, you know. I mean, and that's what becomes slightly concerning. If we can just have the advanced decline ratio intraday chart, because that'll tell you what's happened. There you go. I mean,
Just
not
a
a
tad
major
bit.
one, but a tad bit from where we actually started of the day. So, I mean, from 125, actually, if you go to see, it's a 525. So it's almost 3 to 4 times the number that we are seeing in terms of the declines.
The base is always important.
The base is important, and this is just with a pinch of salt so that people don't get carried away with what's happening in the markets as well. Very quickly, let's just look at the components, or you know, in terms of the heat map of Nifty 50 and see what's happened, whether we are where we started off at, exactly there. It's just BEL that has come in the red with cuts of 0.3%, but TCS, Power Grid, Tech Mahindra, these were the ones which were under pressure. You know, this absolutely looks like where we started off, kind of at 230. So no major changes there with your financials powering up. You know, you have L&T, which is continuing.
But I'll tell you what has moved. What has moved is right here, and once we get the camera back on, I'll be able to showcase this, because the second heaviest weight on the Nifty 50, which is Reliance Industries,
it's given up the gains,
which was previously trading with gains of about 0.5%, is ending with gains of just about 0.1%. And so therefore, as a result of which, you see a bit of a cool off. We're ending at 1.7% higher, and if it was for that 0.5% gain for that Reliance Industries, you would probably end close to 2%, if not maybe 1.9%.
But I think a closure at least levels of 23,300, even if that's the number, is a good sign that we need to pick up. That, you know, it's not going below that 23,300 mark on a day which is expiry, and people will be squaring off positions as well. In terms of broader markets, let's look at the NSE 500 to see the components right now as we speak in terms of gainers and losers. There you go, Spark, Birla Corp.
Good gain.
Fertilizers, Godfrey Phillip was up in trade, Sterlite Technology, so smart moves coming in there. And Pharma as a pack, Alex, was absolutely strong. Losing out again, Aether, Uflex, your amines companies, a lot of your crude dependent companies, if you go to see, are the ones which have seen much of the pressure today as well. So it's an interesting day. I don't think so anyone's gone unhappy just before the holiday.
No, particularly because of the way that broader markets over the course of yesterday and today have done. The only question is, and I hope that this does not come to pass, that something significant happens on the geopolitical side that we'll have to take into account for Friday's trade. But that brings us to the end of this edition of India Market Close. From the entire team that put this show together, and Hiral and myself, thank you so much for watching. Do stay tuned. This is NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
India, a land of story and resilience. 1.4 billion hearts share this home, and the responsibility to protect it rests with all of us. As India moves towards net zero, every step matters. Walk with us as we discover the people and ideas shaping a more sustainable India. India's Sustainability Mission, an initiative by NDTV.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Good evening, you're watching Market Express with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and this is the show that gets you up to speed when it comes to headlines, but also everything that is happening in the markets as well. First things first, let's talk about the market action then. Market continues to be in recovery mode. Nifty 50 manages to close near 23,300 after touching an intraday high of near 23,500. When you talk about Sensex as well, you talked about that as well, ending the 1,200 point uptick also that you had coming in for the Sensex. In terms of broader markets, small caps outperformed sharply, while mid-cap index also ends the day with over 2% gains. Moving on then, let's talk to you about the broadly positive session on the last rate in terms of the sectoral picture as well. So sharply tilted in the favor of green, realty and PSU banks led the charge, riding strong buying interest, while metals and financial services also posted solid gains. When you talk about the market mode, that stayed constructive, supported by selective buying and improving sentiment. Biocon is in focus as Eli Lilly plans to exit several insulin products in parts of Europe. Analysts, in fact, are saying that this opens up an opportunity for players like Biocon with approvals already in place for key insulin biosimilars. The company is well positioned to step in and capture market share left behind even as global investors scale back. Moving on then, let's talk to you about Natco Pharma that is in focus after its board approves the demerger of its agrochemicals business. The unit will be housed in a new subsidiary called Natco Crop Health Sciences. When you talk about shareholders, they're receiving shares in the new entity on a one-to-one basis. Post the demerger, Natco Pharma continues to hold a minority stake while investors get direct exposure to the agrochem business. Saman Capital was also in focus after the RBI clears Avenir's acquisition of control in the company and its subsidiary SFL. The regulator also waives the public notice period, smoothing the way for the deal. Avenir, in fact, plans a large capital infusion through a preferential issue, taking its stake also sharply higher. When you talk about the move, that is seen strengthening the balance sheet and supporting future growth. Moving on to an inter-ministerial briefing today, the government has assured that the crude oil situation remains normal amid global tensions. All refineries are operating at optimum capacity, with India's annual refining capacity at 26 crore tons as well. So there has been no hike when it comes to petrol or diesel prices, and supplies continue uninterrupted. That's the word coming in from Centre as well. And officials, in fact, are urging citizens not to panic or indulge in panic buying of fuel to ease pressure on LPG. We do have Delhi that has allowed 24/7 work for PNG infrastructure. A notification was issued yesterday as well to also expand PNG connections with streamlined application fees and timelines. In the last 25 days, authorities in fact have issued 2.5 lakh new PNG connections. Shifting focus back to stocks, PG Electroplast was in focus after the company says that it has installed an alternative to LPG room air conditioner. Production is now close to normal, with fuel constraints largely addressed for now. The update, in fact, is boosting confidence when it comes to summer season readiness, even as the stock moves up sharply. And another stock that was in focus was Sagility, that was in focus on the back of Nomura initiating coverage with a buy call as well. The brokerage likes the company's dual play of value and growth driven by outsourcing demand and efficiency gains from AI, with pressure on insurer margins. Analysts are in fact saying that this actually works in the company's favor, as pairs are looking to cut costs as well. And when you talk about margins, they're seeing holding steady even as growth remains strong. Talking about Acme Solar Holdings next, that is in focus after commissioning the second phase of its battery energy storage project in the state of Rajasthan. The latest phase adds to the company's storage capacity and strengthens the integration of renewable energy into the grid. The project is expected to support peak load management and improve grid stability in the state. On to Aventel next, that is in focus after the company backed a sizable rate contract for the supply and maintenance of satellite communication equipment. The order is to be executed over the next 3 years, providing clear revenue visibility. On to Vari Energies, that was in focus after its board approves a large capex plan to set up a dedicated solar glass manufacturing facility. The new plant will be operated through a wholly owned subsidiary, Vari Green Glass as well. The move comes amid tight supply conditions in solar glass and is also aimed at improving availability and cost visibility for the company. When you talk about the stock that was buzzing away in trade with a 3% uptick coming in. Moving on to Deepak Fertilizers, that was in focus as crude prices fall for the second straight session. You did have easing input cost that was back in the spotlight. The stock has seen strong volume buying, reflecting positive sentiment. Demand trends in the fourth quarter remained robust, while continued government interventions in the fertilizer sector are offering visibility and support. Lower energy costs, steady demand and policy backing together are improving the near-term outlook for the company. Moving on then, let's talk about Fino Payments, that has delivered a strong operational update, reporting a sharp acceleration in the fourth quarter referral loan disbursements as well. The bank is saying that the fourth quarter alone is set to achieve nearly 90% of its 9-month FY26 disbursements, highlighting that rapid momentum really. And you're also talking about 700 crore that was disbursed in the 9-month FY26. So when you talk about Q4 referrals, they've already touched 540 crore, driven by improving rural credit demand. When you talk about the company remaining on track to meet its 1,300 crore loan disbursement target for financial year 26. Moving on then, but staying with banks, Kotak Mahindra Bank is in focus on the back of cooperating with authorities after a reported 150 crore mismatch in the accounts of the Panchkula Municipal Corporation in Haryana. When you talk about the state's Vigilance and Anti-Corruption Bureau, they've been asked to initiate an investigation after officials found that a 58 crore fixed deposit allegedly did not exist at the bank's Sector 11 branch. A broader review of accounts revealed that there were discrepancies, in fact, that were found exceeding 150 crore rupees, with authorities saying that possible collusion cannot be ruled out as the probe gets underway. Moving on then to Puravankara, that has laid out an aggressive growth roadmap unveiling 30 residential projects across South India and Mumbai. The expanded pipeline carries a gross development value to the tune of about 55,000 crore rupees. And this is in fact underscoring strong expansion intent across key urban markets. The move is signaling confidence when it comes to housing demand as the developer scales its presence in premium and mid-income segments. Moving on to A Finance, that is telling NDTV Profit that higher yields compared to peers continue to cushion the impact of asset quality concerns. In fact, the management is also saying that when you talk about the key operating parameters, they're remaining largely stable with low volatility even amid macro challenges. The lender is expecting the fourth quarter disbursements of around 500 crore rupees, with 35 to 40% of annual disbursements coming in the last quarter. Importantly, they're also talking about exposure to the restaurant segment that is impacted by LPG shortages. That's limited to just 1.5% of the overall portfolio. Moving on to UBS, that has downgraded Indian equities to a neutral rating, citing rising geopolitical risks as well as sustained energy price pressures as well. So when you talk about the word coming in from the brokerage, you do have the head, the India strategy head, in fact, who's warning that Indian markets remain highly sensitive to oil prices. Given the economy's heavy dependence on imported crude, LNG and LPG, something that we've been talking about throughout the course of the show, especially through the Strait of Hormuz, elevated energy costs, in fact, UBS is noting, could weigh on growth, external balances, as well as corporate earnings in the near term, while the brokerage also is remaining constructive on India's medium-term growth story, also saying that near-term risk-reward is looking more balanced, particularly if high energy prices persist and pressure FY27 earnings. Moving on to business news, the Finance Bill 2026 has been passed with key amendments to the tax framework. The government introduced retrospective changes to nullify certain favorable court rulings on technical grounds. These include empowering the tax department to reopen cases earlier struck down, revalidating past tax orders, and ensuring procedural defects like missing DIN or lapses when it comes to approvals do not invalidate proceedings. When you talk about the minimum 30-day response window that is provided for reassessment notices, and you do have some of these orders that are now going to be uploaded on the IT portal for faster implementation, and non-payment of tax dues is something that will no longer attract arrest, though recovery through attachment continues. Now, the changes aim to reduce litigation and improve tax administration efficiency. Moving on and let's get you the word coming in from the Directorate General of Trade Remedies, or DGTR, that has recommended steep anti-dumping duties on imports of key rubber chemicals. In fact, when you talk about the proposal, zoom in on the target here, it's targeting shipments from China, the European Union and the United States to protect the domestic industry. Now, dumping margins are estimated as high as 120% from the US, up to 110% from the EU and 30 to 40% from China. NOSIL, the main domestic producer, has flagged material injury from low-priced imports as well, and the duties, if imposed, will apply for 5 years, are likely to raise input costs when it comes to tire manufacturers. So add something like an Apollo Tyres, MRF, Seat and JK Tyre to the list as well, and the government is going to be taking a final decision after stakeholder comments. Moving on a New Mexico jury has ordered Meta Platforms to pay $375 million in civil penalties. Now, the state, in fact, has sued the company for violating consumer protection laws by misleading users about the safety of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Prosecutors accuse Meta of enabling child sexual exploitation and prioritizing profits over child safety through addictive features and inadequate standards. Now, the verdict is coming in after a 6-week trial and less than 1 day of deliberation. Meta is saying that it will appeal this particular decision. This marks the first jury verdict against a major tech firm on such child safety claims. Moving on to OnePlus, that could shut down operations in several global markets as early as April 2026, according to a new report. The company is reportedly planning to exit large parts of Europe and North America, while also focusing on China and budget segments in India. Some staff have already been informed and offered severance packages. And you do have this particular move that is following closer integration when it comes to the parent company, Oppo. OnePlus India CEO Robin Liu has stepped down and is returning to China. The company is also saying that operations in India continue normally. with a local strategy in place. So that's the caveat there. No official confirmation, of course, has been issued just as yet. Moving on then, OpenAI is close to raising an additional $10 billion in its latest funding round from major venture investors. The round includes participation from Abu Dhabi's MGX and a bunch of others as well. It is co-led by Andreessen Horowitz as well, the Shaw Ventures, TPG and T. Rowe Price as well, and with Microsoft also joining. So the fresh capital is going to be bringing OpenAI's total funding from this round to over $120 billion. The deal is expected to close next week at a pre-money valuation of $730 billion. Funds will be used to secure more computing power and attract top talent for AI development. Moving on then, SpaceX could be heading for one of the biggest market debuts in history. Reports, in fact, are saying that Elon Musk's space exploration firm is preparing to file a confidential prospectus for an initial public offering as early as this week. Now, when you talk about this particular IPO, it could target a fundraise of more than $75 billion, potentially valuing SpaceX at over $1.75 trillion. If it goes through, the listing would dwarf Saudi Aramco's record $29 billion IPO, marking a watershed moment, not just for markets, but also for the commercial space industry. Moving on then, let's talk to you about South Korea's SK Hynix that is also planning a confidential filing to list shares in the United States in the second half of 2026. So that's further away than SpaceX now, and this is a move that could raise up to $14 billion. According to reports, the memory chip giant is expected to sell around 2 to 3% of its shares, with proceeds also earmarked for new chip-making plants in South Korea and Indiana in the US as well. The listing, in fact, is coming in as the company is ramping up capacity to meet surging demand from AI data centers, reaffirming its expansion push amid the global boom. Moving on then, let's get you some national news. Delhi Police Crime Branch has dismantled an international arms smuggling network with links to Pakistan, Nepal and Bangladesh. 10 key operatives have been arrested in the operation. Police recovered 21 foreign-made pistols, submachine guns and automatic firearms, along with over 200 live cartridges. When you talked about the seized weapons, they're including advanced models from Turkey, China, Czech Republic, Italy, Brazil and Germany. And the network, in fact, is smuggling arms into India, mainly through the India-Nepal border for supply to criminal groups. Further investigation is currently underway to trace financial trails, also possible terror links. The crackdown is seen as a major blow to transnational organized crime. Moving on then, Union Health Minister JP Nadda has launched the next phase of the focused and intensified 100-day TB Mukt Bharat Abhiyan as well. And the campaign covers 1.58 lakh villages and urban wards with locally tailored micro plans. It aims to accelerate TB elimination by focusing on vulnerable groups. So that includes urban poor, tribal communities and migrants. Key initiatives include symptom-agnostic screening, AI-enabled diagnostics as well, and portable X-rays, and of course the new TB Mukt Bharat app that will also have an AI chatbot. The government has increased funding tenfold for the program, and the intensified drive seeks to bridge last-mile gaps and achieve measurable outcomes when it comes to TB detection as well as treatment. Moving on then, actor Ranveer Singh is set to take fresh legal steps in the ongoing Kantara case, which continues to be heard by the Karnataka High Court. The actor has now agreed to submit an affidavit offering an unconditional apology. The controversy dates back to November 2025 when Ranveer mimicked the Deva ritual at an award ceremony while praising filmmaker Rishabh Shetty. The act also sparked, of course, backlash from the sections of the Kannadiga community who said it disrespected a sacred tradition after the video went viral. On to international news then. Iran has sharply rejected US President Trump's claim that Tehran wants a deal to end the ongoing conflict. A military spokesperson accused the US of negotiating with itself and dressing up defeat as an agreement. You do have Lieutenant Colonel Ibrahim Zolfghari also, who said that Iran is going to never make a deal with the US, not now or ever. He's also mocked Trump directly on state television. The remarks come a day after Trump said that talks are underway following a very big present from Iran. Moving on then, as Iran rejects any talks of negotiations, the country has launched Wave 80 of its counter-strikes amid the ongoing conflict with Israel and the US. The Revolutionary Guards targeted locations in Israel, including Tel Aviv and Kiryat Shmona, as well as US bases in Kuwait, Jordan and Bahrain. Israel, in fact, has responded with a fresh wave of strikes on infrastructure across Tehran, hitting 2 naval cruise missile production sites. News agencies are reporting that Israeli strikes hit a residential area in Tehran, with rescuers searching rubble as well in Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia said that they repelled fresh drone attacks, one of which targeted a fuel tank at the Kuwait International Airport, causing a fire but no casualties. Fortunately, the exchanges in fact continue even as conflicting signals emerge over possible talks. And on to more potential negotiations, then the United States has proposed a 15-point ceasefire plan to Iran through intermediaries, including Pakistan. Now, when you talk about this particular plan, it's requiring Iran to dismantle key nuclear facilities, halt uranium enrichment, transfer its highly enriched uranium stockpile to the IAEA, and suspend its ballistic missile program, and also end support for proxy groups while ensuring safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. In return, the US offers to lift nuclear-related sanctions, assist Iran's civil nuclear program, and also remove the snapback sanctions mechanism. Iran has countered by demanding full US military withdrawal from the Gulf, complete lifting of sanctions, reparations, and also an Israeli ceasefire on Iran and Lebanon. No agreement, however, has been reached thus far. Moving on then, late Australian spin legend Shane Warne's family is set to make a staggering 450 crore following the sale of Indian Premier League franchise Rajasthan Royals. Karl Somani, a US-based tech entrepreneur, emerged as the face of a landmark deal with his consortium, on track to acquire Rajasthan Royals for a reported $1.63 billion, approximately 15,200 crores thereabout. When Warne first signed up for the franchise in 2008, he had got a clause inserted in his contract which also earned him close to 0.7% ownership stake for every year that he played for the team. Warne eventually ended up staying with the team for 4 years, thus earning 3% stake in the franchise. And Mohamed Salah is set to leave Liverpool, marking the end of a remarkable era at the club. The Egyptian forward has been one of Liverpool's most prolific scorers as well, playing a key role in their recent success. As he prepares to move on, attention is turning to where he ranks among the club's all-time great goal scorers. His legacy at Anfield remains firmly intact. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
India, a land of story and resilience. 1.4 billion hearts share this home, and the responsibility to protect it rests with all of us. As India moves towards net zero, every step matters. Walk with us as we discover the people and ideas shaping a more sustainable India. India's Sustainability Mission, an initiative by NDTV.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
Market ends higher with Nifty closing above 23,300 and Sensex gaining more than 1,200 points. Mid and small cap indices outperform with gains of over 2%. All sectors close in green. Rupee ends at a new record closing low of 93.98 versus the US dollar as the Middle East war rattles the currency market. Oil falls over 5% after President Trump said Washington was negotiating with Tehran and said US is offering what he described as a very big present linked to oil and gas, but Iran denies direct talks. Reports suggest US has sent a 15-point ceasefire plan to end the Middle East war through intermediaries from Pakistan. Proposal broadly touches sanctions relief, civilian nuclear cooperation, and a rollback of Iran's nuclear program. Israel launches new wide-scale strikes on Iran targeting government infrastructure in the northwestern city of Qazviv. Meanwhile, Iran launches a new barrage of missiles towards Tel Aviv and central Israel, triggering air raid sirens in the region. Lok Sabha passes financial bill that proposes retrospective changes to revive tax cases were struck down by the courts, allowing tax authorities to reopen such cases and also validate past actions that were invalidated due to technical defects. With the Birla Group-led takeover of Royal Challengers Bangalore, Aryaman Birla is set to serve as the chairman of the franchise. Has IPL become a playground for India Inc.'s next gen? A special report coming up on the show. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Profit 360 and I'm Nisha Podar. Let's take it straight to the top headline that we are tracking today this afternoon. Well, market logged second straight session of gains today. Both the benchmark gains over 1.5% each, both Sensex as well as Nifty. The broader indices, they outperformed the key indices today. Real estate as a sector was the top sectoral gainer. Let's take it across to my colleague Jasmeet, who has a detailed analysis and a roundup of the market action today. Jasmeet.
Well, market ends in green for the second consecutive day in a row. If you look at Nifty 50 altogether, Nifty 50 gains in trade about 1.58% and ends above the 23,250 mark today in trade. Now, in terms of top gainers, we have Shriram Finance and Ultratech, which moved up in Nifty 50 today, both gained over 4%. In terms of the broader market, they have outperformed the benchmark in today's trade, while Nifty Small Cap 250 has gained over 2% and it ends in green for the second consecutive day in a row. In terms of top gainers in Nifty Small Cap 250, we have stocks like Triveni Engineering and PCBL Chemical, where both have gained almost over 7% in today's trade. Now, in terms of mid-cap 150, even that ends in green today, about 2%, and the top gainers include something like a Balkrishna Industries, which has gained over 7% in today's trade, Nifty mid-cap 150. If we look at the sector-wise, we also see that all sectors end in green in today's trade, while Nifty Realty and Nifty PSU Bank are the best performing sectors, which both have gained over 2.5%. In terms of Nifty PSU Bank and Nifty Realty, they end in green for the second consecutive day in a row, and yesterday was the day one for them where they turned in green. Now, in terms of the top gainers, we see Phoenix Mills and Signature Global, both top gainers in Nifty Realty, both up about 4%, while Indian Bank and Union Bank are the top gainers in Nifty PSU Bank, both up about 3.5% in today's trade. If we look at the key trends that we saw in today's market, we saw the Nifty Metals, Nifty Financial Services, Nifty Auto, Nifty Bank, Nifty Pharma, Nifty FMCG and Nifty Media all end in green for the second consecutive day in a row in today's trade.
All right, thanks Jasmeet for all those details. Of course, it was a sea of green in the markets today after a long time. Now, nearly 10% of global crude supply is likely to get impacted in case of a prolonged Middle East war. That's the word really coming in from Sajid Chinoy, who's the Chief Asia Economics Research, JP Morgan. Let's listen into what else he had to say on the global crude shortage and therefore the impact.
This is yet another adverse supply shock that the global economy in India will confront. And as you alluded to, we're seeing too many of these in recent years. COVID was an adverse supply shock in 2020. You have the Russia-Ukraine war in 22, another one now. Because of the Strait of Hormuz being shut down, our latest estimate is about 16 million barrels a day are offline. Now, some of that will be compensated by running down of strategic petroleum reserves in different countries. Other routes have been found. But if this conflict prolongs, we're looking at about 10 million barrels a day permanently being taken out of the market. That's 10% of global supply. Asia is particularly vulnerable because a lot of crude and, more importantly, gas, petroleum products come from the Strait of Hormuz. So the concern in Asia is, for some countries, is there going to be a point, if this goes on for another 4 or 6 weeks, where actual energy volumes become a threat?
All right, let's also take a look at the currency market today, and it was yet another day of losses for the rupee as it closed at 93 rupees 98 paise against the dollar, logging a fresh record low against the greenback. Earlier, it, remember, had opened 5 paise weaker and extended the losses to depreciate as much as 7 paise to 93.95. So these are worrying levels at kissing distance to 94. Let's also take a look at crude oil prices, and they have fallen, and that's what has also impacted positively our equity markets. So with Brent really trading in the range of $98 to $101 per barrel, and while WTI is holding in the mid to high $87 to $90 band, and the prices are now driven by Iran's signals towards safe passage for non-hostile ships through Strait of Hormuz, a key artery for global oil supplies. All right, the Finance Bill 2026 brings a set of significant changes to the tax framework, with the government aiming to streamline procedures, reducing the disputes and make enforcement more efficient. For a detailed breakdown of what these changes mean on the ground, my colleague Shrimi joins us now. Shrimi, over to you.
Well, absolutely. Finance Bill 2026 has been passed in the Lok Sabha today with some key amendments on the direct taxation front. And to start with, the government has introduced 2 retrospective amendments to nullify some select cases, and one being that tax department actually empowered to reopen the cases which were earlier struck down on the ground of technicalities. And the second important aspect of that amendment is that past tax order which were earlier set aside by court can be revalidated. Now these two important key takeaway is very, very important because it could have ramification in terms of a lot of major cases, and we need to see how this will impact those cases which are now closed, and if tax department finds merit in those cases, they can go back beyond 3 years, which is given for the reassessment matter. Now, the tax assessees has been given 30 days to up to 3 months to respond on the reassessment matter, and in fact, all these issues and the actions are going to be administrative in nature, is what the new amendment talks about. Other than that, there are issues around the procedural defect in the notices. This amendment clearly talked about order won't invalidate proceeding. Any absence of DIN, which is the identification number to render tax orders, are invalid, is also being given, and any sort of procedural lapses in approval not to impact validity of the proceeding. In terms of compliance, which is also very important, and efforts being made to sort of reduce compliance for tax payers, one being that IT-80 orders to be uploaded on IT portal for the smooth implementation. No arrest can be made for non-payment of tax dues, and in fact recovery via attachment to continue. The move also on no interest on penalties for misreporting, if at all it happens in your tax filing from FY27 onwards. So in total, of course, there are a lot of efforts on tightening the tax net along with the enforcement action as well. And this bill now go to the Rajya Sabha for the passage and consideration.
Thanks, Shrimi, for that. But let's take it straight across to the cabinet briefing where Ashwini Vaishnav is speaking at the moment.
क्या अचीवमेंट्स हुए, दूसरा बड़ा हुआ 28,840 करोड़ के सैंक्शन से मॉडिफाइड उड़ान स्कीम सैंक्शन हुई, और तीसरा बहुत बड़ा फैसला हुआ भारत का जो एनवायरमेंटल गोल्स हैं और जो कमिटमेंट देश ने दिखाया है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, उसके लिए 2030 से 2035 के जो गोल्स हैं उन गोल्स का अप्रूवल कैबिनेट में हुआ। सबसे पहले आप सब जानते हैं कि भारत में विजिटर्स अब बहुत आते हैं, चाहे टूरिज्म के पर्पज से हो, चाहे बिजनेस के पर्पज से हो। उन सब के फैसिलिटेशन के लिए एंटायर वीज़ा और इमिग्रेशन के प्रोसेस को एक तरीके से फुल्ली डिजिटलाइज करने का मिशन कुछ वर्षों पहले हाथ में लिया गया था। उसमें बहुत अच्छी प्रोग्रेस हुई और अब करीब 32 सर्विसेज इसमें ऐड हो गई है, और 204 मिशंस हैं दुनिया भर में, देश के इंडियन मिशंस, उन सबको इंटीग्रेट कर दिया गया है। और देश में करीब 854 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं जिनको इंटीग्रेट कर दिया गया है इस पूरे प्रोग्राम में। इसके बेनिफिट्स जो हुए वो बेनिफिट्स आपको लेफ्ट में अगर देखो IVFRT से पहले और राइट में देखो IVFRT के बाद में, एक एक पॉइंट पे वीजा का टर्न अराउंड टाइम जो कई दिन लगते थे, 180 दिन, 30 दिन, वो अप्रोक्सीमेटली 48 आवर्स में कन्वर्ट हो गया। और प्रायर रेफरेंस कैटेगरी एक है वो 21 डेज में कन्वर्ट हो गई। पैसेंजर क्लियरेंस टाइम 5 to 6 मिनट्स लगते थे, वो 2.5 to 3 मिनट्स में कन्वर्ट हो गया। बायोमेट्रिक उसमें इंक्लूड हुआ, जबकि आइडेंटिटी का कोई मैकेनिज्म नहीं था, अब बायोमेट्रिक्स बेस्ड ऑथेंटिकेशन स्टार्ट हो गया। पैसेंजर इंफॉर्मेशन मैनुअल होती थी, अब सॉफ्टवेयर एडेड पैसेंजर इंफॉर्मेशन आने लग गई। सिस्टम इंटीग्रेशन नहीं था, सारे सिस्टम जो भी थे सारे स्टैंड अलोन थे, वो अब सारा एक इंटीग्रेटेड एप्लीकेशन में कन्वर्ट हो गया। कहीं पर भी किसी को भी कोई डेटा चाहिए होता है कि कौन पर्टिकुलर व्यक्ति कहाँ पर है, कई बार लॉ एनफोर्समेंट की दृष्टि से जरूरत होती है, तो उस सब का भी एक रियल टाइम में डेटा अवेलेबिलिटी आने लग गया। अब उसको एक नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए आज कैबिनेट ने 1800 करोड़ रुपीस का IVFRT 3.0 अप्रूव किया होम मिनिस्ट्री के तहत। इसमें बहुत फोकस दिया जाएगा जो आज की टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, AI बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, और आधार का जिस तरह से बहुत तेजी से आधार यानी आइडेंटिफिकेशन बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजीज के लिए जो बहुत ज़्यादा चीज़ें एडवांस हुई है, फेशियल रिकग्निशन, आइरिस रिकग्निशन की बहुत लो कॉस्ट की मशीनें आ गई हैं, उन सब का उपयोग इसमें किया जाएगा। और पूरे के पूरे कोर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मॉडर्नाइज किया जाएगा। एक तरीके से लेगेसी इंफ्रा चला आ रहा था जिसमें सॉफ्टवेयर अपग्रेड करते थे, लेकिन जरूरत है कि उसको कंप्लीटली एकदम पूरी तरह से अपग्रेड करे, कोर इंफ्रा को ही उसका चेंज करे। कई सारे इसमें कंपोनेंट्स हैं जो आपके सामने इसमें रखे हैं डिटेल में। डेटा सेंटर नए बनेंगे, मोबाइल ऐप बेस्ड सर्विसेज आ जाएंगी, सेल्फ सर्विस कियोस्क जैसे हमने दुनिया के कई बड़े एयरपोर्ट्स में देखे होते हैं वो भी आएंगे, आइरिस स्कैनिंग, AI ML टूल्स, हर तरीके से एक पूरा यूनिफाइड पोर्टल, यूनिफाइड सर्विस, यूनिफाइड इंफ्रा और यूनिफाइड ऐप बनेगी इस नए इन्वेस्टमेंट से।
All right, so that was the cabinet briefing really taking place. Now, immigration, visa, foreigners register. All right, let's take it across to some of the rumors of fuel shortage really triggered panic buying in parts of Maharashtra, with reports that several reports and petrol pumps in Chandanpura district shut after running dry as motorists really rushed to stock up. Authorities have also said that this was driven by panic, not an actual supply shortage, and the government has ruled out any nationwide fuel crisis, stating that petrol and diesel supplies remain stable, refineries are operating at high capacity, and that LPG deliveries are also continuing normally with additional allocations made for critical sectors. Fresh assurances on also the fuel availability are coming in from both the government as well as the state-run oil companies. Indian Oil says that there is no shortage of petrol or diesel, stressing that all outlets are well stocked and fully operational, while warning that rumors and panic buying can really disrupt the normal supply patterns. In today's official briefing as well, Petroleum Ministry Joint Secretary Sujata Sharma urged citizens to remain calm and avoid unnecessary hoarding, reiterating that the situation remains normal on the ground. Listen in.
पिछले 2 दिनों से हमने देखा है कि कई सारे क्षेत्रों में रिटेल आउटलेट्स या पेट्रोल पंप के बाहर लाइन देखी गई है और पैनिक बाइंग भी ऑब्जर्व की गई है। मैं देशवासियों को विश्वास दिलाना चाहती हूं कि हमारे पास पेट्रोल और डीजल पर्याप्त मात्रा में उपलब्ध है। कहीं पर भी किसी पेट्रोल पंप पर कोई कमी नहीं है। पेट्रोल पंप को सप्लाई करने वाले टर्मिनल्स पर भी पर्याप्त मात्रा में उपलब्ध है। इसलिए अफवाहों पर विश्वास न करें और पैनिक बाइंग से बचें। मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूं कि पेट्रोल और डीजल के प्राइस में कोई बढ़ोतरी नहीं की गई है। अतः मेरा आप सभी से आग्रह है, कृपया अफवाहों पर ध्यान न दें।
All right, so that was a cautionary statement really coming in from the government. India keeping a close watch on Gulf situation, and the government says that there is no fresh incident really reported in the last 24 hours. According to the Shipping Ministry Special Secretary report, Rajesh Kumar Sinha, around 20 Indian vessels and over 500 Indian seafarers are currently in the Gulf region. Let's listen in to what exactly the Shipping Ministry said.
पिछले 24 घंटे में किसी भी भारतीय जहाज या नाविक से संबंधित कोई इंसिडेंट रिपोर्टेड नहीं है। हमारे 20 भारतीय ध्वज के जहाज, उस पे 540 भारतीय नाविक पर्शियन गल्फ में हैं और सुरक्षित हैं और उनसे डीजी शिपिंग लगातार संपर्क बनाए हुए है।
Amid escalating tensions in West Asia, diplomatic efforts to really de-escalate the conflict appear to be hitting a roadblock. In fact, the United States has reportedly proposed a 15-point U.S. ceasefire proposal to Iran, even as it ramps up military presence in the region. However, Iran has outright rejected the idea of negotiations, dismissing Washington's outreach and continuing its offensive, including attacks on key energy infrastructure, keeping global markets on the edge. With oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz at risk, remember the situation remains highly volatile, with both diplomacy and military posturing really unfolding simultaneously. But even as Iran really rejects the talks, here's what US President Donald Trump had to say on why he believes negotiations are still on the table.
It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone. Khomeini, all gone. As the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out. And the present, the gift they made to us was very significant. And they said they were going to do it, and it happened.
Now, also, let's take a closer look at what's really unfolding in the Middle East as the war really enters day 26. Now, Israel has launched wide-scale strikes targeting the Iranian infrastructure, while Iran has retaliated with missile attacks towards Tel Aviv and also central Israel, keeping the region on the edge. Now, the spillover is widening, with drones intercepted in Saudi Arabia, sirens in Bahrain, and even an attack hitting infrastructure in Kuwait, highlighting growing risks to the Gulf region and global energy routes. Adding to the concerns, Iran has issued a fresh warning, signaling that there will be no return to normalcy anytime soon and ruling out any possibility of compromise. So even as tensions really escalate and rhetoric really hardens, the big question remains, are negotiations still on the table, and who's really in control of the next move? So that's the latest really coming in from this particular war. All right, let's take you through back home, some of the big developments that's really starting, and shift focus on big money moves in the game of IPL. Now, just ahead of the new season, which I'm very excited about, and I'm sure you are too, well, a big development has taken place in the game of IPL. Well, both Royal Challengers Bangalore and Rajasthan Royals have been sold to new owners. RCB has been bought by a Birla-led consortium for about $1.78 billion, while Rajasthan Royals changed hands for roughly $1.63 billion. And together, these deals signal IPL teams are now billion-dollar global assets. On the same, we also caught up with Harish Bijur, who's a brand guru, and he's speaking about how these two deals have elevated the value of the entire IPL asset class.
When I look at these two teams, they are teams which have bitten into a particular valuation. Because till now, valuation was something which we would do at the back end. I personally am involved with a fair number of valuations on IPL teams for a long period of time. And what we do is we work it out together, put it out there, try to get that value. If you don't get it, you back out. But this is the first time that two teams have tasted blood. And this blood is big blood. And these numbers we're talking about is good. But then, these numbers will want to redefine the entire valuation of every one of the other 8 teams out there.
All right, and while we are talking about the business of IPL, let's also focus on how the next generation of large business families are really making IPL their new playground. And let me also get you the details on how I have really been compiling this particular aspect of that. Now, first on my radar is Mumbai Indians. The owner is Reliance Industries, pioneered the corporatization of IPL, remember, way back in 2008 with the acquisition of Mumbai Indians for a mere $111 million. Now, of course, Akash Ambani's role is day-to-day strategic operations and even auction masterminding. On the other hand, Lucknow Super Giants, a newer sell-off that really took place, a new team which got added, owner RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, and that secured the rights back in 2021, bought at that time at a whopping 7,000 odd crore rupees. Now, the next gen of the group, Shashwat Goenka, is the chairman and is taking all the strategic and also operational calls there. Now, let's talk about the team which has been sold, Royal Challengers Bangalore. The acquirer is a consortium that is led by Aditya Birla Group and sold at a whopping 16,660 crore rupees. And remember that Aryaman Birla will be the chairman once the deal is completed. And remember, this deal will be completed after the upcoming season. Also on our radar is Sunrisers Hyderabad, which is owned by Sun TV Network. And you all must have seen in the last season how Kavya Maran, who's the CEO of this particular franchise of IPL, Kalanidhi Maran's daughter, is the one also leading the charge when it comes to all the important decisions and day-to-day execution and leadership at this Hyderabad team. Now, Delhi Capitals, that is also owned by 50-50 JV between GMR Group and JSW Group. Parth Jindal is the chairman of Delhi Capitals and also the CEO of Bengaluru Football and of Indian Super Leagues. So he is well known in the sporting community, and that as a business. And Parth Jindal's role also has been highly vocal in really expanding Women's Premier League in cricket. Gujarat Titans is another one which was bought over by Torrent Group. A majority stake was bought and Jinal Mehta is the chairman and MD there. And Shan Mehta of the family also has a role of a director in Gujarat Titans. And last but not the least, and not necessarily business, but definitely big money, we are talking about Kolkata Knight Riders owner Shah Rukh Khan's Red Chillies has the majority stake, and his children, Aryan Khan as well as Suhana Khan, they along with Janvi Mehta are active on the executive board there. And also you would have seen Aryan Khan and Suhana Khan playing a role in the bidding process, also seen often on the KKR bidding table. So that's the high and mighty really coming in at this particular moment. These are the biggies and the new next gen of business houses really making IPL their playground. All right, with that, we have come to the end of this edition of Profit 360, but keep it with NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.